a roast, I could gas, think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains that last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah. Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
Welcome to the Off-Label Podcast, your twice weekly dose of sanity in an insane world with bonus episodes. I'm fucking on my own intro here. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we're going to finish this Ways and Means Committee hearing. Now, we're going to go through some things, and again, I want you all to ask yourself, as you listen to these questions about everything, I want you all to ask yourself, does this question need to exist in this hearing? Because more than likely, the answer is going to be no. And a lot of Democrats and some Republicans, I'm not going to lie, but the amount of crying, the amount of BS we've seen within these people has gotten ridiculous. But we do have a little breaking story that we actually need to get to. Not really breaking, it actually happened yesterday, but hey, whatever. We're going to hit that up, but ain't nothing going to happen until I hit this one.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you can get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down, they wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
Seen a better example of the sort of continued scorn the Democrats have for everyday Americans than what was exhibited last night on Mehdi Hasan's show. He was joined on the air by the execrable congresswoman from Minnesota, Ilhan Omar. Here she is explaining that Americans are just stupid.
These people are just idiots. I really, I'm at the point where it's become really hard to have an intellectual debate with any of these people, because the level of stupidity that they are displaying every single day is frankly embarrassing, not just in Congress, but as Americans. And the fact that these people are allowed to say just the most ridiculous things tells you that the dumbing of the United States has arrived, because how else do we get a Trump presidency again?
Yeah, it must be the stupidity. It can't be that you guys chose every wrong position as possible to take in American politics, and now the American people have rejected you. It can't be that at all.
Look, I say Daily Wire is mainstream media for an internet age, and I am 100% correct about that, but you know what? I'll give it to Shapiro there. You got a point. However, you should have gone a little bit deeper and said, hey, didn't you marry your brother? And didn't you say you're a Somali agent? And why are you in our government? Hey, everybody, how you doing tonight? Let's see. Let's bring this up real quick. Let's see what we got going on, because I'm gonna play with my buttons here. I did put the debt clock in the bottom corner.
We are following.
Shut your mouth. You're not supposed to be talking right now. Anyway. But yeah, I just want to say hi to everybody. Look, let's see who we got in the chat here. We got Muffin in the house, Kate Beans with us, Shane Souza, Carolyn Hall. This is the best way that I can actually sit here and kind of see what's going on with you guys. All right. At this point, Glenn, we got Glenn with us. We got Jennifer. Oh, Piper Lynn. How you doing, Piper Lynn? Let's see, who else? Carolyn. Yeah, I did say Carolyn. Yeah, we got Carolyn Hall, but yeah. All right, anybody at all? Nope, nobody on the Rumble side just yet, but it's cool. Hey, with these committee hearings and everything, everybody takes the YouTube side. It is cool, whatever. Like I said, I'm just messing with them tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I've got most of the tweaks down, and actually, I do need to raise this debt clock up a little bit so you can read the ticker while that goes down. But yeah. I got most of the tweaks down, just fine tuning everything at this point in time. And then I got to build one with me and Davey, because those are going to be awesome when we can actually do that. When I got to build that one out, that whole scene, that's got to be done before Tuesday. Davey wants to get on here and actually do some more shit. So when we do these things, I got to build it faster than that. That's got to be a thing. But ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate the fuck out of every single one of you. Yep, I gotta pin it. Sorry. Where is it? There it is. I almost reported. But ladies and gentlemen, before we get into this committee hearing, I want to bring something to your attention for everyone to see. Now, here we go. Yeah, it was a screen live. Fani Willis, Fulton County DA, ordered to pay $54,000 for open records violation. A Fulton Superior Judge ordered a payment of attorney's fees after finding that DA's office failed to respond in the open records request in good faith. Now, here's the thing. Here's what's really going on with this. There are some people in this that have not been mentioned. Shout out to Tom fucking Fitton, because this is... I forget what he's behind. Real America Voice or something like that. But yeah, he was the one that sent in the FOIA request, and they did not respond to the FOIA request, so they started to fucking sue over all this shit with Fani Willis, Ashley Merchant, the Trump investigations. There was a lot that they were going after, and Fanny's just like, I'm the DA of Fulton County. I don't have to do shit. And yeah, here we are. But let's go ahead. Let's hit this up real quick.
Some breaking news tonight at 6, as a judge has now ordered Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis to pay more than $54,000 for violating the Open Records Act. Zach Merchant with our 11 Alive political team broke the story. And Zach, you just got a copy of that court order. What have you learned here?
We did. We just got a hold of this Fulton County Superior Court order just in the last roughly 15 to 20 minutes. In it, Judge Rachel Krause rules that DA Fani Willis violated the State Open Records Act by failing to turn over documents requested by defense attorney Ashley Merchant. The judge wrote that the defendants, the Fulton County DA's office, were openly hostile to Merchant and failed to handle her requests in good faith. Merchant had sought a copy of confidentiality agreements signed by DA's office employees, as well as a list of attorneys hired by DA Willis. Judge Krause today gave the district attorney 30 days to pay Merchant $54,000 in attorney's fees and to turn over those requested files. Spokespeople for the DA's office did not immediately return requests for comment.
I don't even know what the fuck you are. I just want to see something real quick. Can I transform? Flip horizontal. Oh shit. Okay, now I can actually do the finger pointing easily. All right. Fuck that. But yeah, Fani Willis has now got to pay $54,000 fucking dollars because she's just like, nah, cool, it's whatever. Fucking love it, ladies and gentlemen. I fucking love it. But I will say this though. Turn that off real quick because I got to bring this up. When we left off, right? This was H.Res 127. All the bloviating, all the bullshit, basically requesting the president to Okay, the resolution requests that the president transmit to the House of Representatives documents related to the amount of funding that was provided in specified laws regarding COVID-19 and currently unspent. And all that shit about Elon Musk, all that raging out, all that bullshit that you heard meant absolutely fucking nothing to the bill at hand. We're going to start out with the vote on this bill.
Clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 25, the noes are 18.
There being 25 yeses and 18 noes, the motion is agreed to, and H.Res. 127 is ordered unfavorably reported to the House. Without objection, members have 2 additional days.
Why is it reported unfavorably to the House? Why can't we know the expenditures of everything that was given for COVID-19?
To file with the committee clerk supplemental additional dissenting or minority views. Last November, the American people overwhelmingly rejected the Biden administration's efforts to put Washington and its bureaucrats ahead of everyday Americans. From canceling appointments for more than 7,500 Americans to give Social Security Administration employees an afternoon off, to signing a midnight agreement to lock in telework with SSA's largest union. Biden's Social Security Commissioner did everything he
that
could
green screen right there. I
to
need better
boost
lighting.
bureaucrats at the expense of the American people.
That needs
All in
to
the
be a little
midst
more
of a
powerful.
customer service crisis that saw the highest initial disability backlog and some of the highest customer service wait times in the SSA's almost 90-year history. That was before Doge.
Now, before he continues, ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring this to your attention. Right, no, it's this one right here. This is the one they're about to argue about. The no debt resolution. Got camera here for a second. The resolution directs the clerk of the House of Representatives to place a real-time display of gross national debt in the main hearing rooms in the Appropriations Committee and House Budget Committee. Basically, what the bill says is this screen that's right above the chat right there. Bring it back so you can see that. But this screen that's right above the chat over there, that must play in every single committee that has to do with anything budget related. How can the fuck you argue against that? Let's see.
This was the Biden administration. In contrast, President Trump promised to increase the efficiency and accountability of Washington's entrenched bureaucracy. The president made no secret about how he was going to accomplish that by tasking the Department of Government Efficiency to aggressively seek out inefficiencies in agencies and places where services could be better streamlined for the American public in order to get a faster, more responsive government for their needs. It is a fact that waste and fraud exist at the SSA. And in the end, that hurts the Americans seeking help from that agency. In August of 2024, the SSA's Office of the Inspector General found $72 billion
I don't care,
in
Jennifer.
improper payments by the agency.
For me to change that ticker
between
is going
2015
it's gonna mess up a
and
lot.
2022.
Wait, no, hold on.
President Trump knows that protecting Social Security includes rooting out fraud and waste to ensure that the right benefit is paid to the right person at the right time. This should be something everyone supports. However, some Democrats would prefer to obstruct these efforts to score political points. Fortunately, not only has the SSA been transparent with both Congress and the public with its service delivery data and the changes being made to shift the SSA from an agency that uses decades-old business practices to one that can provide modern,
I'm gonna have to
quality
find it.
service to the public, but one of the first public statements of President Trump's new acting commissioner was to confirm that DOJ personnel cannot make changes to agency systems, to commit to abide by court rulings related to DOJ's access, and to refer DOJ personnel for prosecution if they violate the law. The same laws that protect the American people's data from misuse by the SSA's tens of thousands of other employees. Seniors are already seeing the benefit of doing things differently. Beneficiaries affected by WEP and GPO are getting the back payments mandated by the Social Security Fairness Act faster than expected. Originally, the Social Security Administration estimated it would take 1,000 work hours to send out back payments. In a letter to Social Security, Chairman Ron Estes and myself.
Jennifer, thank you for the $20 dono. No worries, Richard. I'd rather pick on Davey over it. Y'all has some today. There was some kind of little feud going on with y'all. I'm sorry I had to rush that along, though, because I had to get this out the way. But yeah, I appreciate the dono. Davey's going to be back. Like, I got to build a scene for that one, too.
Well, we are following some breaking news tonight at 6 as a judge has now ordered Fulton County.
Autoplay. But yeah, got to get everything ready for that. Got to build up that scene, and we're going to be doing the show. Like, he's got his green screen, too, so he's going to be cut out when we play little videos and things like that, too. So we got to design everything. I got to get all that worked out. But for right now, appreciate the donut. And I'm working hard on this shit.
Myself wrote to SSA, and I quote, "We estimate that it will take about 1,000 work hours to process the actions required under the new law for the approximate 3.2 million affected beneficiaries. Our initial analysis indicates that much of the work will need to be done manually on a case-by-case basis." Since that letter from SSA was sent in January, the Trump administration's embrace of automation and technology has made a night and day difference for those affected seniors. Under President Trump, the SSA has already sent more than 71% of all back payments to the 3.2 million affected beneficiaries. This is how the agency should work. Not wait 1,000 man hours to do 3.2 million cases hand by hand, but automation to deliver for the American people. And President Trump, in fact, has delivered that in 7 weeks. 7 weeks. The agency quickly implements the laws to get benefits in the hands of Americans as soon as possible. We shouldn't be holding out. While Democrats may want to use scaremongering to score political points, the facts are not on their side. They simply aren't. President Trump did not touch Social Security benefits during his first term.
No.
He campaigned on protecting and preserving his Social Security benefits.
Oh, what up, KB? How you doing?
In his first reelect and his second reelect. In all those campaigns, he has been consistent. And for any member of this body to say otherwise is just saying unfactual representation of President Trump. I now recognize the ranking member from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, for his opening
Thanks,
statement.
Mr. Chairman. Just before I yield my time, can we all agree that there is nobody 300 years old receiving a Social Security check? Can we also agree that 99.2% of Social Security recipients receive their checks on time? And 72 million Americans receive Social Security, and we're complaining about 1,000 hours of man and woman power?
Sir, that's not the argument, though. The argument is, why are people who are already fucking dead? We know they're dead. We've even made shows about them being dead, and still they get the payments. This comes down to the whole fact of why is that motherfucker who's older than the goddamn the country itself, why is that motherfucker even in Social Security? What, you fat fingered that? Why the fuck does your system allow that to happen? I mean, after a certain, Jesus Christ, this motherfucker's 300 years old. Are you sure this motherfucker's 300? You can't design a little button that's just going to pop up, be like, bitch, this dude's 300 years old. Are you trying to say that? I'm sorry. I got to question all that shit.
Members of Congress spend a lot of their time making sure those checks are on time. The head of DOGE has said that Social Security is a Ponzi scheme, and the president has not corrected him. I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Larson for his great work on Social Security.
It is a Ponzi scheme, motherfucker. I'm paying
Thank you, Mr.
for
Neal,
your
and,
generation.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I said earlier, it's a sad day for America when the Committee of Cognizance has to have this issue of inquiry so that we can actually produce before the committee, instead of an empty seat and empty chairs, the person who President Trump has designated to find $2 trillion worth of cuts, a person who has publicly said that he knows where to find those. They're in what he calls entitlements. What everybody on this committee knows with regard to Social Security is an earned benefit that they pay.
Are you going to yell again?
And so the people in your districts are wondering.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bill is about putting screens in every budget hearing and appropriations and budget hearings in their main rooms, so that they see the debt, right above the chat, right over there. So they see that in every fucking room that they do anything with the budget for. The main rooms for them. Not every room, but the main rooms. That is the bill that they're arguing about.
Whether or not, because the chairman just said that there's no way that President Trump is going to touch Social Security, even though last weekend he called it a scam, and that Elon Musk was on television just last night again saying that, yes, their goal is to privatize Social Security. Given these statements, I don't understand why there's a problem with bringing forth Mr. Musk to testify before this committee.
He's
and if
he's
got
you,
all these
he's talking to you.
ideas of fraud, abuse, and waste are true, then yes, Mr. Chairman, we should join with you to make sure that that's the case. But even the acting person handpicked by Trump has said, well, what they said about people receiving checks older than 115 years old is false. That's Trump appointment saying that. And so we continue to get the big lie, including this weekend again, where they said, oh yes, and the Democratic plan is to bring illegal immigrants into the country by offering to pay them Social Security. There's not a thread of truth to any of that. And yet, this unaccountable person, not a federal employee, not a volunteer, but a special person who's not had to go on through Senate approval, and who this committee is now saying, yes, we agree with the president, he should not be accountable. He should be able to have free reign and do whatever he wants. We will willingly follow him and do whatever he says, because He's the wealthiest man in the world, and surely he must know how to save us from ourselves. This program of Social Security that, just happens to be the #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly and for the children of this country. Yep, I agree. Mr. Musk and Mr. Trump aren't going to lose a moment's sleep thinking about the privatization and what it means to those individuals. And yes, you can say that he's not going to do this, but yet there's no commissioner here, no person under oath raising their hand and saying, yes, no, we have no intention of privatizing Social Security. He's made it clear time and time again. And if not, well, by all means, we'll be happy to have him here. We've sent letters. Chairman Esty knows 3 weeks ago I sent a letter asking for him to come immediately before the subcommittee. And we'll continue to do that because we want to hear, as does the American public, the truth.
Thank you. The committee will now proceed to consideration of H.Res. 195. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Does anyone wish to strike the last word? Mr. Buchanan is recognized.
Mr. Larson.
Was there any point to anything that motherfucker just
a
said?
little longer than I have, but the two of us came in 2006 when they started PAYGO. I ran on a balanced budget amendment or trying to get there. We're $8 trillion in debt. Here's what's sad.
Muffin, all they're going to do is just scream in his ass. What's the point?
$8 trillion when we came in. Today, $37 trillion. It's not your fault. It's not our fault. It's both parties. I don't have any confidence that we can deal with this. I sadly say that. I'm just telling you from my standpoint because you would have dealt with it a long time ago. I've had expert economists tell me it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So do we want to go down this false road where we haven't been able to perform on a bipartisan basis or get anything done? Or do we want to try to look at other options? And I feel like at least we got a shot.
And he's in the house.
I can just tell you when you're paying $1 trillion in interest.
Will the gentleman
$1 trillion in interest, just give me a couple minutes. When you're paying $1 trillion in interest right off the top, it's going to end badly. And I just feel, I'm an optimist. Anybody that knows me, I am. But I am very, very concerned about the debt and the deficit. And it's both parties. I have no confidence in this process, what we've been doing for all these years, because I've never seen anybody talk about dealing with the reality of a budget. I dealt with balance sheets and income statements. At some point, you go bankrupt. And that's my point. We're doing that right now. Regardless what happens here today, regardless what road going, if we don't make material changes, Social Security's at risk. I got the 5th oldest district in the country. Putting them all at risk. Medicare, Medicaid is at risk. Everything's at risk. We've got to fix this thing. We got to fix it together, because I can just tell you, it's hard to imagine my 10th term here. I get sick of hearing it. Everybody talks a good game, but we don't do anything. But for the sake of the American people, and I feel your passion. I know we talked about Social Security. I was on the committee, but we've got to do whatever we can to fix what we're doing, because, you got to either go down the road we've been going down, which I have no confidence, or you look at another road, and I think this other road gives us at least a shot. We don't have a shot right now. But this will give us a shot, because we don't have the courage to come together. And I'll yield.
Well, I thank the gentleman. It was always a gentleman. But what we need, and for more than 50 years, you're right, both parties share responsibility in this. But here's what we need: a vote. How about a vote? We have a plan. Where's yours? And how can you get to a compromise if there's a plan and no plan? How about a vote then? How about the American people get to see where you stand on the issue? And as has been articulated by several on the other side, we just simply don't believe that this program can last or make it. I totally believe that this is America's number one. In fact, we borrow
give me a little.
from Social Security. Yes, your time. I'm sorry.
Yeah, let me just say, I would wish that we could come together and deal with this. It's the biggest problem we've got. We're financially going down the drain. I don't care who you talk to or what you talk to. I hate to say that because it's the best country on the planet, but we've got to fix our financial house. We've got to fix it together, because if we don't, we're going to end up in a very, very bad situation. Someone says when that might be, who knows, but it's coming. It's coming quickly. You can't pay $1 trillion off the top without impacting everybody. And Social Security, that's not the employees, it's their money, plus all the employers matched them half. So they, this is their money. It's at risk. There's no trust fund for it. They took all the monies out in the 60s in terms of Social Security. So they're counting on the viability of America.
That's not true.
Okay, well, that's kind of what I understood. But
Well, that's not true at all. In fact, the federal government borrows from Social
I'm
Security.
going to yield back. So, yeah, I'll reclaim my time. Thank you. Yield back.
Mr. Neal.
Thanks, Chairman. I move to strike the last word. So I heard the gentleman's argument, and I think it's very sincere. But what's missing is, in
I
the
don't
next
listen
few
to
weeks,
a lot of Ways and Means
we
because
will
I
be
can't
asked to
stand
add
these old
$4
fucks.
trillion to the debt
Larson?
because of tax cuts. That's the great irony or inconsistency of this argument. So let me give you a name here. Bill Clinton balanced the budget 4 times, and then tax cuts in 2001 and 2003. We're being asked for big tax cuts again here in the next few weeks, but under the guise that we're going to balance the budget with more tax cuts? The numbers don't work. And incidentally, for the record, Social Security right now
That
is
would
running
be
a
funny
surplus
to
of
hear.
$2.7 trillion.
To hear Christopher Walken
That's a
say
fact.
this, Piper Lynn.
And I call attention to that because happy to have the discussion about balancing the budget. Some of us actually participated, cast some really tough votes for spending cuts and tax increases twice. Bush Sr.,
I see
Clinton
it now.
twice, cuts and tax increases to balance the budget, and it worked. The answer from the other side is if we just have more tax cuts, just add more to the debt, that somehow the debt shrinks? I mean, the consistency of the argument here is that more tax cuts will balance the budget. And then we'll camouflage it by borrowing $4 trillion that we will be asked to take up here as we lift the debt ceiling once again. I'm all in for a sincere conversation of how to get there. If the other side is sincere about it, let's engage the conversation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All Americans know that President Trump has pledged to protect Social Security, just as he has pledged tariffs, and they've been on one day and off the next, just as he has gone back and forth on his position on reproductive freedom for women in this country. And so why do I question the commitment to Social Security? Because I think it's more important to look not at a president who is well known as a man of his last word.
He went back on reproductive freedom by saying the federal government shouldn't be the one making laws on this because this has nothing to do with the Constitution, so therefore it's handed down to the states, which would be easier for you to control. What up, Greg? Justice in the house as well now. But yeah, I don't get it. I don't understand where you're still... That's a dead fight. That's a dead fight. Why?
By what he says, but by what he does. And what he has done is to appoint a man who has called Social Security a Ponzi scheme, who this week has attacked the programs that Americans pay into in every paycheck, Medicare and Social Security, as being entitlements. Yes, you should be entitled to what you pay into over your work life for your Medicare and your Social Security, but he says it's a Ponzi scheme and that entitlements are the place to cut.
Sir, I'm paying for the generation before me because you dipped into their pockets way too much. You know it. You've been there long enough, Doggett. There ain't no way your ass is brand new. You know how this game works. You were stealing from them and making me pay for it. Now I've got nothing left by the time it actually hits me. Nah, I ain't gonna have shit.
So that's the first place. The person he chose to raid Social Security does not believe in Social Security. Number two is that we have seen this president come, not unlike the chairman of the committee this morning, but provoking much more extended laughter from Republicans in his recent speech to Congress. And what was this laughter about? All the fraud at Social Security. Can you imagine? They have on their payout someone who has 350 years old, older than our republic. Can you believe this? No, you can't believe it because it's a lie. Because Social Security has had in place for some time a requirement that it doesn't pay out anything to people over 115. And though there have been some mistakes made, some underpayments, some overpayments, it has, as Mr. Neal pointed out, an incredible accuracy rate of far less of 1% of payments that have been found to be improper. It doesn't mean we shouldn't seek more accuracy and protect the system, but Social Security has worked remarkably well in the past. And that.
How? When I pay. How? How is it working? Tell me that. I'm paying for the generation before me right now. How is it working? Oh, it's been working for your pocket. Your pocket alone. I'm sorry, guys. It just fucking bothers me. But again, tell me. It's 195. Tell me what his argument has to do with this. To put screens to show the fucking debt clock right above the chat, ladies and gentlemen. What does his argument have anything to do with this for? You know what? Now that I got this, my camera, right down. Right there. Now there is no separation. I'm riding the shit. But tell me why. Does this have anything to do, anything he's ever bitched about, anything anybody's ever bitched about since they gaveled in with this one? Has any of it been about this shit?
That takes me to the third thing that President Trump has done that is inconsistent with his claim that he will protect Social Security and won't switch his word around as he has done on one public issue after another, and that is the determined effort of this administration to wreck the Social Security Administration. Those checks don't come down as manna from heaven. They come down because there is a dedicated workforce that is ensuring that Social Security continues to pay out month after month. And so how have Mr. Trump and Mr. Musk decided to handle that dedicated workforce? They are cutting it by 7,000 people. And among those 7,000 people are 50 that are particularly important. The
What up, Queen Bee?
Office of Transformation, as they have called it, is the customer service office at the Social Security Administration. And the Trump administration went in and fired the director of the Office of Transformation. He fired all 50 employees of that Office of Transformation. So guess what? When the shortage of employees to get the checks out dependably occurs.
The Office of Transformation? Check with Discord when you can. Politics session randos. All right. Is there an Office of Transformation? Oh, Cooney. Okay, Cooney. All right, I get what he's saying now. I was confused a bit.
People are going to say, well, Social Security is just not like it used to be. It can't deliver. It's not working. It's like the post office, which they want to privatize. It's not getting our checks. We can't count on it anymore. And it's that assuring that the Social Security Administration fails to deliver that is at the core of the Republican plan to undermine Social Security. Social Security has been forced already by Republican administration
I tried to bring up a different
to
screen.
serve millions more people with fewer staff. In 2010, they had 67,000 workers ensuring timely and accurate payments to 60 million Americans. Today, they have 10,000 fewer, and when I say today, that's before the Trump cuts, serving 13 million more people. You cannot assure that Social Security...
Hold up. I'm going to throw this back in here real quick. Let me bring down Discord. There's way too many things happening now. No, Bill Clinton didn't balance the budget. This comes from back in 1998 by Cato Institute. Cato Institute is now like shilling fucking hardcore in these committee hearings, right? Let us establish one point definitively. Bill Clinton didn't balance the budget, yet he was there when it happened. But the record shows that it was about the extent of his contribution. And many in the media have flubbed the story. The New York Times on October 1st said Clinton balances the budget. Others have praised George Bush. Political analyst Bill Schneider declared on CNN that Bush is the one of the real heroes for his willingness to raise taxes. And never mind, read my lips. Once upon a timeline, blah, 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 blah. In 1993, the giant Clinton hike was not turning point in the direct war deficit. Fuck me. See, Rhonda, I get locked into your reads when I do your shit before I do this. It doesn't work. Duke Energy Company, let's say, no. The budget is baseline for the budget. Partisan predicted $200 billion deficit, or as far as the eye can see, unless we forget it was Bill Clinton and his wife who tried to engineer a federal takeover of the healthcare system. I do remember that. A plan that would have sent the government's finances into the stratosphere. Tom DeLay was right. For Clinton to take the credit for the balanced budget is like Chicago Cubs pitcher Steve Trishelle taking credit for delivering the pitch to Mark McGwire that he hit out of the park for his 60-second home run. I'll have to look into that a little more.
It provides the wonderful coverage that it has for so many years without an adequate workforce.
Pay some
I'm hearing
haymakers
from
to the face
constituents
there
who
with
say
that.
this is an emergency. I'm hearing Republicans like
Marlene,
Ron
what's going on?
Johnson, the senator from Wisconsin, saying he wants to sunset altogether. Senator Mike Lee, who says he wants to phase out Social Security, to pull it out by the roots and get rid of it. My constituents believe Social Security is one of the best systems government ever put in place, and we are opposed to the Trump people undermining it as they are doing, and want to get the facts here, which is all this resolution asks for. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Mr. Estes to strike the last word.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. You know, as the new chair of the Social Security Subcommittee, I feel a sense of responsibility to make sure we address this program that's so beneficial for so many people in the country. I mean, this is a federal program that supports people of all ages, particularly our seniors. And the Social Security Administration's first responsibility is to provide correct benefit payments to the correct people in a timely basis. People should be enrolled correctly and timely. That's not happening today. Over the last 2 years, my office has received increasing number of complaints. And I would imagine that most of the members on this dais are also receiving more complaints, that their constituents aren't being served in a timely and efficient manner. The complaints range from Social Security, they can't get enrolled, They can't get through on the phone system. They can't get appointments set up either through the phone system or through technology. They can't get into an office. This is one of those simple blocking and tackling things. We want to make sure that we have good customer service. That's not talking anything about some of the problems that have been discovered with the processing itself. In fact, the Social Security Administration's Inspector General Office has found that $72 billion in improper payments between 2015 and 2022. And the previous administration, the administrator said, well, we'll just start forgiving those and we'll stop calculating whether they are bad payments, just so that we don't have such a bad record. I want to go on the record that President Trump has repeatedly stated that he will fight for Social Security, that President Trump's repeatedly stated he will protect Social Security. President Trump's repeatedly stated that he will not cut Social Security. And House Republicans stand with President Trump to make sure that we preserve and protect and strengthen Social Security benefits for the seniors count on. I talked mostly in my remarks about how do we make sure that the program's processed correctly. The other issue that we need to address is the fact that Social Security is running a deficit.
You're not wrong, though, Shane.
They've been running a deficit each year since 2010. We have to, at some point in time, be the adults in the room and address the fact that the trust fund is being depleted. That's because there are more.
I will say this, Justy, we got plans for this show because it has been picking up. People are willing to push us a little bit further and help us along the way with funding a little bit. The only way we're going to actually be able to do this full fucking time like Rob has is if both of us are okay enough with making the bills and still funding everything that we're doing. That's it. And it's really hard when you're holding down a job to make commitments to keep doing this with family and everything else, especially with Davey being a new father. He just had a new baby. She's like, what, 6-7 months old now? So, I mean, things happen along the way, and we appreciate the fuck out of every one of you for at least spurring us along, because we talked about doing this for a long ass time. And we're going to do it. We're going to push it. I'm making, like I said, I'm making the views and everything here. I'm making the show. And we're going to do better than what StreamYard can do. We were paying $80 a month for fucking StreamYard. Granted, we had more than just us at that point in time that was running off it, but we paid $80 a month for StreamYard. And then StreamYard just started dropping videos, and sometimes it just drops my sound altogether. Doesn't drop my mic, but I can't hear. I got to leave and come back in. So I can do better than that. Stop being lazy, right? Got time to do it now.
More retirees than workers today than ever before in history. So if we really want to solve this problem, let's work together. We need to address the problems with customer service today, and the sooner we take up and address our responsibility to resolve the deficit that exists in the program, this program's not going to be able to provide the service that it was created for the American people. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize Mr. Thompson to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 89 years ago, President Roosevelt signed the Social Security Act into law, creating the single most impactful anti-poverty program in our nation's history. For 89 years, Social Security has ensured our seniors can retire with dignity, and those who are disabled can have the support that they need. Yet this administration has put Social Security on the chopping block. They want to privatize Social Security. Elon Musk has called it the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time and has suggested it will be the primary target of his cutting efforts. My colleague mentioned that the Republicans' sole purpose, focus is to improve customer services. Well, it's interesting because these cuts that have already coming out of the administration are already in the works. DOJ announcing the closure of 47 field offices and 6 regional offices. How does that improve customer service? Career
I mean, you want to talk about improving customer service? How about we put screens in all the appropriation and House Budget Committee's main rooms like the bill is supposed to be fucking voted on? Do you have an argument against that?
Professional staff and former administrators of Social Security have warned that for the first time in 80 years, benefits may be disrupted. Mr. Chairman, my phones have been ringing off the hook from calls from constituents frightened that they won't receive their benefits. In my district, 153,000 people receive Social Security. Over 120,000 retirees, over 6,000 children, 8,000 widows.
But if that is true, doesn't that mean that your fear mongering has actually caused you to fucking work?
Over 12,000 disabled workers. And this amounts to $286 million every month coming into my district from Social Security checks. And that multiplies across our community, improving the economic situation at home. And that's the same for everybody on this dais. The multiplier effect of these Social Security checks coming into your community can make or break your local economy. I understand why my Republican colleagues have canceled their town halls and refused to answer questions, refused to bring witnesses in. They know that what they're doing is wildly unpopular, since 87% of Americans say supporting Social Security should be a top priority for Congress. The American public deserves to know. They're demanding to know what this administration plans to do with Social Security. If this administration claims to be the most transparent in history, why are our Republican colleagues not interested in voting to ensure that that transparency is in effect with this resolution? Mr. Chairman, this is the most significant committee in Congress. Please exercise the authority you have to ensure that Americans know what the future of their Social Security holds. And I yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Larson.
Just briefly, because I wanted to, I have great admiration for the chairman of the Social Security subcommittee and his demeanor and how he always conducts himself. And we did send a letter, asking for Elon Musk to be here. And I know the gentleman's sincere when he says we've got to work together to solve this. We do. So we have a plan. Let's put it out there and have a vote. If you've got a plan, by all means, put it out there. It seems like the person who has a plan is Elon Musk. And that's why we've asked.
How can you make a plan if you don't know what the problem is yet? How can you make a plan if you don't know what the problem is yet? Sir? Sir, this is retarded.
That he come before here to please explain to us what his plan is. I don't see where that is such an astounding thing to ask for in a democracy and in a democratic republic. We have a plan. You disagree with it? That's fine. That's what a democracy is all about. Are there improvements that could be made? Of course, there always are. Are there compromises that could be made? Certainly. But to do nothing, and then to stonewall and say
yes, Marlene,
that Elon Musk doesn't have to come before us, let's have Martin O'Malley in, the commissioner, so we can actually look at what other federal agency do you know that operates the largest insurance program for under 1% administrative costs, and laying off people that reach out to people, especially in rural areas, and shutting those down so
Again, it's just 1% of the budget. Why do you care? Because that 1% is your pocket.
They can't get the service they need and then calling Social Security incompetent?
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Davis is now recognized. Strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, as I listened to this discussion, and I've listened all morning, I'm reminded that my father used to tell me that what you do is far more telling than what you say. And so we hear that, no, we're not going to affect Social Security. It's hard to make me believe that if you are closing offices, if you are firing staff. There's nothing more important in my congressional district than Social Security, especially to the more than 150,000 seniors whose only source of income is Social Security. The individuals
It takes this
with
man 5
disabilities
minutes to say a
whose
paragraph.
only source of income is Social Security. And yet, there seems to be this notion that we can fix it by laying people off, cutting staff, closing offices. It's just hard for me to reconcile that and understand it. Social Security is the lifeline for all of these individuals, and it's the only protection that they have from absolute poverty. Absolute poverty. And the notion of privatization, I would much rather rely upon a proven system than some undeveloped, untried, never put together system that would simply allow hedge funds, private investors, and those who operate big businesses to make more money at the expense of the people that the services ought to be provided for. And it's for that reason that I think any changes, any thoughts, any ideas, any practices must be transparent. I agree with those who say we can fix. Of course we can. Of course we can. All that we have to do is fix with the intent of providing the best possible service to the residents and the people. I also believe that if there is righteousness in the heart, there's also beauty in the character, which means that if the intent is righteous, then we'll have a system that will work for the benefit of the people. So I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. I now recognize Ms. Sanchez to strike the last word. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This resolution of inquiry asks about staff reductions, closures, and consolidations of Social Security offices. The implementation of the so-called Department of Government Efficiency has caused widespread confusion and chaos. Illegal mass firings of federal workers and cancellation of grants have left my constituents looking for answers. I expect my colleagues have experienced similar questions from their constituents if they are bothering to hear them out. I would expect all of my colleagues to vote yes on this resolution of inquiry, if only to gather much needed information about Elon Musk's actions in the Social Security Administration. DOJ's website lists Social Security field office closures in Carlsbad, California, Abilene, Texas, Greenville, North Carolina, and Logan, West Virginia. If it was me representing these cities, I would want more details about why my constituents were losing these valuable services. We all know that Social Security wait times are too long. Office closures will only increase them. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. The richest man in the world is going after Social Security. And he doesn't even understand it, doesn't know how it works. Elon Musk calls Social Security a Ponzi scheme. And because of the cap, Elon Musk paid all of his Social Security taxes on January 1st of this year at 12:15 a.m. He doesn't have to pay a dime more into Social Security after that. My Republican colleagues are smart, compassionate people. I have a hard time believing that they are comfortable slashing the benefits that their constituents rely on. And I have a harder time believing that they don't want to understand what the richest man in the world is doing with their constituents' money and data.
Again. What does that have to do with this? To put screens on to show the debt clock that's above the chat there. What does your argument have to do with this? Or is it just bloviating for social media?
This resolution simply asks the question. I look forward to all my colleagues voting yes to find out more about what is happening in their districts. And I want to just say this. At the start of this markup, I had one of my staff call the Social Security customer service line. We've been discussing this resolution for quite some time now, and she's still on hold. Closing Social Security field offices and reducing staff is only going to increase those hold times for our most vulnerable, I should say. All constituents are valuable, but our most vulnerable constituents. And Republicans don't seem to care, but I suspect that your constituents will. And with that, I yield back.
The member yields back. I now recognize Ms. Chu to strike the last word for 5 minutes.
How did the
I strongly support this resolution of inquiry, and it is because my constituents are sick with worry at the risk of fraudsters having their Social Security numbers, banking information, and other.
Yo, hold up. Look, I can't bring it to the live chat in here as far as that goes, but Carolyn Hall, she said Elon is merely calling out fraud and abuse at Social Security. And it did not show up in this chat. I can't switch it and make it actually show on screen. It's a weird thing. I don't know how to do it. I may have to look into that. But why would that be? Hey, we need to take that down for everybody, from everybody to see. Because that's all he's doing. But anyway, hey, by the way, this bitch right here, you remember that little fighting video from the Democrats that we showed? Yeah, this is Ms. Chu. She was part of that.
Other personal information shared with Musk cronies who've invaded the Social Security Administration. So let's be clear. President Trump and Elon Musk have launched a public campaign against Social Security. Mr. Musk is calling Social Security a Ponzi scheme, and both he and President Trump are spreading widely discredited lies about the program and its integrity. But the facts don't add up.
I will say this, though. Be the one over there on Rumble, because I don't have it up on screen. I don't have a little thing for that, but wait a minute. This is... Oh, no. That would have to be... Hold on. Video only. There we go. Social Security is a Ponzi scheme, although they say they know how it works. That is why it is bankrupt. Correct.
Let me read just a few of the countless news headlines debunking their false claims. The Associated Press says tens of millions of dead people aren't getting Social Security checks despite Trump and Musk claims. ABC News says Musk misreads Social Security data. Millions of dead people are not getting benefits, experts say. CBS News says new Social Security chief refutes claims of deceased people over 100 years old getting checks. The Washington Post says Elon Musk claims of Social Security fraud don't hold up, and here's why. And the New York Times says millions of dead people on Social Security, the agency's own data says otherwise. And in fact, the claims by Elon Musk are based on complete misunderstanding of Social Security's data systems, which often lack complete birth and death information for people born before 1920, before Social Security was established and long before electronic records were kept. A 2023 Inspector General report said that almost none of these people born before 1920 with missing information are paid benefits. But my constituents are also...
Ma'am. I'm sorry. Let me put my camera back in here. Ma'am, that has never been the argument. The argument is, why are they in your records in the first place? It has never been, are payments being made? Why are they in your records in the first place? Oh, did you fat finger? Why was that allowed in your system? I mean, that's the basics. We've had that since the fucking 90s where they just say, hey, this goes too far back. Are you sure this motherfucker's 150 years old? I'm sorry. We even had that back in Windows 95. All that shit. Come on now. There ain't no way. Nope. I can't believe it. I won't believe it. Unless you designed your system to not look for shit like that. Which obviously could be the case.
So worried because the Trump administration is taking a wrecking ball to the Social Security Administration.
Take a swallow.
Far from making the agency more efficient, they are undermining its ability to serve the public. And why are they trying to destroy the Social Security Administration?
Ma'am, are you
It's
drooling?
the first step of a long-standing effort by Republicans to dismantle trust in Social Security and slash benefits.
All right, I'm worried about you.
The Trump administration wants to close Social Security offices across the nation and slash the agency's workforce by nearly 1 in 8 employees. Social Security Administration, this administration is already at a 50-year staffing low
foaming at the mouth
due to years of underfunding, and it's serving more beneficiaries than ever. How will gutting its workforce help it to serve the American people? Well, the answer is that it doesn't, and in fact, it's very likely a move.
Ma'am, a lot of those people do absolutely fucking nothing any goddamn way. They're sitting there picking their fucking fingers and smelling their buttholes.
Move to undermine confidence.
I know I said that backwards.
So that the Trump administration can privatize it. And with that, I yield back.
Member yields back. I now recognize Ms. Moore for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you so very, very much, Mr. Chairman and ranking member and members. I am reminded of what Maya Angelou said when she said, when someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. And then, of course, Rachel Maddow, who is a news commentator on MSNBC, often says you need to watch what people do and not what they say. And I think that those are very helpful admonitions in view of this discussion here today.
Okay. This is only maybe the second time I've heard this woman speak. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. The fact that you fucking referenced Rachel fucking Maddow, I'm done with you, but okay.
We have our Republican colleagues swearing that Donald Trump will not do anything to Social Security. And, you know, from your lips to God's ears, let's hope, you know, I'm on your side. I'm hoping that you're right.
I'm just going to be completely honest with you. Ms. Moore does, from what I hear, From what I've heard from her, like I said, this is like the third time I've ever heard her speak, whatever, words. But from what I have heard, she does write her own shit. Take with that information as you will.
But we have known that Republicans have long wanted to destroy Social Security and really privatize it. As a matter of fact, former chair of this committee, my good friend Paul Ryan from Wisconsin, openly tried to privatize Social Security. My own Senator Johnson was the first person I ever heard call it a Ponzi scheme.
Johnson?
Long before Elon Musk was on the scene. And Mick Mulvaney, during the Trump 1,
I'm sorry. What?
game, long before Elon Musk was on the scene. And Mick Mulvaney, during the Trump 1 administration, who was a former chief of staff,
did you clone him? Trump 1 administration? What are we doing here? What? Ladies and gentlemen, every single one of us are more articulate than this woman, even Davey. What the fuck are we doing here, man?
testified before the Joint Economic Committee that yes, we need to go after Social Security because just like Jesse James robbed banks, it's because that's where the money is. And so I am, I'm not convinced that they're not going to do it. Musk has just basically said we need to go after entitlement spending, which he designates as Social Security and Medicare. So I think that it's important for our Republican friends not to be willfully ignorant, to be useful idiots about this. And so that's what they say. But what are they doing? Let's look at that. This CR that we passed just yesterday.
Yeah.
In order to flat fund the operations of the Social Security Administration, we would have had to have added $600 million. Instead of adding the $600 just to flat fund the agency, they cut it by an additional $100 million. That's $700 million. Watch what they do.
Hold up.
You're trying to save.
Walk it back. Walk it back.
Operations of the Social Security Administration, we would have had to have added $600 million. Instead of adding.
Okay. Under what we currently run, under what they wanted, we would have had to add $600 million instead of adding that $600 million that not a goddamn one of us have. What?
The $600 just to flat fund the agency. They cut it by.
Just a flat fund. Just like, whatever. Y'all just pay whatever. Yeah, you want it? You got it? Go.
An additional $100 million. That's $700 million. Watch what they do. You're trying to save Social Security, but you want to destroy customer service. We heard Mr. Estes, the new chairman of the subcommittee, talk about how awful the customer service is. Well, yeah, but that is part of the scheme to undermine Social Security to the point that people lose faith in it. And as a matter of fact, Martin O'Malley sent me this text. He says they just want to wreck it so they can rob it And now with this CR and the mass firings taking place at Social Security, as we speak, they are destroying customer service for the American people, driving this agency to collapse and putting at grave and serious risk the monthly benefits of 72 million Americans. That's the former commissioner of Social Security, Martin O'Malley. And then the president.
Thank you for calling the Social Security Administration office. How may I help you? Can I get your ticket number, please? Well, it seems you need to go to this department. I'm going to go ahead and connect you here. Is there anything else before I leave you with your agent? Well, give me a second. Let me get the agent on the line so I can talk to them, and I'll let them know exactly what your issue is, so that way they have more familiarity with your problem. Go over, you talk. Hey, check it out. This bitch, she wants to know why it's a little bit less this time. I understand it's a dumb shit. Hey, I'm just a ticket taker. I wish I could actually tell her, but I can't. All right, cool. I'll take it. Ma'am, I'm with such and such an agent here, and I'm just going to leave you with them at this point. They will take care of you from this point further on. Is there anything else that I can help you with? You have a good day, ma'am. People that do just exactly what I just said make more money than you do. Explain that to me. While I'm sitting there cleaning my fucking nails doing that whole thing, because I've done it before. Are you going to sit there? No. Explain why that needs to fucking happen. Those are called ticket takers, ladies and gentlemen. In the call center world, they're ticket takers. All they do is just, yeah, your name is what? Okay, ticket number. Hey, it looks like this problem needs to go here. Y'all have a good day. That's what I think of while she's making this fucking argument. Why would that be a thing? Why would that be a thing? Since everybody's got a pool of that shit, you need to have somebody just call in after they've made a fucking ticket to tell you what their problem is. They call in so somebody directs them to the correct fucking queue that they should be involved in the first fucking place since they made a goddamn ticket. Okay. That's what you want to keep.
Trump tells us that he's going to cut taxes on Social Security. Well, that really sounds great. Send people, I heard, $5,000 checks. That really sounds great. And that, of course, would help people making $20,000, $30,000 immediately, but in the long run, they would be hurt the most, and wealthy people would be helped the most. But in the meantime, it would cost the trust fund
Ma'am, just because you say that doesn't make it true, but okay.
$1.5 trillion to do that. You know, watch what they do.
Watch what they do then, right? Watch what they do then, right? What was that?
Meantime, it would
cost
cost
that out of the corner of my
the
eye.
trust fund $1.5 trillion to do that. You know, watch what they do, not what they say. Dollars to do. Trust fund $1.5 trillion to do that. You know, watch what they do, not what they say.
If I'm watching what they do and not what they say, did that not look like you just tried to lick that microphone? Turtle head style, but okay. I caught that out of the corner of my eye. I looked away because I was just like, this is so fucking annoying. And I caught that. I was like, nope. I got to touch on it.
That would undermine Social Security tremendously. The Social Security payment accuracy is about 99.8%. So I don't know how much waste, fraud, and abuse can be found in it. This really, the last point that I want to make is that Elon Musk is a tech tycoon. And I wonder what the value of this data is to him. It's immeasurable. So this is a serious.
Fucking agree. Don't fuck it up.
Conflict of interest for this man to have Social Security data when he is a tech tycoon.
You stupid bitch. He already has it. There ain't no goddamn way anybody that's ever tried to buy a Tesla product, anything from him, he does a credit check. If you've had any, even applied for anything that he fucking owns, this motherfucker's running a credit check and background on you. He has every goddamn thing already. With Twitter and everything, all these people getting paid out, and he's got bank account records because now you got to pay for certain features without it. He has it. Oh, I'm sorry, he doesn't have yours. Bullshit.
Member's time has expired.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for your indulgence, and I yield back.
I recognize
You
Mr.
dumb
Boyle to
bitch.
strike the last word.
You
for 5
fucked
minutes.
it up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Strike the last word. Mr. Chairman.
I will say this. Had you have ended your rant with a whole, oh, what was that whole, he bought Twitter for? What was that? The largest data dump, and he's pushing AI. Bitch, what you think that is? Had you have gone that route, I'd have been like, you saved yourself from oblivion. You had me. You had me for half a fucking second. And you just couldn't fucking do it. But bravo. That was actually your words from your own goddamn mouth, not your staffers. I'll admit that.
70 million Americans get Social Security. It is the most successful anti-poverty program in American history. It is sometimes called an entitlement. I prefer to call it an earned benefit. Millions of Americans throughout their working careers paid into Social Security with every paycheck.
Right, Justy. He's a billionaire.
It
Doesn't
truly
need your money.
is an earned benefit. Now, there's some who have expressed falsely the notion that somehow Social Security contributes to our national debt. It doesn't at all. In fact, right now, there is a $2.7 trillion surplus in the Social Security Trust Fund. It has been certified both by the Congressional Budget Office as well as the Social Security trustees that there is enough money in the trust fund to fully pay out benefits, 100% of benefits, today through the year 2035, so for the next decade. And
Now imagine what that means. There's enough funds right there to pay out for every single person right now on Social Security throughout the next decade. Ladies and gentlemen, with the declining birth rate, we got what was it, 2.8 people entering the workforce for every person aging out now, something like that, close to that. One, somewhere around that number versus the number when they were freaking out where it was like 2.6. But versus the numbers where they were actually saying was the height of our fucking economic power, where there were 5.8 fucking people entering the workforce for every person that was aging out. We couldn't build enough to employ everybody. So we had an unemployment crisis. Hey, what'd they do in response to that? Hey, we can't build fast enough, so stop fucking each other. Huh? I guess that campaign was effective as shit, right? Anyway.
And certainly we have enough time over the next decade to make modifications that are necessary to ensure that Social Security is fully there for generations to come. So no, the greatest threat to Social Security is not its current financing. The greatest threats to Social Security are Donald Trump and Elon Musk.
No. Greatest threat to Social Security is because of its current financing. Because if you can only pay for a fucking for 10 years, only pay those that are on Social Security now, those that will actually fall off, well, they're becoming a dime a dozen to those that actually jump on. But again, ladies and gentlemen, hearken back. All those motherfuckers that are on Social Security now, the old heads, you paid into that your entire fucking lives. Isn't that supposed to last you at least 20 years though, right? From our math, if you're good, because sometimes you can be, there are people in this country that do live to be 100 fucking years old. You shouldn't what you paid in carry you through that? Now, I'm not saying like the old ass motherfuckers who live to be longer are, well, okay, it could be a drain. Not saying any of that. What I am saying is they've borrowed so much from it that what we are paying into right fucking now will only take, if we stopped everything, will only take 10 fucking years for the people on Social Security right now. And then it's gone. So you mean to tell me that all that money that the generation before me put in to their own retirement, you squandered? Where 10 years from now, I'm sitting at 39 right now. At 49, if we stopped all funding right now at 49, the Social Security would be insolvent. I still have 16 years left to go. The math ain't math in here, Mr. Boyle.
Elon Musk recently called Social Security a Ponzi scheme.
Yes.
Not the first time, by the way, that he has used that exact term, a Ponzi scheme.
How did I just not describe a Ponzi scheme to you, ladies and gentlemen?
You know, Vice President Vance last fall explicitly said that Elon Musk would, and I quote, target Social Security, and that he has. Elon Musk has previously raised the specter
was to get the old people out of the workforce to let the younger
of
people.
Social Security.
Marlene, let me take this. I love you. Love you because you got it. Where is it? Nope. Let me bring up the YouTube chat thing with that. Oh, because it's that button. Fuck. But yeah. Where is it? Marlene. The point of Social Security was to get the old people out of the workforce to let the younger people have the jobs. You are completely correct. I have shown that document here time and time again, where even the United Nations, and that's where I get my numbers from, where I was talking about the birth rate and the people going in and out. It's fucking from the United Nations in 1995. The document was written in 2000, but in 1995, that's the records, that's the numbers they're going off of. We had like 5.8 people entering the workforce for every person that aged out. And that's what they want to get back to. But we don't have the infrastructure to hold that out. So tell me, with that information, tell me how flooding a country with millions upon millions of fucking people that you do not have the infrastructure to even to supply the citizens with their basic fucking needs. What happens when you flood millions of people, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of people into a country that already basically can't support their own people? I mean, did nobody think this through? Oh, that's right. Scenario 4 and Scenario 5. I don't want to show it again, but yeah, you get the point if you've been here for a while. Let's go back. I gotta pee.
This is also not the first time that we have heard of a Republican effort to privatize Social Security. Exactly 20 years ago, when George W. Bush won re-election, right about this moment, he said, and I quote, "I have political capital and I intend to use it." He wanted to spend that political capital on the privatization of Social Security. Fortunately, that effort was defeated. Elon Musk is not the first and won't be the last Republican to call Social Security a Ponzi scheme. There are multiple Republican members of the U.S. Senate serving right now who called it exactly that, a Ponzi scheme, one of whom went further in a legislation that every 5 years, Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid would have to be reauthorized or they would go away. That is the ultimate goal. We should be under no illusion whatsoever that this so-called DOGE effort is to identify waste or fraud. Social Security is a 99.8% accuracy rate. Private sector would do well to meet such a high rate of 99.8%. It is no wonder that Social Security is the most popular government program that we have. So on behalf of my own father and the tens of millions of Americans who rely on Social Security, who have earned that benefit, I know that we on this side of the dais will continue to speak out and defend it. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Now recognize the member from Virginia, Mr. Breyer.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, we've heard the $72 billion number a number of times. The OIG report from 2015 to 2022. That's an awful lot of money, but let's point out that's less than 1% of the money paid out over that 8-year period of time. It's still a great deal. We need to deal with it, but it's not like, show me any organization, any business operation that doesn't have 1% mistake in it, and I'll be astonished. By the way, let me also point out that during that 8-year period of time, Donald Trump was president for those 4 years, 4 of those 8 years. Look, my real deep concern is about Elon Musk's attitude about his misunderstanding of and his plans for the Social Security Administration. But let me just first begin with the absolute lack of transparency about Elon Musk himself and his many, many complicated financial interests. I just compare it to my personal experience. When I wanted to serve on the Obama transition team, 2008, I got fingerprinted for the first time. They went and talked to my employees and my neighbors. I had to file extensive background check. It took me hours to fill out hundreds of pages. When I went to Switzerland for the State Department, I was prohibited from any ties to the business I'd spent decades building in order to prevent any possible corruption. When I came here, when I owned stocks, I had to report them every single month, any activity. We have to do this extensive financial disclosure every May. For 10 years, I've bought every meal, every cup of coffee, paid every toll. Never allowed to promote any business because I'm not special. We are not special. We are servants of the public. And then you get Elon Musk, who is a very special case. He is the greatest possibility for corruption by far in American history. And don't get me started on Tesla advertisements on the White House lawn. My constituents depend on Social Security, not just as an earned entitlement to support them after retirement, but as an agency they expect to work with when we need it. Every year I go to our Social Security office to visit, pump them up, and I'm so impressed with how hard everyone is working. Everyone's busy the entire time. So closing offices and messing with the system.
Didn't Elon already have security clearance? Yes. He has government contracts. Yes, he has a security clearance. You have to clear the CEO of a company to clear them for business for the government. Yes. Yes, Rhonda. As a matter of fact, there was an actual case against him because he wouldn't hire undocumented workers into government contracts.
People have paid into their entire lives, closing without full transparency. It's just crazy. I can't imagine a need to access Social Security payment information in this manner, short of trying to dismantle the agency. We've heard again and again that Musk thinks it's a Ponzi scheme. But look, if someone's messing with my money, I want full transparency of what they're doing.
And the Trump Mass Vance administration has the Silicon Valley perspective of move fast and break it. But that doesn't work with the federal government. It doesn't work with the social administration. And if the goal is to derail and dismantle the Trump Social Security, Trump shouldn't hide that. My Republican friends have again said today they have no intention of doing that. But when Musk and Trump close offices, fire employees, make it harder to get the phone answered, make it longer to get an appointment, when they destroy people's confidence in the most important anti-poverty program in the history of mankind, what else are we to conclude? If they can make Social Security dysfunctional, why not turn over the $2.7 trillion of assets to private sector where it can generate huge profits for a handful of money managers? This inquiry supports bringing all those actions to light. And if my Republican friends are not ashamed, they should support this simple inquiry.
Holy shit.
I yield back.
The hand movement at the last of it almost mimicked what he was doing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You know, when President Trump got elected, he promised to change the status quo.
Now, I was just doing my shit like I was speaking, you know. This is actually how I'm looking when I'm doing Rhonda's reads, and I'll just be like, all right, so you do agree with me that this would be this. Like, I'm acting it out as I'm reading these things. But as I'm doing that without speaking, I just like, hey, Hakeem Jeffries, let's pull that. And I started doing this, and it was almost spot on to how he was moving. I was like, you son of a bitch.
Quo and bring accountability to D.C. And that starts with an in-depth review of the agencies, including Social Security, that pay trillions of dollars a year out. DOJ employees are subject to the same legal penalties, and I want to make sure that we are understanding that because we've seen a lot of unsubstantiated charges today. But they are subject to the same legal penalties and fines for improper disclosure of sensitive information as every other Social Security Administrator employee. In fact, the acting commissioner of Social Security affirmatively stated that DOJ personnel cannot make changes to agency systems, benefit payments, or other information. They only have read access. DOJ personnel must follow the law, and if they violate the law, they will be deferred to the Department of Justice for possible persecution. The status quo is no longer acceptable, and Americans voted for change, and President Trump is delivering. In fact, we've heard some complaints today about the level of quality of customer service. I would have them know that I've got great news for my colleagues who requested information about the service provided by Social Security's National 800 number. Okay. Not only does the Social Security Administration already publicly post up-to-date information on the performance of that 1-800 number, but including information asked in the ROI, but that information is showing significant improvement since the service delivery lows under the Biden administration. I asked for unanimous consent to submit for the record a chart from the SSA's website showing that the 800 number's average speed of an answer for this fiscal year is 21.6 minutes. This is down, by the way, from 35.8 minutes during the Biden.
Hold up. So you have factual proof that moving into an area is saying, bitch, tell me what you do here. When you have that conversation, and then you find out that just like at Twitter, the 75% of your workforce can go and it still runs just as good, if not a little better at that point in time before all the cyber attacks actually happened. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Their calls went from over 30 minutes to down to 20 fucking 1 or something like that. And they're still cutting them up. Nope. Everybody's playing on board. They ain't sitting there cleaning their fucking nails like I was doing while I was doing that little fucking mock call. And that's been years for me.
Administration. So I would hope that all of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will be thanking President Trump. But I also want to talk about some of the most egregious and easily provable lie that we've heard on this side, that President Trump wants to get rid of or deduct from Social Security, wants to reduce Social Security. President Trump has promised to increase the efficiency and accountability of Washington Washington's bureaucracy. It is a fact that waste, fraud, and abuse exist at the Social Security Administration. Fact, the Social Security Administration made an estimate of $72 billion.
Carolyn. Is Blondie one of us or a demtard? You listen and make that determination yourself right now.
And improper payments between 2015 and 2022. It exists. We know that it exists. The Social Security's Office of the Inspector General found that. President Trump has repeatedly stated that he will fight for Social Security. President Trump has repeatedly stated that he will protect Social Security. And President Trump has repeatedly stated that he will not cut Social Security. House Republicans stand with President Trump's commitment to preserving and strengthening Social Security benefits for seniors that they count on. But in addition to that, I don't want to just talk for the president because we have all heard him say it numerous times, but let the president's words speak for themselves.
Touched. Other than this fraud or something, we're going to find it's going to be strengthened, but won't be touched. Medicare, Medicaid, none of that stuff is going to be touched. Nothing. Social Security will not be touched. It'll only be strengthened. I'm not going to touch Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. Now we're going to get fraud out of there. You know, look, Social Security won't be touched. Other than this fraud or something, we're going to.
So I don't know how many times the man has to say it. He has repeated it publicly a number of times. If you go to the White House website, they have it published a number of times. I keep hearing this lie over and over again. They know it's wrong. I would really hope that we could all work and want to have it be more effective, a more efficient program, and that's what we're here to do. And I would hope that I can get my other colleagues on the other side of the aisle to agree with that. And with that, I yield.
Now, see, there are sleepers in damn near every single fucking hearing I listen to. Some of them were your enemies not too long ago. Yeah, you could say that they're just trying to stay in office. But again, just like I said with Cuomo, just like I said with Lemon, just like I said with Anna Kasparian, listen to what the fuck they're saying. Because even if they want to shell back, which I don't see Anna Kasparian actually fucking doing, but even if they want to shell back, that's what Cuomo's there for. He's going to raise such a thing until the media says, shut the fuck up. I mean, he's doing better now that he's with, what, News Nation and fucking Valuetainment? He's doing better than he did before, but he's still there whipping, boy. And I fucking love it. But there's sleepers everywhere in government, left and fucking right. There's sleepers everywhere in government. Some of them just don't get the recognition that they deserve because this one isn't a sleeper. This one has been able to dodge arrows too. I don't understand how she's done it yet. I get it how Anna Paulina Luna did it. But I don't understand how she did it. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know this woman. You never really heard her until this comes up. Maybe you do. The things she says in the halls of Congress are just like Anna Paulina Luna. Just that forceful, that direct. I'm saying what I want to say. Nancy Mace brings it to a little bit of a dirtier aspect until you got all the way down to Marjorie Taylor Greene, who wears her balls on her fucking chest. I mean, she fights like a man. I'm not going to lie. She fights dirty as fuck. But I feel like I would put her right behind Luna. Only because this woman is not as effective as Luna is. And I fucking hate it. I've heard her talk more often. I'm not going to say more often than not, but I've heard her talk a lot. And it sounds like she's actually listening not only to her constituents, but to the fucking country as a whole. And that's what you're supposed to be doing on a federal level. Yeah, you're supposed to be shilling for your constituents, but as a whole, your constituents should not be the ones running the fucking country. I'm sorry. You would, on a federal level, you have to think and shill for your constituents, but you have to consider everybody else as how you are voting. That's the way it's supposed to fucking be. That's what happens when you leave state and you go to federal. Because once you leave state and you go to federal, you are beholden and responsible, and you owe answers to every single person that falls under that federal banner. But again, I don't understand how she's been able to slide through without somebody trying to be a bitch to her. Bravo.
Member yields. I now recognize Mr. Evans for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
I move to strike the last word. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for calling this makeup today for us to address two important resolutions which demands transparency in the federal government. I know my Republican colleagues are big fans of government transparency, so I expect they will vote in favor of these resolutions. Over the weekend, I held a town meeting, thousands of constituents in my district. During my town hall, numerous constituents submitted questions regarding the treatment that the Trump administration
I'm not going to do it.
to Social Security.
I'm not going to
Many
do
of my
it.
constituents wanted to know what Congress is doing to protect the information from Trump, Musk, and their hackers that are taking over the government. The answer to them is that this bill is what the government is doing. By paying the resolution of inquiry, Congress will be able to demand answers from the administration on how American data being illegally retrieved from addressing the Social Security Administration and is being restricted on how service and payment to
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm doing it. Fuck it. I don't know where this guy comes from, but this is 100% indicative of that story we brought up a while back, where in Illinois itself, specifically in Chicago, the main ones that failed was in Chicago, where over 30 fucking schools, not a goddamn child could read and write on their grade level. In 30 fucking schools, most of them in Chicago. I'm not saying he's from Chicago. I don't know where the fuck the dude is from. But can we admit our education system is failing at least?
Social Security recipients will be impacted. I think it would be a no-brainer that this committee would want more information on how our constituents are being served and how the official handling this information are being honored.
I feel bad for that.
A vote against this resolution is a vote to protect Donald Trump and Mr. Musk and vote against protecting the American people.
I actually do. I feel bad for that rant.
Mr. Chairman, there's probably no more significant issue, as you heard the members talking about Social Security and what it means. All of us stand behind it, particularly on the Democratic side, because for what it's done, it's an earned benefit. It's something people need.
I want to walk something. I apologize to Mr. Evans for that. I really do, personally. I don't know how I feel about this. I really fucking don't. I feel like this is somehow borderline abusive to me somehow. I just don't know how, but
Need. So I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to yield.
I don't know how.
To Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Evans,
But it
for
just
yielding.
feels
I just
wrong.
want to point out that was mentioned by one of our colleagues that the President Trump has made all these pledges and promises to protect Social Security, and we shouldn't be worried.
I do know how. I just don't want to play that
But we
route.
are worried because, you know, his right-hand person is calling it a Ponzi scheme. Republican members of Congress have bills to do away with it and to privatize it and to let it phase out. This is terribly concerning. And I want to point out that all of these promises that then candidate Trump made, that we're hearing about from our friends on the other side of the dais, none of those were.
I'm sorry, I have that itch to interject one more damn time, but I'm just say this. You went to a federal level. My respect only goes so far as to how you act and how you vote on a federal level. Hey, anything goes as long as it's funny, right? But funny is subjective.
A promise to privatize Social Security, and that's what he's talking about now.
I'm trying to walk
It's been
that
pointed
line.
out that he's against waste, fraud, and abuse. Well, we're all against waste, fraud, and abuse. But the fact of the matter is, the Trump administration is firing federal prosecutors across the country, threatening to impeach any judges that don't agree with him. And it looks to me like if there's a big void in this fraud area, if there's all this fraud that's being being discovered, why aren't there charges being filed? Fraud is against the law. And if someone breaks the law, you file charges against them. I haven't seen any fraud charges being brought up after all this investigative work.
It's just another thing they won't
waste-
show. Lenny Malley says too many retarded people in government with 3 anger faces. You are right.
We've seen the result of all of the reported waste, the waste of people 350 years old
It got Marlene,
collecting
too.
Social Security benefits. We already know that that's just
Democrats
not only a
are
false claim, but
against
it's
waste,
a
fraud, and
laughable
abuse. That's
claim.
news to me.
So I'm not sure where this waste is. If there is waste, let's work together to do away with it. And as far as abuse, the most abuse that I've seen so far is the abuse that our constituents
Even
who
though
rely on
marijuana is
Social
legal in
Security
Nevada, I would still
and
lose my job if
Medicare
I tested
and
positive.
Our
Correct.
Medicaid are experiencing right now. That's very
Because-
abusive what's going on.
Because on a federal level, because governments deal with on a federal level, it is still a Schedule 1 drug. It has no medicinal purposes. I don't want to go too much into this right now because I've been trying like hell with Gothics. She's the worst at actually getting a date to where I can actually talk to her. But once we do, she has this thing about marijuana. And she says that it doesn't help people. Like, it's just a Band-Aid. She has the idea that there is no medicinal purpose behind it. But I know a lot of people who have the same issue as I have. And I guess you can classify it as ADD, but it's not that. My mind is racing all the fucking time. When I describe it, it sounds like ADD, but it is not that, because I can take pills for ADD and it gives me ADD. But my mind is constantly racing up. I'm always thinking of like hundreds of thousands. I'm not going to say hundreds of thousands of things, but I'm always thinking about tens of things, like dozens of things at a time, right? And all this shit is just racing through my mind while I'm just going about my day, doing the normal task and everything. All this stuff is progressing to where the fact that when I do things like this is really why this is coming to it as well. To where when I do this, I can slow down all that processing just enough to make it streamline into something fucking really coherent. But yeah. It's why I do it, because in the background and everything that I'm running, Like, my brain is the processor, and everything that I'm running is just like constantly fucking going. So when it has to focus on something, I need that little help to pull back. It's not ADD. I don't know what the fuck it is, but my mind is overactive as fuck. And it comes out, especially when I'm reading. Especially with Rhonda, the group of just Rhonda over there. We already fucking know this. When I'm reading, and I just start getting into it. I'm not into the character or anything just yet. I'm not into the flow of it. When I'm reading, I'll start going like a sentence or two ahead because I'm reading too fast and my mouth can't keep up with it, where I'm literally mixing up words mid-sentence between the readings. It's fucking weird. So I had to force myself to read a lot slower. Look at that. I got a Cali. I had to force myself to read a lot slower in these things, and it's fucking weird, but yeah. Just some backroom shit for just Rhonda. Let's continue.
On. I yield back to balance my time.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Mr. Snyder for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last
I
word.
do, Justy.
I'm proud to join my Democratic colleagues today to support
take time out
H.Res.
just to clear my
195
mind
to
for a
compel
while.
the Trump administration to provide to this body all information pertaining to Elon Musk and his Department of Government
thank you,
Efficiency's attacks on the Social Security Administration. I can tell you my constituents are writing,
now
calling, pleading.
Now
They're
you see what
profoundly
I'm doing.
concerned
Like
about
when
what
I'm doing the show, this is how I'm
DOGE or
actually
DOGE
reading
is doing
this.
to Social Security.
So when I'm talking like this, as I normally
Maybe there's
do,
a good plan, but they don't know.
I'm actually
and the words
doing this
we're
in the
hearing.
reading.
Elon Musk calling it a Ponzi scheme.
That's why my camera's
give
off.
legitimate reason for concern. The American people deserve to know what DOGE is doing, whether it is strengthening or undermining Social Security and the safety net in this country. Social Security is an earned benefit. Period, stop. After a lifetime of hard work, millions of current and future retirees are counting on their Social Security benefits that they worked for, they paid for, that they have earned. I didn't think that I would have to sit in this hearing room and make the case to my Republican colleagues, but we must do everything we can to protect Social Security. 40+ years ago, Congress worked together to strengthen Social Security for the next generations. That burden is falling on us, and unfortunately, we are turning our back and abdicating our responsibilities, Congress's responsibilities, acquiescing to the demands of an unelected oligarch. Social Security is under direct threat from
Muffin
Elon
says
Musk
this
and
has to
DOGE.
be the longest
The
circle
millions
jerk
of
I've heard
workers
so
who
far.
have followed the rules for their
All
entire
hearing is
careers
blabbering
and paid into
balderdash.
the system
Not a
deserve to
goddamn
trust
bit
that
of
their
it has
hard-earned
been about
benefits
putting
will not be
screens
cut by
that
an
show the
unelected
debt.
oligarch. My Republican colleagues today will tell you that the Trump administration will not hurt Social Security and benefits. We even heard a recording of the president's voice.
Not a goddamn bit of this. Not a fucking bit of this has been about putting screens in the main room for House Appropriations and the Budget Committee. But this is what the bill is about. Not a single bit of this. We will get to something more substantial, but I just, this one was perfect. Muffin pointed this one out to me. I think it was Muffin pointed this one out to me in the Discord, and the dude freaking out, and I was like, I got to hear it. And then I started hearing about this, and I was like, okay, let me look up H.Res. 127, H.Res. 195. What the fuck are they talking about with these? Why is this an argument? That's what the bills are. To tell the president to give me everything you got on COVID, and to put screens in the House Appropriations, House Appropriations main meeting hall, and the Budget Committee's main meeting hall. So that way it shows the debt whenever they are doing their shit. That's what these bills are about, ladies and gentlemen. Why is any of this a thing? Oh, you got no arguments for or against any of this shit, so you just got to bloviate? Like, this is your taxpayer dollars at work, and like I say, it's left and right, ladies and gentlemen. But I get it. The right has to actually answer back with that shit because they're just like, oh, yeah, I'm asking. Fuck, you're dumb. Stop. Just shut the fuck up. Stop. But this is why I wouldn't be one of those people, because I'd just be like, I don't know what anybody's talking about in this, because apparently we're supposed to be talking about, let me check my notes here. Putting screens in the House Appropriations main hall and the Budget Committee's main hall that show the fucking debt clock right there above your chat, ladies and gentlemen. I'm doing their job for them. Where's my pay? All that hundreds of millions of dollars that you would actually fucking do, Mr. Schneider. Can you throw it my direction? Because I'm already doing it for you, motherfucker. Shit.
And that the Democrats are needlessly causing panic or obsessed with Elon Musk. Let me be clear. I would love to never...
How about this? How about this? In all this fucking YouTube shit you guys got going on with your fucking hearings, how about somebody... You pass a bill that somebody just put an overlay, like the browser source that I did in my OBS, just put that as an overlay right there in the top corner right there. It hasn't actually interrupted anybody else's shit as far as it's been there. So everything else can go the fuck away except for that on every fucking committee that everybody puts out and anything. As if it goes live, that shows. How hard is that?
Never think or hear from Elon Musk ever again. I wish I could count on the president to be true to his words. History has shown otherwise. This week I had a telephone town hall, and I promise you that the people on that town hall are frightened about the actions of Elon Musk and the false promises of President Trump. They are scared that their benefits are at risk. I wish I could provide them the comfort and confidence that Social Security is safe. But sadly, that's not the world we're living in today. Elon Musk thinks Social Security, and again I am quoting, is the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time. And he's the one in the driver's seat.
Hold on, here's the thing. I could even actually do their YouTubes and shit, their little live streams that they do to YouTube. I could do them one fucking better. I can have the fucking debt clock running. I can have these tickers here going right here for just more information about who's voting on what bills were passed through what fucking house. I can do everything better than what you're doing right the fuck now. And I wouldn't even play any party games with it. Other than maybe once in a while telling you to shut the fuck up in a Chiron.
Benefits that are earned by people working and paying into a system.
I just fucked up my job opportunity.
Elon Musk has said that the fraud in Social Security is the big one to eliminate. I agree we should eliminate fraud. We should work to eliminate waste. We can all agree that there are improvements to be made in the federal government, and processes can always be made more efficient to better serve the American people. That's not what DOGE is doing. In my home state of Illinois, we have 2.3 million Social Security beneficiaries.
Okay.
People who rely on their Social Security income
How many
that
are
they
actually
paid
alive?
for and earned to make ends meet, to give them the security and a dignified
2.2
retirement.
million?
They want good customer service. We talked about it here. One of my colleagues
I
said
want
that,
good
hey,
customer service.
we're
21
improving
minutes.
customer service. Well, DOGE is planning to close Social Security field
And that's
offices
down.
and hearing offices and reduce staff. That's not going to improve service.
It
What
has.
impact will that have on the 70 million Americans who receive Social Security benefits?
They get their
Rather
calls
than
answered
improving
faster,
service, these actions
apparently.
will undermine Social Security's ability to serve beneficiaries and deliver payments on time with certainty. And that's just
The
wrong.
faster your calls are
Social
answered,
Security
the
is a
faster your
sacred
things
trust.
will be
It is
on
the
time.
foundation of our economic security. The American people deserve to know what
Yeah.
the administration is planning for the future of Social Security and the
Yeah.
Social Security Administration and what impact that will have on their benefits. I urge my colleagues
Or get
on
'em
both
faster.
sides of the aisle to support this resolution, simply asking for transparency, for information about what the administration is doing to an earned benefit Americans have worked hard for. If it's true, as my Republican colleagues say, that Musk is no threat to the system, let this resolution prove us wrong. And if, as we believe, Musk has plans to privatize, to minimize, to reduce, and ultimately eliminate Social Security, we should know that as well. The American people deserve to know the truth. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back and now recognized from Florida, Mr. Bean.
I love the green screen. Just have no words for that retardation right there at the end. I really don't.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. A very good afternoon to you. Good afternoon, Ways and Means Committee.
I will admit this, Jennifer. This is why I want to do like members only content. Like we can do the. Oh, I'm gonna show it. I'm gonna show it. Where is it? Was it in the general or promote? No, it was in the general, wasn't it? Yeah. This one. This is what I was thinking. Like, we can do shows where one person is, like me and Davey are talking, or Davey and Scott's talking, or me and Scott's talking, but everybody's included. So if it's me and Davey talking, Scott is doing the producing. You bring this here, right here. All right. While we're doing the show, it wasn't planned for me to hit the button. He just hit it while I'm doing a little rant. You could have some gif of somebody just like, because I stand here and do this in kind of one spot. He can literally just implant a gif of a dude just fucking my face. And I wouldn't know until I watched the show back. Because the producer has full video control as we're trying to talk about this thing. The background, whatever I'm using as a background, can flip out to whatever the fuck they want it to be in that situation. And we're just sitting here trying to have a conversation talking about these things. We don't know because all we see in our own screens is just green on him, right? We don't know what we see in the background, what the producer actually throws in until we watch it back. That. And we can play things like, here we go. Things like this. Wait a minute, let me pull it back for this one. Because I like this one. This one was funny as shit.
There seems to be some activity out there, and we've got our man on the scene, Colin, to tell us all about it. Colin!
Oh.
Colin, can you hear us? Pardon? I have never seen anything like that in my entire life.
Me neither. I'd be staring at this. I have been looking at this for the last 5 hours, and I just can't take my eyes off it.
It's a sad, sad sight indeed, Colin.
It certainly is.
How did it start?
It all started with a
Absolutely
badly
not.
timed
The
ball
muffin.
joke.
But yeah, shit like that. Or like members only content and everything. That's kind of what I want to bring to you guys. Just us having fun doing things like that. You know, maybe even we do a show kind of like what me and Davey do or me and Scott do kind of situation. But again, the producer has full visual control. It does whatever you see is to their own imagination in whatever point in time. That's what I want to bring. I think that'll be great. We got to get all that worked out. We got to make sure everybody's up to speed with it and can do these things the way I'm thinking of doing it. Because it would take me, Scott, and Davey learning all this shit. But I think it would be great. Anyway, let's go back.
We agree. There is something that these two sides that keep going back and forth agree on. The American people are scared and confused, and there's one reason why they are scared and confused about Social Security.
This motherfucker's name is
These
Mr. Bean.
folks on the left of me keep saying falsely that President Trump and these Republicans want to cut, privatize or eliminate Social Security. It is simply not true. When you bang your hand on the dais and you raise your
When I
voice
bang my what?
to scare the American people and confuse them, I don't think it does us any good. Because I'm going to tell you the truth, American people. I don't know what camera to look at if I'm looking directly at the American people. The American people need to know this town, our government, is addicted to spending. They're addicted to spending, and we are an addict of spending. Both parties. Both parties have abused it.
Yes.
Both parties have overspent. And now our promise to the American people to always give you your money through Social Security is in jeopardy. In 9 years, if we don't make changes in 9 years, 2034, changes will come automatically, and these benefits will be adjusted downward. And that's the last thing that President Trump, this committee, Chairman Smith, Chairman Estes, who showed us last week in a slideshow that's really terrifying, that we have to make changes. So we're gonna have to cut ourselves off. It's like an addict realizing that changes are gonna have to be made. We bring in an auditor who points out all of this crazy spending, and because some people can't defend the crazy spending found, their playbook is the only card to play is to blame the auditor. It's almost as if we owned a store that was robbed. Elon Musk watches the video and says, here's who stole from you. And then we say, oh my gosh, I can't believe he looked at the videotape. He had no authority to look at the videotape of who robbed me. So people, we have to come together. And I want you to know your words have consequences. You have vilified Elon Musk, who's working for free. He is a government employee, but he's working for free. I've got 2 articles of massive attacks nationwide on Elon Musk's Tesla program and dealerships. And Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I've got a CBS News article, Molotov cocktails, arson, graffiti across the nation, as well as an online edition of Order in Courts of all of the things that are happening to charging stations across the United States. And without objection, I ask that they be entered into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
So we're addicted to spending. We got to cut ourselves off. Now, I know we keep hearing Elon Musk is unelected. He's unelected. Let me tell you who is unelected. Whoever was using Biden's auto pen for the last 4 years, that is who is unelected. I've heard some history stories this morning. I'm going to give you the history, the real history of the last time we came together to solve problems. Let me tell you who did it. It was, how about this? It was Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton and Newt Gingrich from both sides of the political spectrum came together, and they passed the last balanced budget. And how about this? Bill Clinton did.
Hold up. That was in the rando politics. RP gave us that. RP gave us that whole little thing about how Bill Clinton didn't balance the budget.
Did it through the elimination of 428,000 employees, and he did it through $25,000 buyouts. He offered buyouts for federal employees, and so that is the playbook of how we can get it done. Let me tell you, American people, I'm looking at you, and I'm making an honest plea to this committee and everybody watching. If we're going to solve it, maybe we need to go to a room where there's no cameras, and we can be honest that we're going broke. We have an addiction to spending, and it's just hard to realize that that can't continue. We're on an unsustainable path. That is the dangerous existential threat to our country. It's just that we're spending ourselves into oblivion. So finally, we're realizing we've got a government we can't afford, we've got employees we can't afford, and we are finally right-sizing. I know it hurts. I know it hurts, but if we're going to be the land of the free for our children and grandchildren, then we must make these hard decisions right now. Stand with me, Democrats. Stand with me, Republicans. And let's go forward for the American people. Get this job done for our kids and grandkids. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and I recognize from California, Mr. Panetta.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. To my colleague and good friend from Florida, Mr. Bean.
If you can't sign, you
look,
can't be
man,
president. I mean,
the fact is that the Clinton administration had a plan. That's all we're asking for. We just want to see the plan. That's the intent of this resolution
a
right
little
here.
blue dress with a white
It's
stain.
very straightforward.
Yes,
and more
Justy.
importantly, it's desired
I don't
and
give a
it's
shit about that
demanded
now.
by my
I never
constituents
give a
in
shit about
California's
that. You
19th
got a
congressional
blowjob?
district.
Fuck it.
All it would do would require the administration to provide Congress with details about what the heck Elon Musk and Doge is doing in their accessing of sensitive information at the Social Security Administration. All we're asking for is transparency, and this inquiry would do that by requiring information about the actions taken by Doge to reduce staff and shut down offices at the Social Security Administration. We are asking because these actions directly impact the delivery of benefits to all of our constituents. Now, in my district alone, over 140,000 people receive Social Security benefits, with 282 million in monthly benefits. That's 120,000 retirees, 5,000 children, and 8,000 disabled workers. To get those benefits, my constituents need a Social Security Administration that is responsive, that's prompt, and just able to do its dang job. Now, I agree, we'll have to do something about the Social Security Administration. If we don't have serious conversations about it, about how we shore it up, about how we fix it, we got to do that, because if we don't, we lose it by 2034. Something needs to be done. But that something is not putting it in the wood chipper without a plan. Because if you...
What about a wood chipper without a plan? Diddy? Drake? Epstein? What about a wood chipper without a plan?
If you allow Elon Musk to do that,
I'm sorry, that's
then
not where you were going with it, but
will be held accountable. Now, one of the things that I pride myself on, and I think if you're a good member of Congress, all of us pride ourselves on this, is casework, making the federal government work for people at a personal level. That's what inspired me to run for Congress, because I heard about it throughout my life. This is how we are doing our jobs that we can then affect people's lives for the better.
Dude, they are uncovering
When they
waste,
have an
fraud,
issue
and
with the
abuse.
federal
Pay the
government,
fuck
when it
attention.
comes to the
Yes.
services of the federal government that they have earned, they come to us. IRS, veterans, passports, immigration, and of course, Social Security. They rely on us to help them with that. And since I've been in office, we have worked on thousands and thousands of cases related to Social Security. And I'm proud to say that when it comes to Social Security, we have had numerous success stories for people who come to us after struggling to get answers. So we get the inquiry. We get on the horn.
of course they're catching
and we
that one,
push
Nutty.
the agencies to get them to do the right thing, to get to yes for our constituents.
Oh,
we
they
highlight
didn't.
the issue, we push the issue, and there are
It's
people
in the live
there to
chat,
help us solve
but
the
not
issue.
on the screen.
Now, unfortunately,
Wow.
this administration is doing the exact opposite. It's putting the Social Security Agency in a wood chipper by cutting the people and gutting the systems that help us, that help our constituents get their earned benefits. They want to decimate it. They want to tear it down, and eventually it looks like that they want to privatize it. They are doing this by planning to close nearly 50 field offices and slashing the Social Security workforce by 12%. They have not provided evidence to prove that this can be done without impacting benefits. If anything, they are proving the opposite. Closing field offices means longer travel times and less help for people looking for guidance. Reducing the workforce means fewer people to review disability claims, hear appeals, answer phones, and sort through the paperwork required to claim survivor benefits. Last year, Social Security call wait times were actually improving and reduced to 13 minutes. This year, they're already back to...
Yo, hold up. This motherfucker has a lot of green screen experience. Not gonna lie. You know how I know? His hands aren't doing this. When you see my hands out here, you can see that little fuzz on the outline of my fingers, but you can't see it here. So if I'm sitting here doing this, you see the outline right there with my hand extended, but you don't see the outline on this one. You are your own backdrop when it comes to something like this, unless you have like badass fucking lighting and perfect fucking lighting, which I do not have. You are your own backdrop in this. This motherfucker has a lot of green screen experience.
To doubling that time at over a half hour. What's worse is that as a part of these cuts by DOGE, the acting Social Security Commissioner, Leland Dudek, said himself that outsiders who are unfamiliar with the nuances of the Social Security programs are making decisions and they will make mistakes. Mr. Chairman, mistakes could have terrible consequences for our constituents, for your constituents, and for the access of benefits that they have earned.
You don't see the outline around my hand.
Members of Congress is to conduct oversight. That means asking the administration basic questions.
Why
about
is it
what
right
they're
here
doing
at
with
his chest?
taxpayer resources
Why is it
and
always
why
like
these
this?
actions have been taken. Like I said,
Very few
I think
times
many
does
of
he
you,
get out
all
of
of
his
us, are
own
proud
background.
of the casework we do when we make government work for people. But when those services stop or get reduced, the least that we can do is live up to our responsibility as members of Congress to find out why, how, and what. We're asking for it, but let me tell you, our constituents, your constituents, are demanding it. So it's well past time that we stop abdicating our constitutional responsibilities and start pushing back on this administration, Elon Musk, and DOGE. We fight to ensure that our
Imagine what
constituents
I
get
could
those
do with
services.
this kind of
Let's
shit.
fight to keep those services, especially when it comes to Social Security. We can do that by supporting this resolution of inquiry and report it favorably. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back and now recognize Ms. Delbene for 5
Oh
minutes.
no,
to
that
strike
was
the last word.
practice. That
Thank
was
you, Mr.
fucking
Chairman.
practice.
I yield my time to Mr. Larson.
I thank the gentlelady from Washington. And I would, Mr. Chairman, like to submit for the record, in fact, it just came.
Yeah, make a point. Mr. Larson, he's already been out of the way. He's already done all this kind of shit. Like, even with my arm extended, I know I got some flabby ass fucking arms and it's all whatever. Fuck you. I don't care. Even with this, you can still see the green screen. Y'all know I'm using a green screen, but you can still see it around my arm. You can tell the ones that have training, the ones that have actually done shit for that kind of content versus the ones that actually haven't. That's one thing I actually have noticed in here, because the ones that keep their movements just like me, like literally, this is a 4 foot by 4 foot section with my camera. Like, I got 4 foot. From this point to this point is like 4 foot of fucking room for me. So I have to work in this environment. So for me to do that, I have to take things kind of close. Like, everything has to be close to the chest like this to keep it in. Unless I just want to go all over the place and I'm all out of bounds and out of frame and everything like that. You see what I'm doing. That training. Is that training behind a camera, things like what I am doing that I have noticed in a lot of these motherfuckers. I'm going to take a piss.
Came out that
Take with that information as you will,
under the
because I
title
don't know
of
how to feel about that.
Democracy Dies in Darkness. Social Security facing pressure from DOGE weighs big cuts to phone service. You question why we want to have Elon Musk in front of us. And here, the very group that he's leading is pressuring people to do away with the phone service. As Mr. Panetta just mentioned, his constituents are responding, as are all of our constituents.
Pursuant to the unanimous consent request that's so ordered.
Pardon?
Unanimous consent so ordered.
Thank you for, and continuing with this article, because I think it's very relevant to the discussion here and should be part of the record. It would take me 10 minutes to read it. But it deserves to be here, along with, we've heard today a lot about facts. Here's the facts. Here's the truth. There are over 70 million Americans who rely on Social Security. 10,000 baby boomers a day become eligible for Social Security. There has been no adjustment to Social Security in over 50 years. 5 million of your fellow Americans get below poverty level checks from Social Security, having paid into it all their lives. Most of them are women, and of them, most of them are women of color. For close to 50% of all Americans, Social Security is the main thing they have. The genius of Franklin Delano Roosevelt is still with us today. It is the safety net for capitalism that you guys should be joining with us to make sure that we preserve and extend and provide that opportunity where you have an environment where you can take risk, knowing that there's a safety net there for the very people who work hard and play by the rules every day to make that investment. I yield my remaining of my time to Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. So my friend, Mr. Bean, pointed out a couple of things that I think are really important. So let's take a look at the record. In 1981, President Reagan presided over a substantial tax cut. In 1982, President Reagan looked at the tax cut and said, no, 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 it's too much, we have to revisit it, which he did. In 1990, President Bush Sr., after having made a pledge at a Republican National Convention, based on what he thought were the facts at the time, came back and looked at the facts in 1990 and changed his mind. In 1993, Bill Clinton, he decided that there had to be cuts and revenue increases. In 1997, again, it took place. I would also point out that the Republican leader at the time, Bob Michael, a distinguished member of Congress and a really nice guy, by the way, he went along with it. What President Bush wanted to do, and then subsequently what came to be the balanced budgets, took place 4 times. I don't understand for the life of me how we can say that we're about to add, over the objections of this side, $4 trillion to the national debt through tax cuts and say that's going to give us a balanced budget. The logic escapes all of us. So let's take Reagan, Bush, and Clinton twice and use those models for getting to what we all would like, and that's a more balanced budget picture.
I recognize Mr. Arrington. 5 minutes to strike the last one.
I thank the chairman. Every dime that is wasted in the Social Security Administration and administrating the benefits to our beloved seniors, and quite frankly, any government program, is a dime that doesn't go to the intended beneficiary, to people that depend on these programs. And in the case of Social Security, every dime that we're not vigilant, every dime of waste that we're not vigilant about rooting out shortens the solvency of the Social Security Trust Fund, which now has a fuse of 8 years before every senior, every retiree that depends on that safety net will take an automatic 20% cut. And that's indisputable. We all agree with that. So unless and until both sides come together to act.
And just did something incredibly fucking stupid. Okay, so this is my little vape thing, right? I can get these cartridges just literally magnetically pop on. This was charging. I don't know if we can see it. Can we bring it up to camera? There's 3 prongs in this area right here, right? I had touched all three while it was charging and got shocked. I'm a dumbass. And this is why I have nothing to do with anything more than low voltage. Because I will stick my finger in it. Go back.
Actually fixed the broken Social Security system so it's there and sustainable for generations, we ought to do the first order of business, and that is reducing and eliminating wasteful spending and inefficiencies in the program. I don't think there's a senior in America that would not support that. And look, if this were about just merely having a plan, we just want to know, this is just an innocent request for
It's why
a
I
little more
don't deal with
information
high
and
voltage.
transparency, then there wouldn't be this rhetoric about they're decimating the program, they're gutting the program, they're utterly destroying the program. I don't believe you right now. I don't believe that it is this sincere attempt to just understand what the plan is, because the
Love you
rhetoric
too, Tony Hay.
isn't consistent with that. It's rhetoric that is scaring our seniors. In fact, I think it's predatory. And it is not productive to the end of having us work together. And we both know, both sides know this, because I know my friend Mr. Larson has a plan. But when the Democrats had full control from top to bottom of this town, they didn't put that plan on the floor. They didn't advance it. Now, you were willing to do it. I appreciate your leadership. I don't like your plan, but you had the courage to put it forward. We all should accept the reality,
There you go,
political
Shane.
reality, that it's going to take both sides to do it.
There
Just
is
like
talk about
with
pushing
Reagan
the
and Tip
retirement
O'Neill.
age to 70
Let me finish
now.
my point, if I may.
Because people are living longer.
This is not going to help us get there. This is why this place is broken, and this is why it's nearly impossible for both sides to come together, because the baseball bat, the political baseball bat, is taken out so easily and quickly to
Keister
beat
Bunny.
the other side when they're
100%
trying to
correct.
do the right thing. The
TLDR
president said he's not going to touch the benefits,
too
he's
much
going to
Dems.
protect it.
Yes.
But in every program.
But here's the thing. And this is why I actually wanted to highlight this, Easter Bunny. This is about putting a fucking screen in the House Appropriations Committee, in the House Budget Committee. I know the chat's cutting it off. This is putting a screen in the House Appropriations Committee and the House Budget Committee's main fucking halls that show just exactly what I am showing above the fucking chat now. This is what they are arguing over. Does any of that make sense as far as this bill is concerned?
And in every way it's being poorly managed, and dollars are misspent and misappropriated, and there's waste, and the taxpayers and the beneficiaries are being defrauded. He's going to be vigilant. His colleagues like Elon Musk and others who've been tasked with this will be diligent, and so will we. That is, I think, an expectation of the American people. I just called the Social Security Administration, and this was the response I got. First of all, I couldn't get to a human being. They said it's going to take a couple of hours, and I don't know any senior that wouldn't give up on that. First fact.
Hold on, Muffin. That $200. First of all, it'd probably be a $500, considering the size of the rooms. The House Appropriations main hall. $12. Be effective. 13, 14, 15 maybe. to be effective. This is so everybody sees. Budget committee, 5. That's your TVs. Just the TVs alone. Just enough to push what I'm doing to you right now. However, the cables that have to be run, the work that has to be done to make sure that everything that I am pushing to you right now, and this is why when I'm sorry, and we'll make this fucking argument for you. This is why when streamers say this is a lot of fucking work, this is a lot of work. Okay, when we were using StreamYard, yeah, it was basic bullshit and it just looked horrible, whatever. We couldn't control volumes that well, things like that. When we were using StreamYard, we were paying $80 a month. Of course, there were more people on that account than us, but we were paying $80 a month to bring this to you. The only thing I'm spending right now is electricity and internet. And it looks a lot better. So when you're running this thing, when you build these things, yeah, it wouldn't be much for me to come in here and just, hey, OBS, whatever, to every screen on this IP address to show the debt above the clock. It wouldn't be. But you also have to understand the logistics behind the scenes to make sure that everybody is okay enough to be in that building, to be in that spot, to know what they're working on, be able to do just that. That's how your hammers that you would spend $20 on become $500 for the military. It is disturbing. You are correct. That's how it is.
Secondly, for the disability benefits, it says we'll get back to you in 200 days. Fill out a bunch of forms, wait for 2 hours, we'll get back to you in 200 days. There's got to be a better way to run the railroad. And seniors have suffered, and it's not, the answer isn't always throw more money at it, throw more people at it. I know that's the response for those who believe.
Muffin. You have a point with it. You have a point with the Wi-Fi. That's a different area altogether. Especially when you go in mesh, which would be what this building would fucking do. And it's still, even Wi-Fi 6 couldn't pass up with Cat 6A cable compressed. They could do 4K with their shit. I guarantee it. Their equipment that they push can't do 4K, which is why everything's in 720p. Muffin, I need to take a walk down with you as far as how much we've spent, that I've spent, just making this a thing. The computer I have built, I built my wife well, she wanted a better system, but I built my wife a little bit of a better system to get her off a laptop, a gaming laptop, and get her on a desktop. And I'm about to hook that laptop in here to where the laptop takes control of the stream. Everything else that I do on my computer runs to that laptop. That laptop is the only thing that pumps out everything that you see. The amount of money I've spent on this, guys. It's awesome because I love doing this. It's awesome because if I can set this up and I can do better than what they fucking can do on a federal fucking level, and I just do all this on my off time, on my after time. Imagine spending 5, 6 digits on a salary for something that brings you less than what I'm bringing you right now. Their audio sucks. Their video sucks. Everything about what they do fucking sucks. And I do this in my own goddamn living room.
And
I did it. I'm going to take them the fuck off right now. We need to go back. I just literally cut out the fucking video that I was looking at. Let me change up shit here. Hold up. History. Here we go.
and we in the government we trust. Well, it's not working. Seniors aren't getting aren't getting a good response. People aren't showing up to
stop
work,
it.
and
Just
there's
stop
a
what you're
bunch of
doing.
waste and fraud that needs to be dealt with head on. So I
Look,
don't
I was just
believe
touting
this
my shit. Now
scare
it's all
tactic is
breaking
gonna
down.
work. It will whip our seniors into a state of anxiety and distress, and that
Right,
is so
so-
unfortunate and so sad. I'm out of time, and I yield back, and I'm sure I'll hear from my friend Mr. Larson.
Mr. Horsford.
Mr. Horseface.
To strike the last word.
Why is my mouse not there? Oh, that's
As
Logitech.
Lawmakers, we have a solemn duty to protect our constituents, those beneficiaries on Social Security, from external threats and also from bad actors within. That's why I am calling on my colleagues to vote in favor of this resolution. The people who elected us did so with the trust that we would safeguard their privacy, ensuring their personal data is never politicized, sold to the highest bidder, or used to jeopardize their benefits. My constituents
Okay, so all
should
macros
believe
are now deleted. I don't
and be
have
able
that
to
problem anymore.
trust that government will work on their behalf, regardless of who they choose to represent them on Capitol Hill as well. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous
And I
consent to
do
enter
think
into
once
the
I bring
record
the dual
an article from
computer in
CNN.
here, we won't
Republicans
have that
succeed
flashing
in
going on.
persuading Musk, but Democrats hit dead ends.
Without objection.
Earlier this week, President Trump and Elon Musk went about cherry-picking which Social Security field and hearing offices would stay open. In the article, Mr. Cole from Oklahoma was able to
Again,
convince DOJ
The screens
his
inside
local offices
appropriations
open,
and budget committee
have the
hearings.
decency to notify my office of their intent to close one of the critical offices in Las Vegas. Let me be clear. Members of Congress shouldn't have to kiss Elon Musk's ass to get our offices for our constituents on Social Security open or to have them remain open. I am offended.
There ain't no goddamn way. Roll it back. I'm sorry. Watch Stacey Plaskett. Is she not using her fucking teeth to clear out from underneath her fingernails?
Notify
She's
my
eating
office
that shit.
of their intent to close one of the critical offices in Las Vegas. Let me be clear. Members of Congress shouldn't have to kiss Elon Musk's ass to get our offices for our constituents on Social Security open or to have them remain open. I am offended
You just swallowed.
by the fact that members on the other side are using their access to Elon Musk and jeopardizing the well-being of everyone else. My constituents deserve the same treatment that Representative Coles are receiving. And this is not about politics. It's not about voting Republican or Democrat or whether you belong to a party or not. And I also want to lift up this article that just came out because it speaks.
I'm sorry. Gotta stop it. tell me that is not the missing link between Cro-Magnon man and modern human. Exhibit 127, Your Honor.
To the hypocrisy. While we are having this hearing today, and while the other side is objecting to even getting basic information about what Elon Musk is doing to Social Security, they literally announced ending the phone program that helps with claims processing and is used by millions of elderly and disabled Americans.
Without objection.
This data shows that the agency received 81.2 million calls to its national toll-free number in 2023.
This is not looking
although
good
not
for
all were for
Plasket.
claims. Staff within Social Security
It's like
are
me
currently
forgetting
gaming
this is
out
on and I
scenarios
just shove a finger
for
up
how
my
to
nose
handle
and
an
just start
abrupt
digging.
reduction of telephone service. One of the persons briefed on the matter said. So to my colleagues, do you think this is cutting Social Security? It is. Do you think this is hurting constituents' ability to get their rightful questions asked about their earned benefit? This is not an entitlement. Do you think this is helping make government more efficient? And why wouldn't we have the person, the mastermind, the genius,
The lead used
Elon
to
Musk,
be
who's
Orange
come
Man.
up with this proposal
Now it's
to come
Asperger's
before this
Man.
committee? Or at least respond.
Let's make the instead of Orange Man bad, it's now Asperger's Man bad. That's what it is. Instead of Orange Man, Asperger's Man bad. That's going to be worse than Orange Man when everybody starts tagging that shit. Asperger's Man bad.
Based on the list of questions that are called for in this query. I have 140,000 individuals in my district who depend on Social Security. The majority of them, it's their sole source of income. 108,000 are retirees. 16,500 are disabled workers who count on these benefits. And yeah, I'll bang on the damn dais because I'm here to defend my constituents from Elon Musk, Donald Trump, or House Republicans who will try to take away what they have invested into their own Social Security. This is money they earned. Take your hands off of the people's Social Security. It's not yours. And Elon Musk wasn't elected to do a damn thing. I yield back.
Mr. LaHood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This conversation.
Again, what does any of that have to do with putting screens that show exactly what the fuck is above the chat in my screen into these main halls? It may cost to get a fair amount of money. $36.6 trillion in debt. I will admit, what you were seeing above the chat used to be about $65,000 to $67,000 a fucking second. That's just slowed down. From what we've been able to track, it's about $48,000 a second now. But putting that information in front of anybody who says, hey, you deal with the budget in any way, shape, or form, you deal with spending within the fucking federal government at the very basic, this needs to be displayed. That's what the bill is about.
Today would be much different if we were $36 trillion in surplus, but we're not. We're $36 trillion in debt. And to think that we can't have a conversation about looking at our debt and deficit and economic policy different is political malpractice.
Oh,
It's
shit.
government malpractice.
Tony,
Not
you
to
got a
have
good deal with that
a
there.
conversation about Doge, not to have a conversation about cutting spending, not by
Y'all
having a
have no
conversation
much-
about the fiscal health of our country.
Y'all have no idea how much I spent just to
And
actually just follow my
It's
dreams
interesting.
with this shit.
I also serve on our House Intelligence Committee. And last year we had
Used to
General Petraeus
used to
and
do
General
gaming
McChrystal.
streams.
Served under Republicans and
That
Democrats.
takes a lot less than what I have now.
Unbelievable reputations for serving in our military. And they came and talked to us about the threats facing America from our adversaries.
Oh, the
So they
hood?
talked about China and they talked about Russia, they talked
Yeah,
about
the
Iran.
hood
But they
lied.
said the biggest threat
He's always lied.
is our debt and our deficit. And as most of us should know, we're paying more now on our interest than we do the entire Department of Defense. Think about that for a sec. It's insane. But yet we can't have a conversation with a new president.
Jennifer, 100,000. I'm gonna say divide that by 10, and then divide that answer by 0.25. No, I'm sorry, 0.75. Yeah. I've almost closed the 4-digit fucking mark. But this has been through my whole streaming thing, through gaming, through everything that I fucking do. Don't get me wrong. The computer I built, the computer I have now, was the main fucking part of that. That's about a little over $5,000. Monitors and all, everything that I'm running with right now. Okay, maybe I've crossed $5,000 at this point, and maybe close to 6. Just to bring to you what I'm bringing to you, and to build out what I'm doing. And it's worth it. I'm not gonna lie, it's fucking worth it.
That ran on fixing the fiscal health of this country, created the Doge Committee, Department on Government Efficiency.
I just realized
Again,
I have to flip my cameras in
Political
every single view
malpractice that
now.
we're not thinking about this. I want to reference an article from it was an editorial in the Wall Street Journal dated February 25th of this year titled America's Future Depends on Doge. And I want to read one section of that. The message from today's civic elites is that the president's job is to pretend to be in charge while doing nothing meaningful. Shut up. Don't disturb the administrative state. Let it keep doing its thing without oversight or disruption. And you'll get your library or best-selling presidential memoir. Mr. Trump refuses this deal. In his second term, he's determined to slay the bureaucratic beast. He knows all too well from his first term and the Biden years. Doge's efforts are epic, breaking more than
still
a
want to play
century of
with a game with RP.
acquiescence to spending and government. The Trump team is courageously confronting the problem head on.
I think that would be
We
awesome.
have an obligation and a responsibility to bring down our debt and get this.
CRP, we play something like just something bullshit. Really, all it is just some bullshit. Let's say we play a game like Civilization. We're just talking to each other. We're having fun. You do your own stream with that. I do mine. So that way you would have to go to your stream to see the moves that you're making and to my stream to see the moves that I'm making, kind of situation. We play Civilization. We just talk, have fun. And we just continue that kind of series. Every time we do something, it's a different episode. We talk about something different, but we pick up from the game. I think that would be cool as shit. I want to do something with Rick to just bring Rick just brings something crazy to my fucking attention, and I'm just like, I react to it within the first fucking, that kind of thing. It's just like, okay, you're bringing this, you're looking at this, we looking at this. You walking me down this. I want to walk through that situation with Rick. I want to be that as well. We got a lot coming for you guys. We're not just doing just political shit. Scott's already involved with it. Scott's already starting to lean towards that. We're going to be bringing up some more shit along the way, ladies and gentlemen. This ain't over.
This country back on track economically. And the Doge Commission and what President Trump and his team are doing is putting us on that path.
I still want to bring the drama back into it,
Ms.
but
Plaskett.
not on these channels.
Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Ladies recognized.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You know, my colleagues today we've all been talking about
missing link.
accountability. And I think that this resolution speaks to accountability. Because many of us believe that the Trump administration is taking a wrecking ball to Social Security Administration. And they don't want to meet with us about that. Far from making the agency more efficient, the Trump administration is undermining its ability to serve the public. And the primary question is, why? Why is this happening? Why is privatization the goal? Why are they trying to destroy Social Security? Many of us believe it's the first step of a long-standing effort by Republicans to dismantle trust in Social Security, slash benefits, and then allow people who are disgruntled and have lost faith in it to allow Wall Street to take it over. The Trump administration wants to close Social Security offices, slash agencies' workforce. The Social Security Administration is already at a 50-year staffing low due to years of underfunding. And with baby boomers increasing the number of beneficiaries, that's a recipe for disaster. How will gutting the workforce help Social Security Administration serve the American people? The point is, it does not. That's the goal. It does not. The chaos and the confusion, the constant stream of misinformation and missteps have a purpose. Let's talk about that. The misinformation, a Ponzi scheme. Listen, I'm a New Yorker. I understand a Ponzi scheme. A con man promises a payout that he can't deliver, collects the money, and disappears. That's not what's happening in the Social Security Administration, because people have put their money in it, and they are receiving a benefit. That's not a Ponzi scheme. Repeatedly stating that debt.
It's not a Ponzi scheme because people put money in and people receive the benefit. I'm sorry, is it a Ponzi scheme when people that put money in will never receive that benefit? Ma'am? I know the neurons in your head are only just good for keeping your autonomous functions intact, so that way your heart can beat and your lungs can breathe and you can technically stay alive for what. But if you're bringing no, I'm sorry. You're going to sit here and tell me that in our federal government, this is the best of your district? Now, granted, Plaskett has no vote because she represents a territory. Right, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Plaskett, who was a ranking minority member, has no vote, but she has a say, which I don't agree with. I do agree with. Let me walk that back. I do agree with Puerto Rico. You should have a say. Guam, you should have a say. I don't agree you should have a vote. You are your own country. We're just taking care of you motherfuckers. We're wiping your ass like newborn babies. It's not really like that, but it is really like that. However, for this missing link to make such a fuss, I'm not going to lie, America, it feels insulting. Especially everything that she's done in the halls of Congress. Yeah, I need to flip the fucking cameras because that was weird.
Dead people and 150-year-olds are receiving
I should have done it while I was on this screen.
Every newspaper, every group has said that that's untrue, including the Washington Post, which
Every newspaper, every single group that told you that the Hunter Biden laptop was misinformation, that there aren't vaccines, that you must take a fucking dose. No, it's not going to be a second dose. Oh, wait, there's a second dose behind that. No, it doesn't stop transmission of the virus. It just makes your symptoms a lot fucking less. So that way you don't wind up in all of this shit came from the same motherfuckers that she's trying to quote now. And all of this information to tell you everything that your lying eyes tell you when you go grocery. All of it is a fucking lie. Because the Washington Post said so.
has already kissed the ring of the president, they're the ones also who have said that that's not true. How are we doing this? And why are we doing this? We want to bring back accountability. My colleague has stated that DOJ only has read-only access. We've seen weeks ago that that's not true. Oh, they just accidentally were able to make changes to it, they told us later on. And now they...
Bitch, I can only understand what Active Directory looks like for the entire federal fucking government, you dumb whore. That is a goddamn nightmare for anybody that knows anywhere close to any IT work. Active Directory for the entire federal government. Yes, there are a lot more at play than just that, but just picture how that database works in your fucking head. Anywhere, anybody IT related, picture how that database works in your fucking head. It doesn't.
They've gone back to read-only access. As a lawyer, the notion that they can be prosecuted for improper disclosure, that's if you find that they've had improper disclosure, first of all. And second of all, if they keep the information for themselves, for data mining, for future elections, we would never be able to find that out to be able to prosecute it because it's not disclosed to anyone but themselves. Why are they keeping this information and what is the purpose of it? Make no mistake, the Trump administration's actions are to devastate the Social Security Administration's ability to serve the public and deliver Social Security payments so that they can then have access to $2.7 trillion for Wall Street to be able to play with. They need more money because you know what? We're not addicted to spending, as my colleague said. Many people are addicted to greed. That's what this is about. And the greed happens to be not from themselves, but for the American people. That's the Ponzi scheme, is them taking your damn money and using it for them own self, to enrich themselves more than they already have. That's the addiction. And you know what? This place is broken because Congress has abdicated its responsibility to be the ones to find that race fraud and abuse and to do something different about it. We're letting somebody who's unelected, who's an auditor, now he's an auditor. Is he everything? Is he God? to be able to do what he wants to do with the American.
Bitch, from the goddamn IQ points between you and Elon Musk, yes, he is a fucking god. Is this what you're bringing to the table? Come on, Democratic Party, what the fuck? Mind you, this whole goddamn argument is about putting screens in the Appropriations fucking Committee and Budget Committee to show what is above the fucking chat. But is he God? Bitch, when you have less brain cells than a goddamn amoeba, yes, Elon Musk is your fucking God. If you want me to bring it to that goddamn level, you are the missing link between Cro-Magnon man and goddamn modern human fucking beings. There is literally room temperature IQ would be too gracious for this bitch. There ain't a goddamn thing this dumb motherfucker ever brings up that makes a point to any fucking thing other than to just sit there and rage out because Orange Man's bad. And apparently now, Asperger's man bad. Tell me why this needs to be in a hearing about marking up a bill. Marking up means changing the language of, amending something. This bitch is making a goddamn political campaign speech in the middle of a motherfucking hearing. Jennifer, thank you for the $5 dono. How much is Plaskett's net worth? For Marlene. Marlene, maybe you may have a choice. Maybe you may have a fucking point. She represents somebody that cannot vote in our fucking system. Of course, it's not going to be Nancy Pelosi fucking level. Of course, it's not going to be AOC level. Of course, it's not going to even be Abrianna Presley level, but let's chase that rabbit hole.
American people. It's got to stop. I yield back.
Any further members who wish to strike the last word? Mr. Swazi.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to point out some basic facts that people need to understand. Jody, this is important. In the 1970s, we had about 203 million people in America. Today, we have 350 million people in America. In the 1970s, we had about 3 million federal employees. In the 1980s, we had 3.3 million federal employees.
That's 2018. Negative 87,501. Apparently, we got nothing else from 2018. Oh, we got some sirens going off in my area, ladies and gentlemen. I hear it. We got some sirens going off in my area. Are we going on in this? I'm going to watch the radar to see what's happening in my area.
In the 1990s, we had 3.4 million federal employees. In 2020, we had 3 million, same as it was in 1970. And so we have about the same number of employees in the federal government today as we had back in the 1970s, even though the population has increased from about 203 million to 350 million people. And we've hired a lot more outside contractors than ever before. We've spent a lot more on outside contracts, like with Elon Musk, for example. But we have the same number of employees that we had back in 1970 as we do today. Now, in the, I don't have back to 1970, but in the Social Security Department, you talked about how your phone call took a long time today. Well, who's in charge right now? Because on the day the Biden administration left, they had gotten it down to a record low response time of 12 minutes to respond to a call, which even 12 minutes to me seems like too much, but that was a record low for what it was. Today, it's going through the roof. And if you look at the number of employees in the Social Security Department, in 1999, there were 59,000 employees. In 2010, there were 66,000 employees. So 59,000 in 1999, 66,000 in 2010. At the end of the Biden administration, there were 56,000 employees, less than it was in 1999, 3,000 less than it was in 1999, and now we're talking about taking it down by another 10,000. Well, no wonder everybody's going to complain that things are broken and it's not working well, because we're trying to take it down. Now, when I was the county executive of Nassau County, we was rated the worst run county in America before I got there, I want to point out. But we went from 8,500 employees down to about 7,000 employees. We did not do it by laying off the lowest wage new employees, the probationary employees. We did it by normal attrition and by offering retirement incentives to the highest wage, most senior employees. And when those people left, we try to make up for the reduced workforce by improving the technology and by doing consolidation and procedures and processes to make things more efficient.
I got no beer left.
What we're doing now through DOGE is so haphazard and so reckless. And the idea of trying to instill this fear in people and lay off the low-wage people, the provisionary employees, in places that we're trying to hire people up to try and get to the backlogs, like in the IRS, where we make more money than we spend when we hire employees, doesn't make any sense to me. It's just bad management, and it's just scaring the hell out of everybody in the process. And there's going to be a price to pay politically for people, because most of the federal employees live in Republican districts and in Democratic districts. But we'll see that as time goes on. All the stuff we're going to see. You say we're not going to cut Social Security, we're not going to cut Medicaid, we're not going to cut Medicare. But we're going to find out in the next 6 months or so what people are really up to. Then we'll really know what it is. And it's not about instilling fear or not instilling fear. We're going to find out what it is as time goes on. Right now, we're concerned that what DOGE is doing is reckless and irresponsible. Do we need to get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse? Yes. Do we need to make things more efficient? Yes. Do we need better technology? Yes. Do we need better procedures and processes? Yes. But the way that they're doing it right now, and I've given the examples before, laying off the people in the nuclear stockpile, laying off the people that oversee avian flu, laying off the people that oversee measles, doesn't make any sense to me. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I want to yield my remaining minute to...
I'm going to see if my wife won't take me to the store after these things are done. We keep it on the down low. But I'm going to see if she won't do it.
Chairman Neal.
My friend from Illinois, he said we don't have conversations, and
I'm going to leave another one running.
We have a conversation. We just disagree with you on arithmetic.
Almost done.
The arithmetic's pretty simple. Bush Jr., $2.3
Let's see if I can pull
worth of
this
tax
off.
cuts. 2017, borrowing $2.3 trillion for a tax cut. Now, to hold forth on the basis of what is alleged to be this out-of-control debt. Oh, and by the way, we're going to raise the debt ceiling by $4 trillion in coming weeks so that we can pay for another tax cut. I mean,
it takes a sociopath to be a congressman.
How we can hold forth and suggest on one hand, we're all very concerned about the debt. Oh, but
you're not wrong.
$2.3 trillion.
You're really not.
Debt. And now, $4 trillion we will add to the debt. But we can't have that conversation because it gets in the way of our determination to continue to do borrowing and then complain about the size of the debt. I yield back. Thank you, Chairman.
Additional members wish to strike the last word? Seeing none, are there any amendments?
I'd like to strike the last word, and I'd
Oh.
like.
Okay, we'll do that. We moved on, but we'll do that, Ms. Miller, because you don't talk nearly as much as a lot of people on this committee, so go, Ms. Miller.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr.
He may change his
Chairman,
mind
But I am yielding my time to Mr. Arrington.
My name.
Will the gentleman yield? Will the gentleman yield?
You know, I would only speak because my name was invoked. My name was invoked, and my honor was questioned, my integrity, my character. Tom Suozzi would never question my integrity or character. He's too good of a friend, and I wouldn't question his. I have questioned the motive here as more political than principled, and I don't like to do that. But that's my judgment right now. I think it's too wrapped up in scoring political points, and we're whipping people up into a frenzy instead of working productively to solve some problems here. But I'm not, Tom, I'd have to look at those numbers. I have not looked at the numbers. But to suggest that the federal government had the same amount of employees in the 60s and 70s as we do in the 21st century, when we didn't even have the microwave oven, let alone the internet, is not that impressive of a stat, to be frank. I think we can probably run this government more efficiently.
I'm not rewinding that dumb shit.
Technology revolution. We still need people, but we need them to show up. Like, I would have an easier time receiving some of this, really, with the sincere motive of needing more information, wanting more insight, if the same passion and concern were directed to the many government employees who were not showing up for years. And this was post-pandemic, and we just accepted it as the new normal. And when we talk about, like some of my colleagues, the Democrat colleagues, about my constituents are worth it, this is their benefit, their earned benefit, I agree. I agree. But why weren't we fighting to make sure that people were seats, butts were in seats, calls were being answered, cases were being resolved? The very fact, and every congressional office experiences, we had casework through the roof for our retirees who couldn't get their phone calls returned and couldn't get their cases resolved.
Will the gentleman yield?
But where was the indignation? Where was the fight for these constituents at that time?
Will the gentleman yield?
It's a sad thing in this country that we need
Tornado moving through
retirees,
Coleman
our
County.
beloved seniors, to have to work through their member of Congress
that ain't-
just to get a daggum phone call returned.
You above the mountains, bitch.
So
Are you
I
behind
would
the mountains? That ain't
accept
gonna work.
some of this is in a more sincere fashion if it was consistently applied when we had Democrat control and we had other big inefficiency problems. I trust the president. I trust people who have had a track record of successfully and efficiently and effectively running organizations. I think this is long overdue. I think it should go across the government. I think we should get information and we should get insight and we should get the opportunity to change some of the things that are needed and codified by an act of Congress. Like, for example, in Medicaid, and I'll yield with the example of Medicaid, President Biden went back,
Oh my God.
revoked a policy that reviewed the Medicaid rolls twice a year.
I'm sorry for that.
So that we could ensure that only those legally eligible for Medicaid
I was gonna bring
were
up-
receiving the benefit.
I was gonna bring up my radar right above my head, so you know what I'm fucking dealing with and everything. But as soon as I started to add that source, it was just like, bitch, nope. But anyway,
taxpayer safeguard. That's a safeguard for sustaining the program. And it was revoked from twice a year, and it was only done once a year.
Well, that's $160 billion worth of waste and fraud because of a simple program integrity measure that was revoked. That's common sense. I don't think there's an American out there that would say, why in the world would we do that? So I appreciate some of the concern, but I think it is more political than principle. And I appreciate my colleagues, and I appreciate his
Mr.
leadership.
Chairman.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I yield back my time.
Let's see if I can do this real quick.
Any
No.
additional members wish to strike the last word? Are there any amendments? Seeing no amendments, I will now recognize Mr. Buchanan for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee report H.Res. 195 adversely to the House of Representatives.
The question is on the motion to report H.Res. 195 adversely to the House of Representatives. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan.
Yes.
Mr. Buchanan, yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, yes. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, yes. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, yes. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Arrington, yes. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, yes. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker, yes. Mr. Hearn.
There we
Mr.
go.
Hearn, yes.
Fuck
Mrs.
it.
Miller. Mrs. Miller, yes. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, yes. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, yes. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, yes. Miss Tinney. Miss Tinney, yes. Mrs. Fishbach.
Yes.
Mrs. Fishbach, yes. Mr. Moore. Yes. Mr. Moore, yes. Miss Van Dyne. Miss Van Dyne, yes. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, yes.
Mine's about
Miss
$20 a
Maliotakis.
refill for this.
Mr. Carey.
And that lasts
Mr.
about
Carey,
a week
yes.
and a half, 2 weeks.
Mr. Yakum. Mr. Yakum, yes. Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, yes. Mr. Bean. Yes. Mr. Bean, yes. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, yes. Mr. Neal.
And it's
Mr.
a
Neal,
different feeling.
no.
I
Mr.
get it.
Doggett. Mr. Doggett, no.
But it
Mr.
helped
Thompson.
me.
Mr. Thompson, no. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, no. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, no. Miss Sanchez. Miss Sanchez, no. Miss Sewell.
I went from a pack and
Ms.
a half a
Delbene.
day to
Miss Delbene, no.
maybe
Miss
a quarter
Chu.
pack at
Miss
most
Chu,
today,
no. Miss Moore.
and that's pushing it.
Miss Moore, no. Mr. Boyle. Mr. Boyle, no. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans, no. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, no. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, no. Mr. Gomez.
Hold on, this dude is
Mr.
actually
Horsford.
good with hand
Mr.
motion.
Horsford, no. Miss Plaskett. Miss Plaskett, no. Mr.
Look,
Swazi.
look at him go.
Mr. Swazi, no.
This dude is good with hand
Mr.
motion.
Kelly.
Roll out. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. We got him drag.
How is Mr. Gomez?
Look at his hand
hear him
motion. That's
recorded.
fucking amazing,
Mr. Gomez
guys.
is not recorded. Mr. Gomez, no. Ms. Maliotakis. Ms. Sewell.
All right, I think we coming close to the end of my shit.
Chairman Smith?
Yes.
Chairman Smith, yes.
I think
The clerk will report the vote.
The yeses are 24, the noes are 18.
There
See
being
how quick I
24
made that,
yeses and
though?
18 noes, the motion is
the
agreed
fuck
to,
up
and
outta here.
H.Res. 195 is ordered
think we're good.
reported adversely to the House.
me
Without
a second to
objection,
miss
members
one
have
more.
2 additional days
Oh,
to
wait.
file with the committee clerk supplemental additional dissenting or minority views. We are adjourned.
Okay. So that was done. I'm not done, ladies and gentlemen. We are not done. There was another one. Was it judiciary? Of antitrust, markup, promptly ending political. We already covered that one. GOP. It has to be GOP, right? Ah, here we go. Oh, god damn. Fuck it, let's go. Let's rewind this one. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a subcommittee from the Committee of GOP Oversight. Oversight Committee, Oversight and Accountability. This is a subcommittee hearing. This is on moving from recovery to prevention of improper payments and fraud. This is a Doge Committee hearing. Let's see what they bring. As soon as I get into gavel point, we're going to see if I can go to the store. Give me a second. I apologize. I didn't plan this out in any way. I'm a dick. I know it. Here we go. Motherfuckers, are you serious? Play the shit. Dude.
Come to order, and I want to welcome everyone to this, what I think is going to be an important bipartisan
Let's see if I can actually
hearing
pull this
today.
off.
Without objection, the chair may declare recess at any time, and I recognize myself for making an opening statement. To our witnesses that are here today and to the people who have taken time to come here to see today, as well as my colleagues, I want to really dispense with my opening statement, and without objection, I'll enter that into the record. But what I'd like to say is that this is a follow-up to the meetings which we have held for the last few years, where there was active discussion, not just about what we were going to do to recognize what might be considered waste, fraud, or abuse, or money that was spent by the federal government that did not equal that which it was intended to do, which kept money away from the real recipients and for people who would have benefited with congressional intent. As you will recall, last year we held what was a meeting in October whereby we had GAO and others who came to speak with us, and they came up with what might be a 3-year number of their ideas about inappropriate payments, then waste, fraud, and abuse, but things that were paid that we felt like were not permissible or following the intent of the law or the needs of the money. Mr. Mfume and I at that time looked at each other and said, we are going to work together. We are going to challenge GAO to come back to us. We are going to find within the government other particular people who have talent, data, information, and can lead us to a better solution. I'm pleased to say, Mr. Mfume, I believe this is the beginning of that turning the corner to where we will then not just work together, but try and discover the things that reside within the government to gain the information that is necessary. And I think today's hearing will prove that in. So I'm delighted that you are here. I'm going to put my opening statement on the record, but that is what I wanted to say. This is about identifying, preventing fraud, improper payments in federal programs, and we're going to learn today how we're better prepared if we work together, if we find a way, and I think we will, not just to work together, but to use the important elements of this government for data, information, and lessons learned. And I would say thank you for being here. Distinguished gentlemen wish to have time for an opening statement.
I do.
Gentleman's recognized.
I do, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. Good morning to you. Good morning to our witnesses who are here. And I want to just personally thank Chairman Sessions for the manner in which we continue to meet each other halfway, even though we're on different sides of the aisle, to come together to find a way at least to release
get the fuck off my screen.
the federal government of some of its ailments, particularly this whole notion of improper payments, waste, fraud, and abuse. We did that throughout the 118th Congress, and my colleagues and I on this subcommittee all remain laser focused on combating those matters. And I think we also have always agreed that this is a nonpartisan matter, no matter where we are in our country or philosophically. We agree that every dollar directed to every program ought to go to the intended purpose. From the very beginning of the president's term, the so-called Department of Government Efficiency, and some of you know that I've referred to it as the Department of Government Evil for my own particular purposes because of the way it's affected working men and working women and their families across this country. I think hardworking, dedicated men and women exist in every congressional district throughout the country. And while there is still no full, complete public accounting on all of them who have been dismissed, other than numbers, we don't know the names and the faces and the families and the children and the mortgages and everything else that's been disrupted by this. I've got no doubt that among the hundreds of thousands of federal employees affected by the fork in the road email and the mass firings and of probationary staff, that many, many are experiencing the pain that we do not feel right now. And that's not to even mention, as I'm sure the chairman would mention also, the 18 inspector generals that have been dismissed. They were like the sheriffs that were running the town and doing a damn good job at it and reporting back to this committee and both to Chairman Sessions and myself on real clear ways of trying to move us forward deliberately and focused. And I commend their work. I look forward, hopefully, to the return of some of them. And I know that their role cannot be understated. We're already in a situation where 10 of 24 agencies subject to the Payment Integrity Information Act were not fully compliant with improper payment reporting requirements as of 2022. It is the furthest thing from common sense, in my opinion, to fire the inspector generals who have a real set of experience and a body of experience addressing this problem. As witnesses have discussed in many of our previous hearings on this issue, particularly last September, combating fraud, improper payments, abuse is not as simple as waving a magic wand or a chainsaw. Real progress relies on access to quality data. It means thoughtful partnership with agency leaders, and it means investments into the technology and the staff needed to create proper internal controls to prevent improper payments and fraud. I was proud to join with many of my colleagues on the Oversight Committee in introducing recently the Taxpayer Funds Oversight and Accountability Act, which in many respects would make important strides in addressing these challenges. Simply put, I think we have a real challenge before us.
Yes, there is
not to
that
mention the fact that sometimes we're not focusing on some of the real issues.
But I like it.
I would call everyone's attention to the fact that the largest agency with the largest budget is still the Pentagon. And we have witnessed 7 straight audits that have failed because of problems at the Pentagon. I don't know how you can fail 7 straight audits and not become the focus of waste, fraud, and abuse. That's another story, perhaps for another time, but it is something that continues to cry out for very real attention. The GAO reported recently a total of $162 billion in improper payments in government-wide matters in fiscal 24, and that marks a significant reduction. It's almost embarrassing to say that that's a significant reduction from the $236 billion in improper payments in fiscal 2023. In recognition of the shared challenge, Chairman Sessions and I on a bipartisan
Call this shit
way,
out.
work to
From this
discover real
motherfucker
pathways to reducing fraud and to
talking this
reducing
shit.
improper payments.
And you
This
really
past October,
understanding
both he and I sent a joint
that what
letter
you
to the
think
GAO requesting that they
is
review, as was
actually the
mentioned
truth.
earlier, $2.7 trillion in improper payments and fraud
this asshole.
that have occurred since 2003 and provide actionable recommendations before this committee. So as I conclude, I must mention the importance of staying grounded in the scope and the breadth and the depth of this problem. While improper payment
Mr. Mfume, the only thing you stay grounded with is voting blindly with the Democratic Party because you know full fucking well without them, you wouldn't be there.
and some fraud exists, that does not mean that the bedrock of social safety net programs like Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security should be cut or privatized. The existence of these problems does not justify in any way mass firings of workers, of failures to pay nonprofit organizations. It does not justify the fact that the government owes for work done in so many instances, and that the effort really is moving to destroy many of the federal agencies as we come to know them, even despite the claims that Social Security is rife with fraud and fraudulent payments due to, quote, long dead individuals who are about 133 years of age. That program has a payment accuracy rate of over 90%, and that's according to the Center for Budget Priorities. So as we move forward as together, hopefully with our own differences of opinion, but in an effort to move forward together to combat waste, fraud, and abuse as we know it and as we are defining it, I hope that we as a Congress will remember that the purpose of this weighty task is not to exploit these problems or to destroy the federal government in the process, but to work for a better country, and to do that, as the chairman has said, hand in hand, working together despite our differences to come up with a consensus. That's what we really want, consensus approaches that are not on the extreme left or the extreme right, but in the middle where most people are, and in the middle where the problems are, so that we can deal with this issue in a very responsible sort of way, and to be able to report back to the American people that we really have made an impact in dealing with the issues of waste, fraud, and abuse. Again, I cannot say enough about Chairman Sessions' work in this regard and this committee's work. We didn't get a lot of attention, but we were in the forefront for the last 2 or 3 years. So it's good to know now that people are paying attention. We just have to make sure that we are doing this the right way and in a way that is responsible. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I would yield back.
Nope. I'm sorry, Mr. Mfume. There's no goddamn way I'm giving you a pass in any bit of this shit. When every other fucking committee hearing I've ever heard you try to do, you toe the fucking line. You make some ridiculous ass arguments, and you look crazy with the bug eyes trying to fucking do it. I do not 100% believe in any way right now you are actually trying to be sincere with any of this shit. And it is insulting. But anyway.
I appreciate the gentleman's dialogue. I want to say that maybe
See, I
10%
love the fact that I
or
can
more,
actually
I think
control
more of
every
the American
scene.
people want, expect, and need us to work together. And you have my promise that it will continue to be done and we will work together. You have a strong voice. You have a strong idea of what you're after, but what we're dealing with here is something that must be overtaken. We have to win on this, and it will be a bipartisan effort. And I think the three witnesses that we have today are shining examples that can lead the way, not to partisanship, but to answers. And I think that's what we seek. I want to thank your conversation today, and I think that we'll see that also, sir. Thank you. I want to request unanimous consent that the gentleman, Mr. Moskowitz from Florida, be waived on today's hearing for the purpose of asking questions.
Goddamn no.
Without objection, so ordered. Okay, we're now going to get to the big deal, and the big deal is our witnesses who take seriously not only that effort that you and I in this subcommittee share, but also.
Okay. So here's what we're going to do. Once we get to the point where I can see all the names and the witnesses and everything, I'm going to pause it. I'm going to make a poll. And y'all vote. You know. If you've been here long enough, you know who's the witness fucking show. Let's see.
So ideas and answers were leading us to that. I'd first like to introduce Kristen Kokileek.
All right, so let's go ahead. Get this going right here. Let me throw my camera back up. Let's get this going right here. Start a poll. Create a poll. Ask the question. Who is the witness Michelle? First one, left to right. I only think there's 3 unless they're hiding somebody. Let me see. Koeiolalek. Okay. Seriously, I had to. Yeah. Mr. Diefenbach? Mr. Diefenbach? Hold on. Did I spell that right? No, I did not. D-I-E. I speak German, and that's the thing. I think that's actually Dutch. Dieffenbach. Dieffenbach. Okay, add option. Okay, so we only got 3 on this one. There could be another one. I don't fucking know, ladies and gentlemen. Let's throw the don't know in there. We'll leave that going. Wait a minute. Do I have to actually? Oh, you are a son of a bitch. In every sense of the word. Where is it? Why is that there? I'll see. But anyway, I'll leave that going before the end of all their rants, and I will leave it going for the next testimony after that. But after the next testimony, after their opening statements, I will close this poll. Let's see how accurate you all are with calling this out. We've already got 2 votes.
Serves as the Managing Director, Financial Management Assurance Team at the GAO. In her role, she oversees issues involving accountability, professionalism, auditing standards, and DOD financial management and improper payments. Please know that you are being heard as well as your party when there are conversations about DOD. Next, we have Mr. Diefenbach. Ken was appointed to the Pandemic Response Accountability Committee in June of 2024.
I got to see how that works.
He brings over 28 years of experience in the oversight community and served in various roles related to investigation and data analytics. We also have Jennifer Wagner. She joined the Center for Budget and Policy Priorities in 2015. She focuses primarily on Medicaid, eligibility and enrollment issues, which certainly highlight some of the discussions that the
It's not
American
letting
people
you vote?
want us to delve into.
Well, fuck it. Hey, screw it. How about this? Ladies and gentlemen, only 3 people got to vote with that. It don't matter. All 3 of you said don't know at this point. But hey, let's do this. 1, 2, and 3. 1 is colleague. 2 is Mr. Diffenbach. And 3 is Miss Wagner. 1, 2, and 3. Hit it up in the chat so we can see it on screen.
I'm delighted that all 3 of these witnesses here. I would now ask that all the witnesses rise pursuant to Committee Rule 9G. The witnesses will stand as required. Raise their right hand.
I don't know why it's
Do you
such
solemnly swear
a
or
problem,
affirm
but
that
we'll
the
check it out.
testimony that you're about to
I
give
gotta
is
get
the
into
truth,
that.
the whole truth, and
I'm
nothing
gonna-
but
I'm
the
gonna bring it in.
truth, so help you God?
I'm gonna bring it
The
in.
records show that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Thank you very much. You may now take a seat. I tried to keep my comments short. Mr. Mfume did the same, but we speak from one voice. We're both delighted that you're here today. So let me remind the witnesses that we have your written statements, and I would encourage each of the staff and the members who are here to look through this if they
Mr.
have
Dick and
not up
Balls
to
guy?
now, data and information about
Jennifer? I don't know if you're trying to harken back to the whole point of Jack Murphy and his fall. With the whole You Are Here and Elijah Schaefer and Sidney Watson and all that other shit. Where that was just a shot in the dark kind of situation. I'm not too fucking sure. But if they're not the case, well done, ma'am.
actual data and actual solutions is what today's hearing is going to be about. So I want to first make sure that we go right to this. I'll let everybody turn to their information that they've got there. Ms. Leak, I didn't get it right yesterday, and I'm not going to get it right today. Please correct me.
Co-select.
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 Bill had me say co-select 5 times yesterday. That was not today. We're delighted.
What is this, bitches? It is spelled Koeilek. How the fuck do you get co-select out of that? Unless they misprinted your name. Are we going to get into Ethiopian clicks next? What? That's racist as shit. I apologize. No, I do not.
That you're here. Please know this, that we traditionally will follow the 5-minute rule, as we always have. But I think that as we go through there, if you want to finish questions or the statements you want to make, but as we get into questioning, I'm very interested in both sides, the members and our witnesses, getting to where they want to get. And without further discussion, we will recognize Ms. Koeilek.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Sessions, Ranking Member Mfume, and members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today to discuss the longstanding and pervasive issue of improper payments and fraud in the federal government. Whether it involves an established program or one created to respond to an emergency, improper payments and fraud erode the public trust in government and result in hundreds of billions of dollars lost. Improper payments and fraud are two distinct concepts. They're related but not interchangeable. Simply put, improper payments are payment errors, payments that should not have been made or payments that were made in the incorrect amount. These could be overpayments, underpayments, or payments to ineligible recipients. Fraud involves obtaining something of value through willful misrepresentation, individuals or organizations deliberately lying to defraud the federal government. While all fraudulent payments are considered improper, not all improper payments are considered fraud.
That's right.
Since 2003, federal agencies have made an estimated $2.8 trillion in improper payments, including an estimated $162 billion in fiscal year 2024. Since these year-to-year estimates are based
No. Track that back. Track that back. What?
deliberately lying to defraud the federal government. While all fraudulent payments are considered improper, not all improper payments are considered fraud.
That's right.
Since 2003, federal agencies have made an estimated $2.8 trillion in improper payments, including an estimated $162 billion in fiscal year 2024.
$2 trillion in improper payments that shouldn't have ever fucking happened, ladies and gentlemen. $2 trillion of fucking dollars of your taxpayer money has been spent in improper payments. I'm sorry, that's about the time when I actually joined the workforce. You're talking about as soon as I joined the workforce, bitch? My money was stolen from me? This ain't going well for you.
Since these year-to-year estimates are based on a subset of government programs, 68 programs in 2024, the actual improper payments amount may be significantly higher. Last April, we estimated that based on data from fiscal years 2018 to 2022, the federal government annually lost between $233 and $531 billion, or about 3 to 7% of federal spending to fraud.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to roll that back. And I want you to think. We deal with trillions upon trillions of fucking dollars as a country. What was the fucking range she gave again?
$162 billion in fiscal year 2024. Since these year-to-year estimates are based on a subset of government programs, 68 programs in 2024, the actual improper payments amount may be significantly higher. Last April, we estimated that based on data from fiscal years 2018 to 2022, the federal
2018 to 2022.
federal government annually lost between $233 and $531 billion, or
2018 to 2022. That's 4 years. What was the percentage fucking lost that you cannot account for? Could be questionable. However, we're looking at what is the fucking percentage difference?
or about 3 to 7% of federal spending to fraud. Our fraud estimate
right now, 3 to 7 fucking percent of federal funding is fraudulent. Changes the game, because now we're looking at we group. I'm sorry, we're creeping up into double digits at this point. Yeah, we can start off low. You want to talk about 3%? Okay. Weren't you motherfuckers screaming that it's less than 1% of the better budget? So who the fuck cares? Is she talking at her ass? Is she just making up shit to be a shill? Let's see. I don't know. I have not actually seen this one. I began this. I was going to do this at a separate time, but I have never seen this yet.
It includes all federal programs, and the wide range reflects the different risk environments during the 5-year period, including normal operations and COVID-19 relief programs and spending. Fraud at this level indicates the importance of fraud risk management. However, most government spending is not fraudulent. While my written statement more fully covers GAO's wide body of work in these areas, I will focus this morning on how agencies and the Congress can work to better prevent improper payments and fraud. The best way to reduce improper or fraudulent payments is to not make them. Preventive controls, as their name implies, are meant to stop improper and fraudulent payments before they occur. One key government-wide preventive control is the use of Treasury's Do Not Pay system. Do Not Pay consolidates much of the data matching agencies have done individually to flag potentially improper or fraudulent payments. Federal agencies and some state programs can and should leverage Do Not Pay to ensure program integrity. Another important action agencies can take is to assign responsibility for tackling improper payments and fraud to senior level officials. This helps establish accountability and endows those officials with the authority to lead and make change. In our March 2022 testimony before the Senate Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs, we recommended 10 actions that Congress could take to increase accountability over improper payments and fraud across the federal government. As of today, these recommendations to Congress remain unaddressed. To improve transparency and accountability over fraud management, we recommended that Congress reinstate the requirement that agencies report on their anti-fraud controls and fraud risk management efforts in their annual financial reports. And to better prepare for future emergencies, such as hurricanes, wildfires, or pandemics, we recommended that Congress require OMB to provide guidance for agencies to proactively develop internal control plans that will be ready for use in future crises, and require agencies to report these plans to OMB and Congress. Finally, to facilitate data access and data sharing, which is key to effective prevention, we recommended that Congress consider amending the Social Security Act to explicitly allow the Social Security Administration to share its full death data with Treasury's Do Not Pay system. In December 2020, Congress passed legislation requiring the Social Security Administration to share its full death data with Treasury's Do Not Pay system for a 3-year pilot period. This requirement is set to expire in December 2026, and we think Congress should make it permanent.
Yes.
Earlier this year, Treasury reported that data sharing during the pilot had led to $31 million in improper payments prevented and recovered over its first 5 months, and the pilot's projected net benefit is over $215 million for the full 3 years. Congress can make an immediate impact by ensuring the Do Not Pay system continues to have access to the Social Security Administration's full death data. Continued congressional oversight is critical to ensuring that agencies address improper payments and fraud in their programs. Along with the actions detailed in my written statement, Congress can use a variety of tools such as hearings and the appropriations, authorization, and oversight processes to incentivize agencies to improve program integrity. This concludes my opening statement, and I would be happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. The distinguished
I gave
gentleman,
you full
Mr.
attention at the
Deppenbaugh,
wrong
you're
time.
recognized.
I love this green screen
Thank you.
shit.
Chair Sessions, Ranking Member Nfume, members of the subcommittee. It is an honor to be here today to talk about the critically important topic of preventing fraud in federal programs. This subcommittee has been at the forefront of bipartisan efforts to find solutions to reduce fraud and other types of improper payments. Today's hearing comes at a critical time because unless Congress takes action, one of the most significant tools it has created to improve program integrity will be lost. As the Executive Director of the Pandemic Response Accountability Committee, or PRAC, an entity Congress created almost 5 years ago to oversee $5 trillion in relief funding, I can point to untold examples where fraudsters stole hundreds of billions of dollars from taxpayers and the intended beneficiaries of these programs. As a federal law enforcement officer who has spent over 28 years bringing to justice fraudsters who stole from federal programs, I know firsthand that unless we invest in cross-agency prevention and enhanced data sharing, we will continue to be victimized by increasingly sophisticated and well-resourced bad actors. Pay and chase is not the solution. Prevention is. To be clear, agencies have the primary responsibility to prevent fraud, but the PRAC and the OIGs also play an important role. Since its formation in 2020, The PRAC has time and again alerted federal agencies, Congress, and the American public to the lessons learned from the pandemic and our recommendations to help strengthen federal programs. For example, we issued a fraud alert on the use of suspicious Social Security numbers in obtaining over $5.4 billion in SBA relief programs. We have not only identified potential fraud, but we are also actively working to recover stolen funds. We are partnering with 48 federal law enforcement agencies to support over 1,000 investigations related to over $2.4 billion in potential losses. As we will discuss today, the time to prepare for the next disaster is now, not when new funds start flowing. We must act on these lessons learned. For example, we must address obvious anomalies, such as Social Security numbers that have never been issued or were issued to people who are now deceased, dates of birth indicating an applicant is 10 or 110 years old, applicants who have already applied in 5 other states, or applicants who use names like Charlie Chaplin, Abraham Lincoln, or Foghorn Leghorn, as at least 3 people did in pandemic programs. Those 3 were stopped before the money was dispersed, let me assure you. The government must pause and more closely review suspect claims before money is dispersed. We must look across multiple programs for red flags, as fraudsters do not follow our government organizational charts. They steal from wherever it is easiest to steal. We must also responsibly leverage more data, especially data already in the possession of the government, to identify suspicious patterns and trends indicative of fraud schemes. Today, the PRAC has the capacity, infrastructure, relationships, and talent to conduct pre-award vetting and the more complex network and trend analysis. We know from our work that fraudsters can apply to all 50 states and territories from behind one keyboard.
You're wrong for that,
They
Jennifer,
can hit
but
multiple
you're
federal
not
programs
right.
using the same false
I'm sorry.
information.
You're wrong,
They can outsource these
but you're
tasks to
not wrong.
artificial intelligence and bots. But the PRAC is scheduled to sunset in September of 2025, and we are only 2 months away from having to begin deleting our data that we have collected and curated over the last 5 years. This includes over 60 major data sources and some 1.7 billion data points. We are also concerned about losing more of our staff whose outstanding analytical expertise is in great demand. We will soon reach the point of no return in which rebuilding this capacity would take several months, if not years, and a significant new investment of taxpayer dollars. The U.S. General Accountability Office has expressed strong support for the PRAC and estimated their analytics capability could result in an annual financial benefit of $1 billion or more a year. If the PRAC ceases operations in September, the next time the government responds to a natural disaster, an economic crisis, or another event where we are quickly dispersing benefits to people in need, fraudsters will again swoop in and steal. We will then inevitably ask ourselves, how did we lose so much money to fraud? If this happens, it will be because we chose not to be prepared, and we chose not to invest in fraud prevention and increase data sharing. Instead, we should continue the investment that Congress has made to the PRAC, which has a proven track record and a demonstrated return on investment. American taxpayers deserve nothing less. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. For the audience that may be watching, that is the Pandemic Response Accountability Committee that was referred to as PRAC. Thank you very much. Ms. Wagner, you're now recognized.
Chairman Sessions, Ranking Member Mfume, and members of the Government Operations Subcommittee. I am honored to be here today to discuss something I've spent over 20 years working on, improving government systems to get the right benefits to eligible people in a streamlined and accurate way. I started my career as a food stamp caseworker in North Carolina and then worked for the Illinois Department of Human Services before joining CBPP. I am going to focus today on Medicaid and SNAP, specifically on 3 key points. First, Medicaid and SNAP have a rigorous eligibility verification process, and the vast majority of people are eligible for the benefits they receive. Mistakes are made, but most improper payments are paperwork issues, not fraud. Second, running an accurate program means making sure eligible people can get and keep benefits. When we talk about program integrity and accuracy, we need to talk about how adding red tape can harm eligible families. And third, there are effective ways to reduce improper payments and improve program integrity. But some of the solutions proposed don't match the problems. They don't solve improper payments and will increase errors. Let's dig in. First, nearly all of the people enrolled in SNAP and Medicaid are eligible for their benefits. Applicants fill out complex forms with details about their household, expenses, and income. Agencies verify that information against federal, state, and commercial databases. If the application and database don't match, the applicant must send verification, like a pay stub. Improper payments are not the same as fraud and are primarily caused by paperwork errors. For example, a Medicaid worker might check a database to verify an applicant's eligibility, but not capture and retain the data viewed in that moment. When a reviewer comes and looks at that case months later, they can't confirm the case is correct because they can't see what the worker looked at when the case was approved. There's no indication that the applicant isn't eligible, but since the paperwork is missing, it's considered an improper payment. This is a technical problem, not a fraud problem. Second, it is important to acknowledge one shortcoming of improper payment measures. They only consider those who receive benefits. They don't consider those who are eligible but couldn't enroll due to confusing notices or agency mistakes. We must keep this in mind when evaluating solutions to improper payments. Which brings me to my third point. Many proposed solutions don't match the problems and won't reduce improper payments or improve accuracy. For example, requiring Medicaid renewals every 6 months instead of every year will cause more problems than it solves. More paperwork will lead eligible enrollees to miss out on benefits for procedural reasons, not because they don't qualify for the program, but because they don't receive or return a notice or the agency doesn't process that paperwork timely. And more work for already overwhelmed state staff will lead to more mistakes and more improper payments. So what would work? The Government Accountability Office identified 2 strategies that have been successful in reducing improper payments: establishing accountability and facilitating internal collaboration, and providing technology, tools, and training targeted to root causes. Federal agencies overseeing SNAP and Medicaid need sufficient staff in key roles to make this happen, such as inspectors general to audit eligibility determinations, and staff to provide technical assistance and hold states accountable for fixing the issues that are discovered in audits.
Here's the thing.
We saw this approach work.
If I
Federal
do
agencies
this,
recently helped states better implement the
shut
requirement
up?
to conduct ex parte renewals, which happen when data sources confirm ongoing eligibility and
Am I
enrollees don't
really
have to
here?
fill out complex paperwork to renew. The United States Digital
Do you
Services
know?
worked with states, and more than 5 million people were renewed for coverage with less red tape last year.
I'm fucking off,
Another
yes.
solution is the Medicaid eligibility enrollment
just
rule,
loving the control.
finalized in April of 2024, which updates outdated regulations on case record maintenance and will substantially reduce the frequency of improper payments resulting from inadequate records. It's not an easy task to address improper payments in large programs serving millions of people. Proposals that suggest billions of dollars can easily be saved don't address improper payments and would result in cutting eligible people off from vital help. But embracing solutions that match the actual problems can bring us closer to the goal of getting the right benefits to eligible people in a streamlined and accurate way. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mfume, you heard me say that I felt like our witnesses all were not only vital to our decision-making, but have appeared in a way to give us answers to these problems.
All right. We only got 3, 1, 2, and 3. One was the blonde woman with the kaleidoscope name. 2 was the dude. And 3 was Miss Wagner, the only one I could probably pronounce. I don't give a shit. It is what it is. I said it a bunch of times. I don't care. But still. 1, 2, and 3 in the chat. Let's go. Who do you think the shell is? You got till the next motherfucker is done with their speech.
Thank you very much. I want to thank each of our witnesses. I'm first going to go to the distinguished gentlewoman from North Carolina, Chairwoman Virginia Fox. Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank our witnesses for being here today.
We got a 1,
Ms.
a
Koselleck,
3,
The Payment Integrity Information Act codified the Do Not Pay initiative, which provides agencies with access to certain databases that can assist in preventing improper payments and requires a review of the available databases prior to the release of funds. Despite this requirement, it is unclear that agencies are utilizing the Do Not Pay system. For example, the Department of Transportation Inspector General reported in November 2023 that the agency did not use the Do Not Pay portal in prepayment processes as the law requires. In your opinion, why do agencies not use all the tools at their disposal to prevent improper payments? And do you believe that there are ways to improve the Do Not Pay system?
1 for 1, 3 for 3.
Thank you. Yes, I think there are ways to improve the Do Not Pay system. As I mentioned, making sure that full death master file is in there and that all relevant data sources are in there is key to making sure that
takes up the chat.
Source of information is as complete and reliable as it can be.
Yeah, Shane, the poll isn't up anymore because it takes up the chat and everything, and it literally takes up half the screen when that poll is up. So it kind of defeats the whole purpose unless I'm just doing that, you know? If I can separate it as far as like that is concerned and I pull the poll above my head or something like that, maybe. I'll have to see how that works as far as like coding and everything is concerned with that. It's an issue, brother. I'm just working off what I got right now. Give me some time.
A way that to encourage agencies to use it is really to think about how
1 for 1 and 4
you would do reporting,
for 3.
I think. Right now, agencies kind of report on the back end of what went wrong. Thinking about how you would have agencies report about preventing. So for instance, the Do Not Pay system and Treasury payment integrity tools can flag payments that potentially would have indicators that they may be improper. However, as noted, it really is up to the agencies to make decisions about whether.
But you know what I could do? I can circumvent that problem altogether. When I put up a poll, I just hit a button here that brings up just that source that has just that poll. So you don't see chat, all you see is poll. Hold on. Okay, we're gonna do it now. We're working on the fly. I'm just going to say 1, 2, just to do it real quick, get it going. Now, you see on that screen how that's that way? Check this out. Let's see. Browser. We'll call this one poll. Connect to this. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Take this poll, transform, edit transform. We're doing this on the fly. Y'all see exactly what it takes for me to be putting this on your screen right now. I'm going to leave left and right alone. Top. 500. Oh, too much. 300. Nope. Yep. So it's got to be 290. 285. Boom. Okay. Bottom. Nope. And then I can take, I still need to cut a little bit more out. To transform on the right. And then I put that above my head. And then I can put it into my Stream Deck for a fucking button to turn that off and turn that on. And then for the reverse to turn that off and turn that on once the poll is done. Sorry, I'm dragging it back. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have to bring that in a little bit, though, to see the actual, yeah.
Whether a payment.
We're going to drag it back to the beginning of the speech from Miss Fox. You got your 1, 2, and 3. Take the poll now. Let's go.
Do Not Pay initiative, which provides agencies with access to certain databases that can assist in preventing improper payments and requires a review of the available databases prior to the release of funds. Despite this requirement, it is unclear that agencies are utilizing the Do Not Pay system. For example, the Department of Transportation Inspector General reported in November 2023 that the agency did not use the Do Not Pay portal in prepayment processes as the law requires. In your opinion, why do agencies not use all the tools at their disposal to prevent improper payments? And do you believe that there are ways to improve the Do Not Pay system?
Thank you. Yes, I think there are ways to improve the Do Not Pay system. As I mentioned, making sure that full death master file is in there and that all relevant data sources are in there is key to making sure that that source of information is as complete and reliable as it can be. A way that to encourage agencies to use it is really to think about how you would do reporting, I think. Right now, agencies kind of report on the back end of what went wrong. Thinking about how you would have agencies report about preventing. So for instance, the Do Not Pay system and Treasury payment integrity tools can flag payments that potentially would have indicators that they may be improper. However, as noted, it really is up to the agencies to make decisions about whether a payment will be made. You could consider having agencies report on when those flags are not upheld. For example, if something is flagged and Do Not Pay, but a payment is made anyway, having agencies track that, identify that, and report back when that is happening would help folks determine if there are instances where the payment should go ahead anyway, or if truly that payment should have been stopped.
Let me follow up with another question for you and Mr. Diefenbach. Once an improper payment is made, what can an agency do to recover the payment?
No.
And how much does it cost in human hours and dollars to recoup an improper payment? First, you, Ms. Kozelek.
Sure. There are requirements for agencies to attempt to recover improper payments, and I believe it's up to the agencies to determine when it's cost beneficial to do so. So there can be instances where an agency may determine it is not cost beneficial to pursue all avenues in recovering that. You would hope that agencies would, but I think it's left to their determination to determine when it's cost beneficial.
See how fucked up
Thank
it
you
is?
for the question, Congresswoman. Agencies have a
I
number
set a
of
random
options
resolution
for
to bring
trying to
that into
recover
view.
improper payments. There are administrative possibilities, options. The Congress did just pass the Administrative False Claims Act in December, which is a significant new tool for agencies and OIGs to work with jointly that allows agencies to go through a very rigorous
we ended the
process
poll.
where they can then recover funds.
Hold on, we ended the poll. Let's take that off the screen. I just kind of half-ass fixed it because it was bothering me that you couldn't see shit. I was half-ass fixing it. I had to create a custom resolution to bring that into fucking view to just like zoom the fuck in to make it all work. But we have 100% for number 3, which this was weighted. I will admit this. This was fucking weighted because normally we throw it up as soon as I start talking, but I just had the flash of an idea to do all that. But yeah, more interactive, ladies and gentlemen. Fuck it. Whatever, right? But anyway, we're doing that. We're going to do that. That's going to be a thing from here on out. But yeah, this one was weighted, I will admit. And we all already heard the opening statements, but we already know.
And damages in some instances. But to your point, recovering funds through the judicial system, the pay and chase model we have now is exorbitantly expensive, which is why we and others in this hearing are focused on the prevention piece, because it is very expensive to do any of those recovery actions.
So what investments could agencies take to prevent improper payments? Could investments in artificial intelligence help lower the improper payment rate? What we want to do is not have the payment go out to begin with by using what's available to the agencies now. So I'll start with you, Mr. Diefenbach.
Yes. So technology is part of the solution. Another piece of it is culture, is ownership. And the Inspector General Act was passed in 1978 to create this community of watchdogs to prevent fraud. However, before 1978 and today, the agencies have the primary responsibility to do those things, to resource things properly, to exploit technology, as you just mentioned, and to ensure that they're doing good risk assessments and they're following through on those to make sure they're mitigating the biggest risks in their programs.
Ms. Koselleck, any further comments?
Yeah, so as you mentioned, prevention is really the key in this, and having the right data. So artificial intelligence can be helpful if you have the right data in the system. So we do have recommendations to encourage agencies to collect all the necessary information that is needed, to ensure the databases are complete, that they're accurate. If you're using artificial intelligence and other data mining tools, but you have inaccurate or unreliable data in the systems, that is not going to be very helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
For everybody that doesn't know IT, this sounds right? Yeah. She didn't say a fucking thing. She didn't say a fucking thing. Simply because she doesn't know IT work and how any of that, even the hierarchy of how that works. I'm sorry. I wanted to point that out, but yeah.
Thank you very much, Gentleman. Yields back to time. Mr. Mfume, gentleman's recognized.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. I'm got a couple of quick questions. I know we're a smaller committee, and I'm hoping that we might even get a second round. And I want to obviously defer to both of the members here on my side of the aisle. I do want to
out, Shane.
Be redundant, maybe deliberately redundant about a few things. Number one, I appreciated the testimony that nearly all Medicare and SNAP recipients are eligible for benefits, which would explode the myth that's been circulating that people are getting things that are not eligible. I want to underscore again what I heard was that most improper payments are due to paperwork errors, and not necessarily conniving persons trying to find a way to get a check. However, what I think I want to stop on more than anything else is the notion that was just enunciated that we've got to stop it before it starts. And Mr. Diefenbach, I appreciate your comments that we can't play the game of pay and chase. That will go on forever, deplete resources, and frustrate everybody. I do want to ask if the 10 recommendations that you presented in your Senate testimony can be made available. I don't know that I have them, but I'd like very much to see them. And one overarching question, and then I'm going to get out of the way and yield to some of my colleagues, Mr. Chairman. Can all of you, individually or collectively, give me your assessment of what has happened and what will happen now that all these inspector generals are no longer in place to do the good job that they were doing to point out the crooks and the bad guys and to follow up with bodies like this, both in the House and Senate, that would allow us the ability to do what we've been able to do in a bipartisan way. I think what the effect is, but I need to hear it from the three of you, any of you.
Sure, I can start. So certainly the inspectors general play a key oversight role. They have responsibilities related to improper payments. Beyond that, they do audits of the programs day in and day out and can be very helpful in identifying some of the root causes that may lead to improper payments in the programs. And then also, they are really helpful in coming up with solutions once they identify those root causes, identifying recommendations that the agencies can take. So certainly the lack of their presence in some of the agencies would have a significant impact on.
And in many of the agencies, and I'm just trying to figure out, now that they're gone, what do we do? I mean, what are agencies faced with, and is there a greater propensity for the kind of fraud and abuse that we've seen?
So Congressman Afume, the loss of the inspectors general was a great loss on a leadership level, on a productivity level. Our vice chair of the PRAC, Paul Martin, was the USAID inspector general who was dismissed, and we greatly miss his leadership. I think the biggest thing for the Congress is you're going to have less transparency, less visibility on what's actually occurring in agencies, because that's one of the hallmark principles when Congress set up the Inspector General Act, was to give you and the taxpaying public more visibility and transparency on an objective view of what exactly is going on. So I think you're going to have reduced visibility.
Ms. Wagner?
And just to add an example to what my colleagues have said here, the HHS OIG is really important in supporting and funding state Medicaid fraud control units that investigate and prosecute Medicaid provider fraud. As I indicated, beneficiary fraud is very low in these programs, but provider fraud is common. In FY23, these units recovered $1.2 billion in criminal penalties and civil judgments. And also, the IGs and HHS would audit eligibility determination processes. And they were very effective in identifying major issues in states, such as duplicate payments to managed care organizations, incorrect interpretations of federal policy, and caseworker errors. So identifying these problems and working with the states to get them addressed is really a key role that is diminished right now.
Yeah, I think it would be fair to say that their dismissal has clearly exacerbated a problem that is clearly out of control now. Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman.
Let me ask you a question, real quick. Procedural question. One moment, please, sir. Thank you very much. Does gentleman have a question?
Well, no, I just, I was wondering if I could yield Mr. Mafumi a minute of my time. I was enjoying his line of questioning.
As soon as we get to you, I bet he will take that and even more.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. As the gentleman does know, the chairman wants us to get to the bottom of this, and I do not intend to cut us off as long as we're staying in the margins. I think we're better off. I think we're better off when someone like you does yield time to learn more about what's on someone else's mind. Thank you very much. I've now moved to. No, you're great. You're great. I'm just saying I do want to when we get to you. The gentleman, Chairman Palmer, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Koselleck, in 2002, Congress passed the Improper Payments Information Act. In 2010, Congress passed the Improper Payments Elimination and Recovery Act. In 2012, Congress passed two more bills, the Improper Payments Elimination Recovery Improvement Act and the Improper Payments Transparency Act. Yet GAO said that the federal government's losing between $233 to $521 billion per year. If you just split the difference, that's $377 billion over a 10-year window. That's $3.7 trillion, not counting the interest that we're having to pay. And in regard to the inspector generals,
I love how savage
it
gaming
sounds like
can be.
we're not going to miss the Inspector General. I don't mean to be dismissive of that. I have great high regard for the Inspector Generals, but in terms of actually lowering our improper payment rate, it keeps going up year after year. How do you explain that? Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong person. I can't, I need to sit up straight so I can see the names.
No worries.
Okay, go ahead.
I think we really need to get back to basics and having internal control in payment processes. As you noted, there's been numerous amounts of legislation adding on requirements, reporting improper payments, but we really need to get back to the fundamentals of having internal controls in payment processes, understanding what the root causes are for the improper payments going out, and focusing on that, requiring agencies to report their plans for prevention to you, and having accountability for having those prevention plans in place.
Isn't the problem, though, the failure to have enforcement in any of these bills? I've been working on it since I've been in Congress. I believe I might have been the first one to get the Budget Committee to really take into account improper payments. Been working with Mr. Dodaro this whole time on it, and it's not getting better. As a matter of fact, there's in fiscal year 24, there are 16 agencies that reported a total of about $162 billion in improper payments. And when you dig down into it, about 55% of the improper payment problem is administrative error, failure to verify eligibility, and antiquated data systems. Which brings me to Mr. Musk, and I know there's a lot of consternation about what they're doing, but literally, he's brought in some computer experts with 21st century technology and done better oversight of the federal government in the last 6 weeks than we've done in the last 40 years. I mean, isn't that one of the biggest problems we have with improper payments is we've got antiquated data systems. We don't have the 21st century technology we need to do oversight, proper oversight.
Having reliable data is very important. Having accurate, reliable, complete data in the systems to be able to do those integrity checks is critical, yes.
Well, after we did pass the Improper Payments Elimination Recovery Improvement Act, I know of one outside company that was brought in that did some analysis of labor, Department of Labor contracts, and found millions of dollars in fraud, overpayments, other monies that should have come back to the federal government through credits that were not recovered. And when this was disclosed, the Department of Labor at that time basically waved off as disinterested. Isn't that a problem?
The pay and chase model is a problem. Trying to recover the payments after the fact is much less effective.
So what we need to do is focus on stopping it on the front end. And that's where we need the improvements in technology, where we need the investment in technology. And this is a huge issue when you're reporting 16 agencies are accounting for $162 billion, 10-year window, that's $1.6 trillion. And we're running a deficit of over $2 trillion every year. If you just look at the totality of it, 377 billion, that's 3.77 trillion, not counting the interest we're paying on that money, because every dollar we send out improperly is a borrowed dollar. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, time. Thank you very much. Distinguished gentlewoman from Washington, D.C. is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For days, just days after he took office, President Trump summarily fired 17 inspectors general across 18 positions in the dead of the night. Inspectors generals fulfill a vital oversight and accountability function in the government, including through identifying and preventing improper payments. IGs are also responsible for keeping Congress informed of fraud and other serious problems, and informing us about progress in implementing solutions as we consider ways to attack the problem of improper payments. It is critical that we do not undermine these officials who serve as our partners in this fight. Ms. Wagner, I am aware that much of your work has focused on the challenges that states may have in complying with complex requirements for federal payments programs. How do inspectors general help to identify and address these problems?
Before she answers, ladies and gentlemen, you are 100% correct. If she's asking questions, it's only to the shill.
Inspectors general play a critical role in auditing state operations. States are trying to run an accurate program, but they have many pressures on them, and they sometimes make mistakes in their policy, in their operations, and their systems. And audits through inspectors general and others come in and identify these mistakes and lift them up and hold the state accountable for addressing these. So it's really a critical role when we're looking to improve improper payments and to get benefits to eligible people.
Thank you. Ms. Koselleck, how does the firing of inspectors general affect Inspector General office's ability to prevent?
Either we may have another possible shill here, or your staffers are walking you into a fucking trap.
And address improper payments.
Roll it back.
To firing of inspectors general, how does the firing of inspector general affect Inspector General office's ability to prevent and address improper payments?
The role the Inspector General plays is critical. One of the other things, they're often the first line of defense in investigating allegations of fraud and improper payments. So without having, strong Inspector General presence in there, that can certainly be an impediment. They're also an objective voice in identifying problems and doing investigations. So certainly having a very strong Inspector General role is critical.
You're going to sit there and tell me that this woman just asked, what is the definition of an inspector general? This is oversight. I get it for people that are just listening to you, kind of like AOC situation. I would expect AOC to say this shit. But a woman in her 80s, I gotta question your mental competency. I'm sorry.
Inspectors General are rigorous, evidence-based, use rigorous evidence-based approaches to target fraud. This is important because a reckless approach to fighting fraud risks collateral damage. It could keep federal assistance from going to those who most are in need of it. GAO's fraud risk management framework notes that agencies should consider the cost of fraud controls when...
I'm sorry. Tell me this woman knows what she's signing. Tell me this woman knows what she's voting for. Bitch, if your job is exactly what you're doing and you're still yawning. Now, this was mid-fucking day, ladies and gentlemen. You wouldn't do half the shit that I could do. You wouldn't do half the shit that I could do. Why are you making the laws that tell me how to live my life?
Designing systems, including potential delays for legitimate applicants. Ms. Koselleck, how does the work of inspectors general ensure that people get the benefit for which they are eligible?
Certainly the role they play in doing the various program audits, so certainly they have a role in improper payments, but they also, as I mentioned, do program audits throughout the year, looking at the operations of the various programs. Are they being executed efficiently and effectively to make sure that the proper recipients are
Ma'am, I'm just going to go ahead and pause it in between here. What you need to do right now is dumb down your fucking answers to a 5th grade level, shitting in his pants, wondering what's happening. Bring it to that level.
receiving the benefits that they are entitled to.
Mr. Diefenbach, the Inspectors General serving on the Pandemic Response Accountability Committee have done great work in identifying improper payments throughout our pandemic response. What has been the impact of President Trump's purge of so many inspectors general been on the committee's work and capacity going forward?
Well, we have lost, again, the leadership, the institutional knowledge of individual inspectors generals, but the offices of inspectors general still exist and are fully functioning. We work with them day in, day out on investigations. And we are, of course, an independent committee within the oversight community, the PRAC, that does operational data analytics literally every day to support investigations, to proactively find problems, and to issue reports on lessons learned and preventative measures that agencies can follow going forward. So we are continuing to do our important work to support the OIGs and to be a centralized hub, if you will, for analytics to support the OIGs that are smaller, that don't have their own capabilities.
I make a fucking
Thank you,
joke.
and I yield back.
I love this delay because I make a fucking joke and there's nobody there to react, so I have to wait 15 to 20 seconds for chat to check up on it. And I'm just sitting here looking like, while I'm waiting for the shit to hit. This is fucking awesome.
Thank you very much, distinguished gentlewoman. We're delighted that you're here, and as you have proved in your service, we all want to, as well, Mr. Mfume, and your side, want to stop improper payments and move to the areas that they would be needed. We now would move to distinguished gentleman, Mr. Gill from Texas. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for holding this hearing today. Ms. Koselleck, thank you for being here as well. Could you remind us in fiscal year 2024, what was the amount of improper payments that were sent out?
$162 billion.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what?
And which agencies were primarily responsible for that?
Some of the programs that had the largest dollar amounts were Medicare, Medicaid.
I'm sorry, what?
Earned income tax credit are some of the larger ones.
Mm-hmm. And how much do you guys at the GAO estimate we lose in fraud every year?
We did a fraud estimate for looking at data for years 2018 through 2022, and we came up with an estimate of $230 to $250 billion.
I'm sorry, what?
In what agencies
Annually.
do you primarily see fraud?
That
Where do you
estimate
see
was
it the
based
most?
across all programs.
Okay. Got it. So if I'm in, let's just use a specific example. If I'm a fraudster and I want to collect unemployment checks that I shouldn't be receiving and I steal somebody else's.
You know what, this right here, I do need to change the color of the chat there. Instead of white, I need to change that to like black or something. Or at least put a transparent background. Hold on, maybe I can do that.
Identity to do that, and I apply to the Department of Labor. What are the processes that you would expect to see the Department of Labor go through to ensure that I don't improperly or fraudulently receive a check?
So unemployment insurance is an interesting one. It's a federal-state partnership program, so there are responsibilities at the federal level and at the state level. As I mentioned, really having those preventative controls in place, doing those data matching checks are some of the key controls that you could expect to see to have an entity have in place. And in this case, you need to have those types of controls in place at the state and at the federal level.
What do we actually see on a realistic basis? How often are some of these checks actually applied?
We have seen instances and had recommendations for unemployment, I believe,
What
where
I can do.
there could be additional use by the states of some of those data checks. And I believe we have some recommendations that there could be requirements to have the states be required to do that data match.
But they're not
right now,
doing
it's
it right now.
encouraged.
Follow
But there
me,
are, we
ladies
have
and
found
gentlemen.
instances where, in all cases, that is not being done, and that can be a root cause of some of these improper payments.
So in other words, we're mailing out checks without verifying who they're going to.
In some cases.
Got it. And what are the consequences for agency heads as they're mailing out American taxpayer dollars without verifying who they're going to?
The consequence is that anytime there's improper payments or fraud or money going out for not the intended purpose, that's money that could be going to rightful recipients and used for other purposes.
Right, but I mean, from an incentive standpoint, on the agency level, is there any consequence for either employees at the agency or agency heads for mailing out checks fraudulently?
One of the things we have recommended is having an accountable official
but I mean,
at the
right
agencies.
now, as opposed to the recommendations, right now, is there anything to hold these people accountable?
Agencies are supposed to have an accountable official to oversee this, but we've.
But what is the accountability structure?
You should.
Do they receive less bonuses, for instance? Are they fired? What's holding them accountable?
I think that is determined by the agency as to how that mechanism is 100% set up. But
That's not
certainly Congress can have accountability mechanisms.
What do you see? Have you ever seen an agency head get fired, for instance, for mailing out billions of dollars in fraudulent checks?
I have not seen that.
Got it. Okay. And once we mail these checks out, is there any way of clawing this money back and holding the fraudsters accountable?
That's what you're saying. The pay and chase model is not generally effective. There are requirements that anytime there is an improper payment, agencies are supposed to attempt to get that money back. But we have found that the percentage that you get back when you're following that model, as opposed to not having to go out, preventing it is by far much more effective.
Right. Completely agreed. I mean, it seems to me that we've got an
I'll look into it later.
overextended bureaucratic administrative leviathan that is mailing out American taxpayer dollars fraudulently with virtually no accountability at all, bankrupting the American people with impunity. And this is from a federal government that ostensibly works in the interests of American citizens, is instead wasting our taxpayer dollars on a scale that is difficult to fathom. I think this is precisely why we need DOGE so badly to get this nonsense under control. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back and thank you very much.
In the background of the chat.
Appreciate
would be
the
nice.
gentleman's questions. The distinguished gentleman from Washington, Ms. Randall, is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you as well to our witnesses for taking the time to be here today and share your expertise. I've been pretty open about sharing my sister Olivia's story. She was born with really complex disabilities and was able to receive the care she needed because of Medicaid. And she was one of an estimated 2.4 million Washingtonians enrolled in Apple Health, our state Medicaid program. And so ensuring that we are protecting that program is very important to me, not just personally, but on behalf of all my constituents. And I think I share the goals of so many of my colleagues here to ensure that we are using taxpayer dollars efficiently to provide essential services to our neighbors who need them. But what we may have some disagreement on is how to make the federal government and our programs work better for the American people. My colleague talked about fraudsters, and certainly there is some fraud in some of our programs, some improper payments. But I think what we also have to underscore is the individual people that are
Look at the
trying
title.
to access these programs. And we had a subcommittee hearing on healthcare and financial services a week or two ago, in which we collectively, bipartisanly, discussed
Glad
and
you made it
understood the
back,
barriers
Muffin.
that exist for
Muffin.
many
Look
families
at the
trying to
title.
access Medicaid, including and especially those married couples that have a hard time getting the health care that they need
This is
to be
reaching.
successful. But I want to reiterate the difference between fraud and people perpetuating fraud and the improper payments. And Ms. Wagner, could you reiterate, is it true that the vast majority of improper payments are paperwork issues, not fraud?
Yes, that is correct. It's usually a mistake in the process when you talk about a program like Medicaid. It could be mean an eligibility worker didn't follow correct procedures, or the participant was issued the wrong amount of benefits. But it's often an error, an inadvertent error by the household, or a mistake by the agency staff or system. The incidence of fraud, which is intentional deceit to gain a benefit, the incident
I
of
saw that a
beneficiary
couple
fraud
weeks
is
ago
very low in these
myself there,
programs.
Muffin.
Yeah, thank you. I've experienced in my family and heard so many anecdotes from Washingtonians, particularly parents of severely disabled children, who have this stack of paperwork on their counters, who feel like they need to be attorneys in order to access a system to provide health care for their kids, and who are overwhelmed so often with late nights, little sleep, worry about what new medication their kids need to be on, what
Ma'am, not a goddamn single fucking person in this country reads the medical shit that they sign up for when they get health care from a job. You just feel it out as you go. What will they pay for? What will they not pay for? All that stack of paperwork. That means you can't do shit on your own. I'm sorry. That's the truth. If you got a stack of paperwork in your kitchen for Medicare, you only got one choice, you son of a bitch. The other one's more expensive.
specialist appointment they need to get into, who spend so many hours on the phone appealing denials of claims, trying to get into an appointment with someone, trying to get answers for their kid and take care of them, while many of them also have another day job. This, to characterize these parents as fraudsters, or to try and lump in, individuals who are just trying to stay alive in so many cases, feels really challenging to me.
Just some ramen time.
And, I talked to the Healthcare Authority in Washington, our agency responsible for administrating Medicaid, and because of Washington's fraud abuse detection system, which I supported funding for as a member of the state Senate, they have uncovered 35 to 40 credible allegations of fraud. That's 35 to 40 out of 20 million claims that they receive a year. And to do that math for us, it's 0.0002% of fraudulent claims. And, none of us are claiming that no fraud exists, but I think we need to keep in mind the scale of the problem here and who is perpetrating the incorrect payments. I also want to raise one thing that the Healthcare Authority suggested might be helpful as we talk about efficiencies in government. And they said that there is a federal system to which they as states don't have immediate access to understand whether folks are concurrently enrolled in Medicaid programs from one state to the other. I know there is, we will have in the next couple of years some changes to that database to monitor when someone moves and changes their address, but it doesn't allow agencies like the Healthcare Authority in Washington to track whether there's concurrent enrollment. And that would be something that I'd love the chance to work on with my colleagues. And I yield my time.
Gentlewoman yields back her time. Thank you very much. We've moved to distinguished gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, ma'am, for sharing that story about your sister. I did not know that. That gave me a lot to think about. Ms. Kosciolek, is that correct? Did I get that close? You got Kwasi Mafumi and Tim Burchett up here. We can't, nobody gets our names right, and I probably didn't get his name right. So let me ask you a question, ma'am, if I can see through this big head of hair right here in front of me. What are some of the key issues that prevented these agencies from prioritizing prevention of improper payments and fraud? And I wish you'd also talk a little bit about just human error, how that plays into this.
Yeah, so there certainly can be human error. And I just want to clarify, the fraud, to be sure, fraud is a big problem. The fraud numbers that we estimated over those years was about 3 to 7% of the funding. But to be sure, as we noted, any amount of fraud is money not going to the intended purpose. So some of the key issues, I think, that prevent folks from being able to effectively put the right controls in place does have to do with some data sharing, some access, having truly understanding the eligibility requirements, the data attributes that should be checked, and then having that right information to be able to do that checking to make sure that the payments are valid, going to the right person, is really what's critical and can be some of the key challenges and issues that agencies face.
The agencies in 2024, fiscal year 2024, they collectively estimated approximately $161.5 billion in improper payments. Do you think Congress can get to the point where we can stop that?
I think the goal is to reduce that. You'll probably never get rid of the risk of fraud. It's innate in all programs, but there should be a concerted effort to have that as low as possible and have the right preventative controls in place to not leave so much money on the table to that.
I guess in this case, it's the original sin, so to speak. Yeah. How many agencies and programs are using the GAO's fraud risk framework now? And why aren't they using it, the ones that aren't?
I don't know if we know the true reason why not all of them are using it. We do certainly have a recommendation to Congress to require agencies to use that. We think it's a critical
and they're currently not required. They're not required to follow that?
Not specifically.
Okay, thank you. What can we do to enable that these agencies recover overpayments, or are they just gone? I always hear people say, oh, we're going to claw that back. I was in the legislature in Tennessee for 16 years, and I never saw, it's hook or crook. It's a bogus corporation or something got money somehow or some criminal, and they're in jail. They're not paying it back. They're getting 20 cents an hour stamping out license plates.
And that's the challenge. In many cases, it's not easy to get that money back.
Okay. Thank you. And I want to yield the rest of my time to my dear friend, Mr. Mafumi, if that's all right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I want to thank the gentleman for yielding. Totally unnecessary. But
and you're not making any points calling me a gentleman. Yeah. You know that.
Mr. Burchett and myself were like a guitar and a fiddle. We both have strings, but we make different sounds. And we've worked together whenever we can. Usually we're 100% on different sides of the aisle, but at moments like this, on something like this, I appreciate the gentleman for yielding, appreciate his sense of humor, and the ability to work with him. I do want to just go to two quick things that I heard that I don't want to have fall to the wayside and get out of the way for the other members, particularly Mr. Frost on our side and whoever, Mr. Chairman, you have next coming up. Mr. Palmer made a good point, and I'm really saddened that he's not here because he talked about this whole enforcement mechanism and whether or not there is any enforcement mechanism. And without an enforcement mechanism, how can you expect agencies or agency heads to do anything at all if we're not going to enforce existing law or practice? And the other interesting thing was Mr. Gill, who mentioned consequences to agency heads, which I think is something that we ought to talk about, particularly the flip side of that, which is incentives to agency heads. And I don't know if we are providing them right now. So if I'm running agency A, B, or C, I see a problem and I work my tail off to get it fixed so that improper payments are not going out. Seems to me there ought to be some incentive there for agency heads to do that, and there ought to be a hammer on the other side for agency heads who fail to do it at all. So I just wanted to go back to both of those points. I want to thank the gentleman, I'll call him a gentleman again, from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, for yielding this time. And I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Oh, you will call him a gentleman again? How nice of you, sir.
Distinguished gentleman. We'd now recognize the distinguished gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Jack.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And first and foremost, if I could follow on that effective line of statement from Mr. Maffume and that potential line of questioning, I was also inspired by Mr. Palmer's statements as it relates to enforcement. If I could just go down the line, what say you about enhancing the enforcement capability, whether through legislative action or executive action?
Yeah, so I think holding people accountable is critical for doing anything, but in this case particularly, certainly I think agencies should have accountable officials and hold those people accountable. And like I mentioned, Congress can have an accountability role too, through the appropriations process, through having agencies and officials report on their preventative controls that they're putting in place to hold them accountable and demonstrate how they are doing that.
Thank you. Mr. Diefenbach?
Thank you for the question. So we spent the last 5 years at the PRAC developing and learning lessons learned. We put out a program for blueprint for program integrity. So agencies need to operationalize that and follow that. We have perfected ways to find simple frauds and more complex frauds. So I think one of the answers is they need to have the tools to be able to detect, again, the simple non-eligibility issues, but also the more complex hidden criminal enterprises, sometimes international criminal enterprises, which we've done a good job, I think a phenomenal job of finding new ways to do that with big data.
Wonderful. Ms. Wagner?
The key to preventing improper payments and reducing fraud is information and technical assistance to the states. States are trying to run a good program. They don't want headlines. They don't want their money going to the wrong people. And so by supporting them in these efforts with funds, with federal support, we can go much further. Penalizing them, massive cuts to these programs, will actually go against this purpose and will lead to increased improper payments.
Thank you all. Just for in closing, a lot of my colleagues have asked very effective questions today, but I love history, and I would love, if I could, Ms. Kosielek, I think we understand since 2004, 2003, we've seen $2.8 trillion in improper payments. I think that's from GAO. Is that correct? And would you say, has there been an influx in recent years? If you were to try to catalog year by year, I mean, it's trying to understand the history of how this ramped up. And is this something that was happening in the 40s, 50s, 60s? Have you seen it just really skyrocket as government's grown and government programs have grown? Would love for you to just offer some thoughts on the history of how we got here.
Yeah, I think certainly some of the challenges, and as we mentioned, the importance of having really foundational, good internal controls is critical, so that over the years, as emergencies are going to arise, you have those foundational controls in place. You have plans and controls ready to go. I think, as
all over me and
agencies and the government is forced to function in dynamic ways, if you don't have those foundations in place, that's when I think you see that fluctuation, and that just exacerbates the problem.
And, sir, if you want to comment on the history of how we got here.
Please, the threat is always evolving. The friction for getting public benefits is gone. Anyone with a computer anywhere in the world can apply for public benefits. Some of those programs have a lot of protections in place. As we found in the pandemic through our work, many did not. So it really takes a big data approach, using all the tools available to find the hidden connections that you can't find manually. We're working on, we're aware of 142,000 known pandemic fraud cases, and they have a fingerprint. And we've been able to figure out that fingerprint. And our hope is to be able to continue our work to help people proactively defend against these things and prevent them early, because you cannot fight today's fraud issues with yesterday's tools.
Ms. Wagner.
Pause this loss. I want to create my own, but I don't have the ability to do so.
So Medicaid and SNAP are a little bit different than some of the other programs that are more recent or were really ramped up during the pandemic. They have a long history of working to reduce improper payments. They were challenged during the pandemic by some new programs, by increased demand, and by reduced staffing. So now we really need to kind of look at the other side of that and stabilize the workforce, improve the IT systems to continue reducing those rates.
Well, I'd like to thank all three of the witnesses for appearing before us today. I want to thank the chairman for calling this hearing. And with that, I yield my remainder 30 seconds to the chairman. Thank you.
Appreciate the distinguished gentleman and welcome him not just to the subcommittee, but really to Congress with an eye towards, as a new member, as well as some other people, including Mr. Frost, Mr. Moskowitz, making sure that their words that they say back home are met with the reality of other senior members working with you to achieve those things. And I think that that's the sense that I get, that it's a 100% buy-in that we have about the problem. Mr. Mfume want to come to a 100%
it's the
working
basic
towards that answer.
It's the basic
and
that
I want
love.
to thank
You got to start with the basic.
Gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Distinguished gentleman from Florida is recognized. And good to see you, Mr. Frost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hello, thank you so much for being here today. You know, when I was back home in the district over the weekend, everywhere I went, the grocery store, walking around the park, doing anything, people were coming up to me asking about Social Security. And I think a lot of people are worried and scared right now. I think part of it has to do with a lot of the mis and disinformation that's going around. I mean, we've heard this constant lie from Elon Musk that tens of millions of dead people are getting Social Security paychecks. Claiming fraud on Social Security, I think, is one way that folks are going to justify cutting it, pocketing the benefits for billionaires, privatizing it. Ms. Koselleck, Elon Musk is now calling Social Security a Ponzi scheme. How concerned are you that Social Security is a Ponzi scheme?
I don't think we have seen indications in our work that that is the case.
Musk is calling it a Ponzi scheme as an excuse to destroy it, in my opinion. Americans earn Social Security through years of hard work.
It made the toilet
it's a good
industry
investment.
boom, didn't
It
it?
could be a better investment for black men because we're pretty much donors because we live less.
I'm sorry, that was cheesy.
But that's another conversation for another time. It's one of the most popular government services, and most people support more funding for Social Security, not less. Ms. Wagner, you know, people want shorter wait times, payments processed more quickly, but at the same time, the administration wants to cut 7,000 employees from the administration. Yesterday, somebody from my office called Social Security, 30 days to process something on retirement, 30 days.
Mr. Frost, listen here. All it takes is that little mock call that I did where it didn't matter whatever the fuck you said. I just pressed the. I literally, when I started with fucking Dell, I had a goddamn macro fucking keyboard that was set up to type in. The only thing I needed was their ticket number. I had 6 fucking buttons that I could use from 6 different general ass tickets in that line of thinking. So I bring up their ticket. Oh, it's in this one? Well, we'll hit this second button here. It types out my fucking ticket and it leaves my cursor right there to say customer states, blah, blah, fucking blah. The first 30, 45 seconds of my job was done. So that way I could focus on the goddamn customer. That led to a whole point to when I was working with Dell that the owner of the Boeing contract at that fucking point in time, her the secretary called in, crying her eyes out, and I was just walking her through it because I had everything on hotkeys and I didn't have to type and I didn't have to go look in. I was able to just hit a button and worry about her. That is customer service. What you were talking about in customer service. Because these motherfuckers take everything fucking personal. That woman was on the verge of breaking the fuck down because her executive credit card is about to be shut off in a couple of weeks and she doesn't understand why. I didn't know who the fuck she was. Yeah, it's okay. I got you. And follow that through to the very fucking end. Within 4 days. No, it was actually 3 days. Within 3 fucking days of my interaction with that woman, it was paid off. Within 4 days, her credit card was good. And she had to take a trip in 2 weeks. That's customer service. But what you talking about? Sorry, that ain't. Now, I did have a little bit of tips and tricks along the way to make my job easier in the background, but that's just as far as the actual agent is concerned, is how that works. I mean, there are people that can literally talk and type at the same time, but I couldn't be that type of person, so I was hitting hotkeys to let it just go on and just be like, all right, so what's your problem? Let me pay attention. That's customer service. What you talking about? Waiting 30 minutes to get a hold of the IRS? Well, that's unacceptable, is it not? I could say 10, 15, 30 minutes, and now it's down to 21. And y'all motherfuckers are still saying, why the fuck are you firing, motherfuckers? It's down to 21 minutes. And y'all motherfuckers are asking why people are getting fired. I'm sorry, what?
Days on Medicaid, 230
rant, yeah.
days as it relates to disability. What would be the effects of these cuts to the Social Security Administration right now?
When staff shrinks, there are fewer people to take appointments, to answer phones, to process applications for different benefits, and that hurts people nationwide. And in addition to their own staff, Social Security Administration funds state disability determination service employees who decide whether applicants' disabilities.
Oh, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, that macro that I had, it came up later on, and everybody was like, well, wait a minute, these are on machines. You're remoting into these machines. You're doing all this. You could hit a macro in the background. Every macro had to be approved. From that point on, every macro had to be approved by the manager because so many started fucking doing it. Those so many that started fucking doing it, the top 5 turned into the top 10, turned into the top 15, turned into the top 20 because we were some of us were microseconds away from each other as far as metrics were concerned after they figured out that all you have to do is hit a button and pay attention to the customer. Our macros had to be confirmed and they had to be checked every damn time before we used them. It was amazing.
Are severe enough to qualify for benefits. Their processing time was already at a record high of 7 months, and we expect cuts will have further impact. In addition, 7 in 10 of Social Security staff do serve the public directly, so this will have a major impact on customer service.
Thank you. It's not just billionaires like Elon Musk who are going around attacking it. My own Florida Senator Rick Scott, the richest person in Congress, which on the topic of fraud, my senator made history. He's the man responsible for the largest Medicare fraud in the history of this country, $1.7 billion. He says that Republicans are, quote, going to have to cut Social Security, end quote. Why are they doing this? Well, to take money from Social Security to use it for tax cuts for people who are too rich to need it. House Republicans plan to make
Hold up, that was a reach, was it not? Hold up, that was a reach, was it not? Make things more accessible and more affordable for you, we're going to have to stop paying for some random ass dumb shit like hormone replacement therapy just because you say you're transgender. We're going to have to stop doing shit like that for it to be manageable for your private health care to bring down the premiums so that you can survive a lot better instead of paying $200-300 fucking bucks a week every other week, whatever y'all do. Instead of doing all that, what is your solution, Frost? Instead of cutting all that shit, what is your solution?
Make $880 billion in cuts to health care. This means cuts to Medicaid and Medicare too. Ms. Wagner, 4 in 8 American children are Medicaid recipients, including over 60,000 people in my district alone. For an Orlando family currently receiving Medicaid, what could be the financial fallout from losing access to Medicaid?
Well, first, when the states
They're
are
not
forced to
losing
cut
access
back
to Medicaid,
on
but
funding,
okay.
they are going to cut back on who's eligible and the benefits they receive. But cuts will have broader impacts than just those who are no longer eligible. They will directly or indirectly affect the amount of funds available for state staff, for IT systems that support Medicaid, and they'll probably lead to more improper payments and reduced program integrity. And it will impact people whose eligibility isn't cut. Longer call center wait times, more errors, uncertainty, stress, and possibly not being able to get approved for benefits or losing coverage at renewal, even though they remain eligible.
Thank you. You know, before coming to Congress, I worked in organizations, and one of the proudest things I did was work at March for Our Lives. They came after the shooting that happened in Parkland. I traveled this country speaking with people that disagreed with me on the issue of gun violence, but it made me a better person. And something I learned during my travels is in order to speak about something in a bipartisan way, I think it's really important to make sure people are coming at this on the right foot in good faith. And I'm all for the
Okay. Now I'm 100% fucking totally sure this dude always has a dip in his mouth. It's always been that front lip protruding kind of that crescent moon under his lip that has always bothered me. Why is it protruding so much? Could that be you can have that pronounced? But unless somebody punched you in your mouth or you got something going on with your teeth, why is the fuck one side bigger than the other at this point? Only on your jawline. Unless somebody checked your fucking jaw. Why is that side swollen? Unless you got a big ass fucking dip in your mouth. But hold on, isn't this area tobacco free? Oh wait, you're above the law, aren't you?
modernization of our government. I think it's really important, and I say that as the youngest person in the United States Congress. I think it is very important. But when I see the people leading the effort, like Elon Musk, call something like Social Security a Ponzi scheme, and I hear crickets on the other side of the aisle, I have a really hard time taking any of this seriously when I go home and I have people coming up to me in the grocery store who are living paycheck to paycheck, asking me, what are you going to do to protect Social Security? So
you go home and you have people coming up to you to the grocery. Do you live in the grocery store? Now, I understand exactly what you were trying to say with that shit. When you go back to your hometown, if you would have said hometown, I could have understood that a little more. But when do you live in a goddamn grocery store? It's this pathetic excuse for playing at your emotions that really bothers me with dumbass motherfuckers just like this asshole.
thank you so much, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Distinguished gentleman from Florida, Mr. Moskowitz, who's asked to be waived on this committee.
Oh, this is going to be fun.
Chair, gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for granting my waiver. I appreciate it. I've been committed to helping the government become more efficient, save dollars,
shit, we
go
closed
after
them
fraud,
down.
waste, and abuse. I was the first Democrat to join the Doge caucus, which, by the way, hasn't done anything and has not been included in anything Elon Musk has done. But
Tell me this motherfucker
it's nice that
doesn't look
we
like
have
a chipmunk.
We have a caucus. And so this is
Even
a
the ears, the
bipartisan
fluffy
effort,
little
like the
ears.
chairman mentioned. We do want to get at waste, fraud, and abuse.
Look at him
But I do
cheeks.
think
Look at
dispelling
them
myths,
jowls. Look at him.
dispelling fact from fiction is important. And I want to drill down.
Ladies and gentlemen, take a screenshot of this motherfucker and shrink his face by about 75%, and I guarantee you, you won't notice a difference. Why the fuck is his head twice the size of his face? It's a little fucking disturbing, is it not?
Real quickly, first on what my colleague from Florida, Mr. Frost, said. And I'm going to be even more direct because I think it's important. We'll just go down the line. So you gave an answer on whether Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. The answer is no, right? It's not a Ponzi scheme.
Yeah. Yeah,
We have not reported that it's a Ponzi scheme.
Right. So it's not a Ponzi scheme.
I didn't report it's a Ponzi scheme.
I'm not aware.
So
that
it's not a Ponzi
Okay.
scheme.
Agreed. Not
Okay. So Mr. Musk is wrong. No one's going to get fired for saying it, right? He's wrong. You can say it. It's not a Ponzi scheme. I'll say it for you. It's not a Ponzi scheme. It's not a Ponzi. Okay. He's wrong. I know we're afraid to say it. And see, that's part of the problem. We're afraid to say that Elon Musk is wrong.
You stupid son of a bitch. It wasn't too long ago that America was afraid to say that Donald Trump was right. Because you deplatform, you shut people up, you'd have them including getting fucking fired, their children taken away from them. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of right-wing influencers are getting fucking swatted left and right. Ash Patel's on it. But y'all tried a fascistic fucking attempt to shut the American people up who talked differently than you, who said differently than you, who had a different opinion than you did. Y'all tried so fucking hard to shut us up. And yet here we are still. And now you want to talk about how this administration may kick you in the nuts the same way? Look, maybe it's the authoritarian in me, but turnabout's fair play, is it not? After everything that we've witnessed, I'm okay with him kicking you in the nuts once in a while, motherfucker. Not every time. Not on every point. But in shit like this, you need to feel him in your throat.
That's what Mr. Frost was talking about when he says he hears crickets from my colleagues. We hear crickets from the witnesses because everyone is afraid when Elon says something, if it's patently false, we're afraid to say it's false. All right, let's talk about something else. The IG
If
is
Elon
getting
says
fired.
it's false, we're
You
afraid to
support the
say
IG
it's
is getting
false,
fired. I mean, I
ladies
got to
and
imagine
gentlemen.
if you're
Speech and
interested in
debate clause,
getting
ain't
rid
it
of
fucking
fraud,
great?
waste, and abuse, they're the people trying to get rid of fraud, waste, and abuse. So they got fired from Agriculture, Interior, HUD, Department of Defense, the EPA, the State Department, HHS, Veterans Affairs, Labor, Transportation. You support that? In the mission of getting rid of fraud and waste and abuse?
The Inspector General Committee is critical. There are certainly,
No, I get
administration
that, but you have no opinion whether that was good or bad. Again, we won't say Elon's wrong.
That was good.
I know you
Sorry.
won't go there, but was that the right decision?
You did lose institutional knowledge. Certainly, administration has a right to change who the Inspector General is. There are reporting
All right,
mechanisms
let me make it
that
easy.
weren't necessarily followed.
In like, let's use numbers. Let's use data. So like 51-49, 51 bad idea. Right, that was a bad idea.
The proper protocols weren't followed.
I mean, your mom not taking in the ass the day you were conceived was a bad idea. At least she wouldn't have to regret half her life, and we wouldn't have to put up with this retardation from Moskowitz. What the fuck is he talking about, by the way? Mind you, he's trying to stay, I guess, on the subject because moving from recoveries to prevention of improper payments and fraud. But it sounds like he's trying to trap this bitch. It sounds like he's trying to use word games and trying to make this. What is it to attack the credibility in a court of law? I forget. Depose. That's it. Or whatever the fuck. But it sounds like that's what he's trying to do right here.
Followed in.
Oh, right.
And it's not
we
working.
know it was illegal. Don't get me wrong. I didn't want to make you say that. I appreciate you saying that on the record. It was illegal. The proper protocols weren't followed. But is it good policy if you want to go after fraud, waste, and abuse? Was that good policy?
To lose institutional knowledge?
No, not
of
good
top
policy.
officials?
Good policy?
I don't think it improves the ability to fight fraud, waste, and
Okay,
abuse.
not good policy.
Not good policy.
Okay, right. And if you're telling the American people
But that's not
that
what
this
happened.
is a focus of your administration, and then you go fire all of the AGs, that doesn't seem to.
Hey, Moskowitz. I understand what you're saying, and this is a reach bigger than shit, but that's not what happened, motherfucker. All of these IGs and everything that you're talking about and everything. These are the same motherfuckers that you actually hired. You, as a Democrat Party, the Biden administration actually hired to go after people. It made no goddamn sense. Which left me, maybe temporarily, I don't fucking know, but the last time I went through, last 2 times, I went through the airport. I had quadruple S on my ticket. Didn't make sense until fast forward a year later, until that baby that was from a January 6er had quadruple S on their ticket. Parent didn't understand why. Turns out that's domestic terrorist. I mean, the only thing you can call me terroristic about is actually calling for your head for treason for levying war against me economically, psychologically, informationally. Why? I mean, let's admit, you think the American people are stupid. Ilhan Omar does. And that bitch doesn't even belong to this country. So what is it? Another sleazy ass fucking chipmunk American looking motherfucker in our halls of government? What makes me think that you are in my best interest? But there's the question, is it not? This is why we listen to these hearings. Because, again, he may be a little bit on point, but he's trying to drag that point away. Hey, shiny right here. Check out this hand.
Compute. Okay. Lastly, did fraud and improper payments start with Joe Biden? In his administration, was that the first time the government has experienced that?
That is not the first time that fraud was reported.
First time?
No.
First time?
No.
So we got to depoliticize this stuff, because all we're hearing is what happened in the last 4 years and the last 4 years. In 2017, $140 billion of improper payments. That's inaccurate?
In 2024, we reported 162 billion.
No, hold on.
payments.
In 2017, 140 billion in improper payments. In 2018, $150 billion of improper payments. In 2019, $174 billion of improper payments. And in 2020, $206 billion of improper payments. Those are GAO numbers. So let me just do some math. In the first...
Let's do some math, because it's looking like it's a snowballing thing that's just gotten out of control because you motherfuckers felt like you could dip into it. But let's see here, this chipmunk looking motherfucker I swear to God, this dude's like his face. 3/4 the size of it needs to be, which is disturbing. Either that means his head is 1/4 the size it needs to be, or his face is small. And if it's stretched out to his head, that would be frightening. That would be like the first Sonic rendition before the entire fucking community said, go fuck yourself, don't do this to me. And then they edited it. Yes. 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 That is a perfect analogy for that shit. What?
First Trump administration, there were $670 billion of improper payments. I'm not blaming him, but he is blaming Joe Biden, and so is Elon Musk, blaming for the improper payments for what happened in the 4 years of Joe Biden. My point is, Mr. Chairman, if we do want to solve this on a bipartisan basis, then we got to separate fact from fiction. We got to depoliticize it. $670 billion of improper payments and fraud, waste, and abuse in the first Trump administration. Isn't that correct?
This motherfucker has a sleazy lawyer look. He looks like Better Call Saul if Better Call Saul was Jew. Fuck it. I don't care. Whatever.
Correct.
Isn't that correct?
I don't have any reason to doubt your math. Sir.
Okay. Isn't that correct?
I believe so.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think he was,
gentleman
right?
seek to
Wasn't that character Jewish in the first place?
give back
Better
his
Call
time,
Saul,
or is the
Goodman?
gentleman?
Mr. Chairman, I had no time back, but I'm happy to
Would
give you
the
back.
gentleman?
I think he
your
actually was
ranking member
Jewish. That's
has
kinda
asked
fucked
if
up.
we would have a second
Make
round.
him more
Distinguished
Jew.
gentleman's recognized. Mr. Mvume.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to thank Mr. Markup. And to the gentleman from Florida, I will say Elon Musk is a lie on the record, which I've said many times. So I guess he's coming after me. One of the things we want to do here is to...
He's coming after you because you called him a liar. I'm going to need receipts because if not, you're a psychopathic, delusional fucking asshole. Nobody knows who the fuck you are except people that listen to us. You have no media presence anywhere. You are nothing in the halls of Congress. You are just a vote and wasting time. Sorry. That is the height of your political career, Mr. Mfume. You pull the needle nowhere. You do nothing. The only thing you are there is just a vote and to waste everybody's time. Elon Musk ain't coming for you.
allow everybody freedom of expression. This is an issue, particularly for the chairman and I. We've been working this for a long, long time. And getting to the root of this by implementing what we're hearing today and what we've learned from previous hearings is extremely, extremely important. I don't want to be redundant, but again, this whole notion about do we have an enforcement mechanism in place when agency heads just watch this sort of thing occur under their tenure and do nothing about it, or watch it and feel like they can't do anything about it. And for those brave souls who do, how do we reward them, and what do we do as a Congress to make sure that we're tightening up their spine and that they're doing the right thing? I think it's fair to say that there will be legislation coming out of this hearing at some point in time. I know the chairman has expressed an interest. I hope to join him in that regard. If we don't do anything else, once the shouting and everything else is over with, we've got to find a way to make sure that dollars that could be used to help people in this country actually get to people. If we're able to slow down this, I can't call it a trickle of fraud, waste, and abuse, an avalanche that has been going on. And I've been looking at the GAO numbers going all the way back to 2003. So Mr. Markowitz was right. It didn't start under Joe Biden. This has been going on and on and on. And I think we will have a gross failure on our part if we don't find a way in this committee with this wind to our back to do something about it. It's going to take calm, clear thinking, a resolute determination to make sure that whatever legislation we are able to come up with jointly over and over again that passes really does get us to where we want to be. I would think that everybody in this country is appalled to know that there are crooks out here who feed on the government, who lie, who cheat, who steal, who deliberately find a way to get around the law. And I don't know that there's any safe haven for those individuals wherever they are. I do know that we've got to bring the hammer down on them, which is why I'm so dismayed that the inspectors general are not in place to do just that. They had started a process and it was yielding results. So I'm going to yield back to our chairman. My commitment is to work through these issues, to work in a bipartisan way where possible, and I hope that's very possible, and to keep saying what we've been saying over and over again, which now is starting to get some sort of audience just because I guess Elon Musk has a bigger bullhorn than my microphone here. But we've been at this. This is not new. And we've got to find a way to do it in a way that is surgical.
Let's bring it to your level, sir. Reads hard, man bad. Reads hard, man bad. When's that chant going to start? Y'all loved this son of a bitch not too long ago till he said, hey, y'all motherfuckers been lying to me. And now it's all about, hey, why ain't you giving us $6 billion for no goddamn reason? We can end world hunger. Hey, you've already spent 10 times that amount on world hunger and it ain't even fucking ended yet, right? So what's my $6 billion going to do about it? Oh, retard man bad.
Deliberate, verifiable, and allows for due process. With that, I'm going to yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the time.
Thank you very much. And also, if the gentleman does, I don't know if that was your closing comments. Okay, then I'm going to yield myself my time, and then I probably will put those together with my closing comments, and then we'll get out. I want to thank the not only the witnesses who are here today, but so many others who are in the audience. I think today you saw a very classic events that happen almost every day on the Hill, and that is people miss the opening statements. They miss some of the nuggets of information that each of you gave. But what resides in each of us is a desire when we hear the term $800 billion, whether it's waste, fraud, or abuse, or unintended payments, whatever you would want to put that term with, it is frustrating. It's frustrating for us. It's frustrating for you. I will tell you that I think what Mr. Mfume described was the two of us when he said the answer needs to be. I think the answer needs to be a bipartisan answer. I think it needs to be looking at this together. I think it needs to be this subcommittee through his leadership and perhaps hopefully through mine, that we can guide us to decision making, that his strong voice, my voice, can move us where we need to go. Where is it that we need to go? I think today that we heard about the Pandemic Accountability Committee is one of those answers. It is an answer that it currently exists, and it was a bipartisan answer. It still maintains a good bit of data, but it was done just for the pandemic. It was not done for other programs that would reside across the government. I think that the expertise that Mr. Deffenbaugh spoke to me about yesterday when I met with him for a good period of time was that he sees that they could be a potential front side answer to.
Shane, he's also got everything planned out. Literally, when I do my shows like this, I'm just bringing a committee hearing that I may or may not have heard. When we do our show, there are a lot of people in this that will tell you the only thing we talk about is the rundown. Hey, let's talk about this. Let's set this up. What about this? Do you feel comfortable talking about this? You know about this? Okay, maybe you might not know, let's take a little bit of walk down this just to give you some background. Everything is organic as fuck on this show, and that's why I love it.
Not just waste, fraud, and abuse, but on an individual basis for the various organizations, Social Security, Veterans Affairs, IRS. We spoke about how 18F for some time provided some assurance that they would know who a person was on coming in. But we now recognize it didn't quite work that way, but the Pandemic Response Accountability Committee has effectively been able to prove that the work that they have done. And so a piece of legislation, I spoke to Chairman Comer about it this morning, will be in order within 2 weeks. We're going to go to a markup. We are going to work together. We're going to, I think, see the same answer, and that is we think that you work.
We're going to get Rob the Squirrel when he's with us.
Mr. Deffenbach. We think that that answer is an upfront answer, and we will then have to find a way to mirror not only what you do, but find a way to bring the avenues of data and information up front and apply those same principles to the biggest problem. I don't think that we'll go overnight directly to you. I don't thank your staff for that. We'll work together. But I do think that the answer lies in upfront gaining the information. If the members had all been here up front, they would have heard all three of you concur on that. They would have said, well, we need to do this on an upfront basis as a person goes through this process. In particular, before we send out billions or trillions of dollars to people,
when he talks to us
which
again,
is something
we'll
that I've
get him to
tried to
squirrel
echo. Our government is not prepared to send money out on a mass basis at this point. We are not prepared, and I'm not trying to disappoint anybody in this administration, but we're not prepared for it. We need to get prepared. And I believe that Mr. Mfume and I, who've been given this authority and responsibility, will continue to work with you. I'll be quite honest, I was delighted with what I heard yesterday from GAO. I think that they have provided us a lot of information, which is allowing us to hone in not only on the problems, but the answers. And I think if we move ourselves to answers through a process that people understand and
hold up. Let it catch up. Let it catch up because it's been a minute. Look at it go. It's got to catch up to everything that just fucking happened for the past hours that I haven't. God, dude, Jesus Christ. Look at it go. I just wanted to touch on one thing that was said, you little bastards. There we go. Okay. Where was it? Muffin said Rob would never squirrel. I said, and we'll get him to squirrel on our show. He says, clean head and sharp. We get it on. Y'all don't understand what's actually happened with Rob, have you? He's gotten a lot more spicy with the shit. Because he knows that we are savage and we can take it. He knows we tighten our ties around him. So he's pushing the envelope a little bit. And I feel like his mom is going to chase me around with a flip-flop as soon as she meets me. I'm sorry, ma'am, that I will not stop corrupting your son. Number one, it's fun. And number two, just to see him let loose once in a while and just make this offhanded joke that just not is really him. Yes. Yes. Anyway, let's go back to what we were doing.
Expect it will mean that a lot of people gain confidence in not only the federal government, but the workforces that are there. Lastly, I don't want to do this necessarily because the gentlemen are not here, Mr. Frost, Mr. Moskowitz, but I think might be slightly a revision to what he said about their hearing crickets. In fact, the $800 billion is a 10-year number. These will be votes that will be taken, and we have already seen where these numbers, which are being looked at by this DOGE organization, OMB in the government, is reporting that they believe the huge numbers of, quote, cuts could be achieved by reducing the amount of unintended payments. And we could look back, I did not do that, to line up whether it's Medicare, whether it's Medicaid, whether it's VA, whether it's SBA. I did not look at that from the information the GAO has given us. What I will tell you is that people like me, and I think people like Mr. Mfume, want to do something about it. People like me, I am a Republican, believe that we can get credit for cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. And we have laid down the gauntlet to say we are going to do the things that would be necessary to cut unintended payments. And we're going to work those into the government, and we're going to make sure this happens. And that will be done on a bipartisan basis. But for us to assume that we cannot make this better that we would make it better by growing the organization, I would submit to you, I don't agree with that. I don't agree that we can do it by keeping workers at home rather than in the office working with databases and figuring out who wants to get committed. And this is where I saw the process that is political, where the president said if you don't choose not to want to come back, he understood that. He would offer a buyout plan that was immediately attacked. We live in a political world, and there are people who will attack President Biden or President Trump just from their word go, the word go of their name. So I would submit to you that I think that we are not having crickets. We are having a plan that we're laying out. I've got to do a better job as one of the co-chairmen of DOGE. It is my opportunity and my real need to talk to the American people with clarity. But as the father of a Down syndrome young man who is 31 years old, I too have been through and seen how our services that we offer to those people who cannot take care of themselves and their families should not be the ones that find themselves on the wrong end of these changes. It is true what was stated here today that families that have disabled people, disabled children, disabled adults, people they care for, have a higher threshold of frustration of working through the system. And I think that system will get better as we hone ourselves through the work that would be done on a bipartisan basis and less fear. The fear that people have about losing Social Security is in fact not true. It would not be true. It is not the goal of Elon Musk or of this government. And I do recognize there have been some words stated about their problems with what they see as an aggregate amount of unintended payments. But I will tell you that there is more than enough room to stop the unintended payments that would equal the amount of money that is almost destined to be cut. We deal with 10-year numbers, not one-year numbers. We deal with numbers that are exponentially high, and it sounds almost like, oh my gosh, they're going to shut down the program. In fact, there needs to be thought process behind it. I in no way am afraid of a town hall meeting, of explaining what we're doing, but as a member of Congress, if we accept that where we are and where we have been is acceptable to our future, we are missing the boat. So I would ask that each of you know that you got asked tough questions today. Doesn't bother me. But to have the confidence that if we move forward together, including Mr. Mfume and myself, that we can end up in a point where we look at each other and say, we made this better. We saved the money that was actually destined for people that it was intended to. And then we'll see what the score is. I have great confidence we can do this. So I do not want a conversation that they hear crickets to be part of this. There are not crickets. There is a really daunting task of us to take this $1.7 trillion or $2.7 trillion, whatever the amount was, that is laid in front of us. And we were never talking about cuts that were bigger than that. We were talking about cuts that are way less, but that make sense. So I want to thank each of you for being here today. I think each of you did well enough to be invited back, but perhaps more importantly, we would like to work with you. And Mr. Mfume and I are going to deal with this in legislation. We'll pass it to you and also see if you would, what your opinion might be for that. But I want to thank you each for being here today. Does the gentleman wish to further time?
Just to thank our witnesses.
We do thank our witnesses, and that they stick around a second. Mr. Mfume and I are going to end this hearing and come and thank you for being here. This concludes the hearing today. I want to thank the witnesses, and you're now excused.
I want you all to understand that came from the Oversight Committee. What about that? Screamed oversight to any of you? That is your taxpayer dollars at work, ladies and gentlemen. Meanwhile, stick her down here. Yeah, that's still going. These things are redundant. It is a good thing to listen to this, to hear what your elected representatives are saying and how they're going to vote and their justifications for it. This is why we're doing this. It's not because you're going to hear anything that you don't know. I pointed out the argument that they were starting to make about Texas and all these illegal immigrants coming in. If they're really for the census and everything, wouldn't that help Texas? I pointed that out. That argument was made. I pointed that out months before it was fucking made because I heard it in 2 different committee hearings and there was no answer to it. So it kept going and it picked up some steam until shit started really hitting hard when the big talkers were starting to mention these things. And people like me were pushing the fuck back. But I was pushing the fuck back way the fuck beforehand because I saw this shit coming. I'm listening to this. This is what your government officials can tell you publicly. Whatever the hearing's about, this is what they can tell you publicly. You can tell the ones on point. You can tell the ones who are there for that reason. You can tell the ones who are doing social media clips. That's all that shit is. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue this shit. I love every single fucking one of you. I got to spend some time with the wife tonight. Tomorrow, I've put it off. I've got to clean off my fucking desk. I've got to rip all this shit down, rebuild it all, get everything set the fuck up. Better than what I have it now. and transfer everything over for when I build. And we'll see how that works. I got to design that a little bit better, but there's a lot more coming. A lot more coming from all of us. Visually, content-wise. We're not going to leave you hanging. You've pushed us to do this. We're going to continue to do this. But for right now, I appreciate the fuck out of y'all. Every single one of you are great. And until, I don't know if I'm going to do something tomorrow. We'll see how the tear apart and rebuild happens. Let's see how long that takes. And got to spend some time with the wife too, you know? We'll see if we're back tomorrow. If not, we still got Tuesday's show. I still got to build the scene for Tuesday. Hopefully somebody in the Discord will help me out with that. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you again at least Tuesday.
Comes a president. We can't start our own little business here.
That's all I need. I'll make it happen with some work and belief. Know what I want, so I'll take it on. I'll make mistakes, but mistakes make you strong. Let's break it down for a minute. I want the crown, I'm gon' get it. You hear me loud, man, I'm winning. Yeah, Charlie Sheen will be grinning. These ladies know that I'm sinning, and this is just the beginning. I'm closing in the night inning. There ain't no point in resisting. Living life like a dream, live it right, that's the thing. Every night got a team, I've been tied to the scene. Out on stage, here on screen. Okay, it's a dream, and I pray as a team. One day it'll be me. If I want it, then I'll get it. Head down, don't regret it. Push myself to the limit. If I play it, then I win it. I'm just saying, I'm just living for today. For a minute, I don't stay. I just visit, have no shame. I admit it. Looking to see if I succeed, to see if I believe. They're looking up to me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me.